Arlington National Cemetery, Washington, and the final resting place of one of America's greatest heroes. Each year, 3.5 million people pay homage at this shrine to the memory of President John F. Kennedy. They also come to ponder one of the greatest murder mysteries of all time.
There was a monstrous cover-up of everything. I know it, and so do the people who covered it up.
It angers me terribly that we don't know the truth. And the arrogance of those in power that continue the cover-up and the lie is beyond tolerance.
We're not a free country anymore because the people who are smart enough and powerful enough to take out a president like that and get away with it for 25 years are probably involved in other areas of the government. In other words, the country is being run by people we did not vote for.
If it could be done to John F. Kennedy in 1963, it could be done to another president in the future. And we can't afford to have coups d'etats in America, no matter how cleverly orchestrated and sinisterly contrived they may be. That cannot be permitted to happen. And the way in which you prevent that from happening is to expose those elements of government and society in this country that were responsible for the killing of John F. Kennedy.
The southeast corner window of the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository, Dallas. According to the official verdict, the spot where a lone gunman, Lee Harvey Oswald, fired 3 shots into Dealey Plaza, striking the president from behind as he rode in a motorcade down the center of Elm Street. And each year on November the 22nd, an informal gathering on the grassy knoll of people skeptical of their government's conclusion.
And in honor of the events that took place here in November 1963. One moment, please.
Until now, the world has been asked to accept the Warren Commission's verdict on the death of John F. Kennedy. New evidence that exposes the complex and sinister forces that brutally murdered the President of the United States 25 years ago will be shown here for the first time. President Kennedy's last day began at a Chamber of Commerce breakfast in Fort Worth. In his entourage were Vice President Lyndon Johnson and the Governor of Texas, John Connally.
Basically, his purpose for his visit to Texas, it was not just to Dallas, was to raise money for himself and for the Democratic Party, and also to enhance his standing, because he was looking forward to the election in 1964.
We couldn't let you leave Fort Worth without providing you with some protection against the rain.
I'll put it on in the White House on Monday. If you'll come up there, you'll have a chance to see it then.
His second engagement of the day was a luncheon in Dallas, a 6-minute flight away on Air Force One.
And now the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and be gracious unto you. The Lord cause his face to shine upon you and give you peace both now and forever. Amen.
From the dark, overcast, the drizzling rain of Fort Worth to the bright sunshine when we landed at Love Field in Dallas, it promised to be an absolutely spectacular day for the president, for the vice president, for me. I was governor of the state. Ms. Connally and I rode in the car with the president and Mrs. Kennedy. He got a very, very warm reception. The schools had turned out. The school children were lining the street by the thousands. They were applauding, and it was a very happy, joyful occasion, really.
2 cars back from the presidential limousine was Senator Ralph Yarborough with Lyndon and Lady Bird Johnson.
As we approached the city and then finally turned down Main Street toward the Trinity River, the crowd increased as we got to the heart of Dallas. And it's one of the most enthusiastic crowds I saw in any city we were in Texas on that tour. That's on the sidewalks. Now, if you looked up in the upper stories, I never saw a single smile in any window I looked at. Some looked down and looked like with dislike on the faces.
Nellie turned to the president and said, "Mr. President, you can't say now that they don't love you here in Dallas." And within a matter of a few seconds after that, we turned on Elm Street to go down to get on the Stemmons Freeway to go out to the Trade Mart where the luncheon was being held. And that's when the shots occurred. I heard what I thought was a rifle shot. I immediately reacted by turning to look over my right shoulder because that's where the sound came from. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary and was in the process of turning to look over my left shoulder when I felt a blow in the middle of my back, as if someone had hit me with a doubled up fist, about like that. The blow was of such force that it bent me over, and I immediately saw that I was covered with blood. And I knew I'd been hit. And I said, "Oh my God, they're gonna kill us all." And I heard another shot that was a loud shot almost like that. And immediately I saw blood and brain tissue all over the back of the limousine. I knew then that the president had been fatally hit because Ms. Kennedy then, I heard her say, "My God, I've got his brains in my hand."
The Secret Service in the car in front of us kind of casually looked around, looked up at the back of them and rather slow to react. And it went under the underpass, and as we came up on the other side, I could see then the president's car, and there was Hill, whom I knew as a Secret Service man assigned to protect Mrs. Kennedy. He was lying across the back to hang on with the arm over in there so he could hang on at that high speed. His face turned back towards us, just writhed in agony and beating with his hand on there like a terrible thing has happened. I knew then that Kennedy had been shot. And within several minutes, we came to Parkland Hospital, and the Secret Service immediately jumped out the minute Johnson was there. They practically pulled him out and formed a cordon around him, 4 or 5, and one of them said, "Mr. President." I knew then Kennedy was dead, and I walked up to the car where Mrs. Kennedy was still there on the back seat, lying there with her head bowed over, covering her husband's head, his blood running down her leg and on her clothes, and twice saying, "They've murdered my husband. They've murdered my husband." It's the most tragic sight of my life.
While the senator wept for his president, inside Parkland Hospital, doctors battled to resuscitate him in Trauma Room 1.
My most vivid impression of the entire agitated scene was that his head had been almost destroyed. The face was intact but very swollen, and it was obvious that he had had a massive wound to his head.
We decided that the president was dead, and Dr. Clark, the chairman of neurosurgery, had come in the meantime, and he had walked up to the head of the patient and looked inside at the wound and shook his head.
President John F. Kennedy died at approximately 1 o'clock Central Standard Time today here in Dallas. He died of a gunshot wound in the brain. Dr. Berkeley told me it's a simple matter, Tom, of a bullet right through the head.
On duty at Parkland throughout these events was Aubrey Wright, an ambulance driver for the O'Neill Funeral Home. He was approached by the Secret Service.
They told us to go into the trauma room and prepare the president to be moved. And he had his head wrapped in sheets. I, at the time, didn't know where he had been shot or what, and we was all very sad, everybody's choking back tears. But
Dr. Earl Rose was a forensic pathologist, well trained in medical legal autopsies, and he appeared at Trauma 1 and said, "This is a homicide in Dallas County, and I will do the autopsy on President Kennedy." In the meantime, a casket had been acquired and the president's body had been placed in it, and he was informed by the Secret Service that if he didn't get out of the way, he would be run over by the casket as they were leaving. This was the President of the United States, and they were taking him back to Washington.
There was a lot of cursing going on. I was embarrassed, especially for Miss Kennedy, because she was standing right behind us. The priest was there. A lot of what I thought was too foul of a language to be going on. It was a terrifying type thing. I mean, it's hard to believe, that grown people could be so childish about things, and everyone trying to take over.
Vice President Johnson had already left for the airport, shortly to be followed by Jackie Kennedy with her husband's body. The casket was manhandled up the steps of Air Force One. Minutes later, Johnson was sworn in as the new president. Barely 3 hours after arriving in Dallas, the plane left for Washington. In Dealey Plaza, in the chaos immediately after the shooting, there'd been confusion about where the shots had come from. Over 50 known eyewitnesses believed that there was a gunman up on the grassy knoll, but the police quickly focused their attention on the book depository. The police were in the building within 90 seconds. In the southeast corner of the 6th floor, 3 spent cartridges were found lying closely together against the wall, near a half-open window that overlooked the motorcade route. Later, a rifle was found on the same floor by Deputy Sheriff Eugene Boone.
In the far corner of the stairwell, you could not see this corner of the building at all from the stairwell. That's where I found the rifle, over in the northwest corner of the building. There were 2 rows of books. The outside row was 2 cases high, and as I looked in the crevice, I saw the rifle in there.
It was an Italian Manica Caccano of World War II vintage, worn and rusty and with a misaligned scope. Despite intense efforts over a 3-day period, the Dallas police and the FBI were only able to find Oswald's smudged palm print on the rifle after his death.
Between Marsalis and Buckley, it's a police officer. Somebody shot him. There's been a police car.
45 minutes after the assassination, a police patrolman, J.D. Tippett, was shot dead in the Oak Cliff area of Dallas, 3 miles from downtown. Squad cars swiftly converged on the Texas Theater, a mile from the scene of the shooting. A man, behaving suspiciously, had slipped inside without paying and disappeared into the upper balcony. One of the first police officers on the scene was Paul Bentley.
I came down from the balcony and entered the theater from this door right here. Oswald was sitting in this chair, and just as I entered, he jumped up as McDonald came up in front of him, Officer McDonald. He immediately pulled a gun from his waist. As I saw him pull the pistol, I dove over the seats and came down on the side of Oswald, or the suspect. Struggling with him, I scraped his forehead with the bottom of this ring. I had some of the skin from his forehead under the ring when I got to the City Hall.
I didn't shoot him because at that time other officers had converged, and I was afraid if I did miss, I might hit another officer. And it seemed like 100 years before I could get that gun out of his hand and get it into my belt. And then after I got the pistol away from him, I let my pistol go back into the holster, and then I popped him one upside of his head. The way he acted, you'd think he'd merely been arrested for perhaps a traffic ticket, because he never had the usual symptoms of nervousness like breaking out in a sweat or shaking or anything like that. He was just a real cool individual. And you'd never think just by looking at him that he was the one that was going to be accused of killing the president and Officer Tippett.
Oswald, the enigmatic ex-Marine who briefly defected to Russia and was working at the book depository on the day of the assassination, claimed he was in the second-floor lunchroom at the time of the shooting. The first to interrogate him was Gus Rose.
I looked up and I saw some officers bringing a man in who was handcuffed. And when I asked them what they had, one of the officers told me that they had the man here who had killed Officer Tippett. And I took the handcuffs off of Oswald and asked him who he was. He refused to tell me, so I searched him. And in his pocket he had a wallet, and in the wallet was 2 pieces of identification. One card said Lee Oswald, the other said Alex Hydell. When I asked him who that was, or which one of these he was, well, he became belligerent and something to the effect he said, "You're the cop, you figure it out."
Oswald, did you shoot the president?
I didn't shoot anybody, sir. I haven't been told what I'm here for.
Do you have a lawyer?
No, sir, I don't.
The gun was fired one time by the suspect, but luckily it misfired. Fought with us like a wild man, and...
Is there any doubt in your mind, Chief, that Oswald is the man who killed the president?
I think this is the man that killed the president.
From the moment of his arrest, Oswald was presumed guilty and portrayed to the world as a lone nut assassin. But he vehemently protested his innocence at every opportunity.
Well, what the situation is about, nobody has told me anything except that I'm accused of murdering a policeman. I know nothing more than that, and I do request for someone to come forward to give me a legal assistance.
Did you kill the president?
No, I've not been charged with that. In fact, nobody has said that to me yet. The first thing I heard about it was when the newspaper reporters in the hall asked me that question.
You have been.
Nobody said what? Sir?
You have been.
Nobody said what? Okay, man, here you go. Okay.
Visibly shaken by this news, Oswald was to be interrogated for a further 36 hours.
A policeman hit me.
Before his transfer to the county jail.
You regard the county jail as a more secure place to house the prisoner. Is that why you're transferring him from the city jail?
It's customary after a man is filed on that he be transferred. We only keep him in our jail until he is filed on. Necessary precautions will be taken, of course, but I don't think that the people will try to take the prisoner away from us.
On the Sunday morning, Oswald was escorted through the basement of police headquarters by detectives Jim Lavelle and L.C. Graves.
Jim Lavelle and myself and Oswald stepped off the elevator, walked a few steps, and waited till we got the all-clear signal to go on out to where the car was supposed to be parked waiting for us.
But the car was not in place. Consequently, when I walked out, I was looking to my right where the car was being backed into position, but it wasn't where it ought to be. I could see this crowd of people to my left, which include police officers and news reporters, cameramen, and so forth. I saw Ruby in this crowd to my left. He was standing on the front with a pistol in his hand down at his side.
I caught him out of the corner of my eye, and then I started, of course, getting loose from Oswald where I could grab the gun. But before I could grab the gun, he had already gotten one shot off, so I grabbed his wrist and the gun simultaneously and just spun around with him.
There's the president. There is Lee.
He's been shot. Shot rang out. Mass confusion. The man with a gun.
Had I not got that gun, he may, in the excitement, shot off some more rounds because he was still squeezing on that trigger in an attempt to shoot that pistol again. I think Oswald really died just a short distance from the hospital because he stretched out, every muscle in him tight, and he just said, and then went totally limp. And as far as I know, he didn't make any move or sound after that.
Mr. Oswald died at 1:07 our time in the operating room of the gunshot wound which he had received.
By the Monday evening, both Oswald and Kennedy had been buried, and the inquests begun. All investigations focused on the lone gunman theory, and within 2 weeks, a detailed FBI report declared the guilt of Lee Harvey Oswald. Secret Service reenactments supported their conclusions. In March the following year, sentence was passed on Jack Ruby.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder with malice as charged in the indictment and assess his punishment at death.
Meanwhile, the Warren Commission, charged by President Johnson to find the truth, operated almost entirely in secret. Based in Washington, the commissioners finally came to Dallas. Their spokesman was former CIA Director Allen Dulles.
Are you convinced that he was shot from the school book depository?
Well, I think we better leave all that, you know, the evidence report will cover all of that, and we'll get into that, but that question might lead to a lot more. And
Earl Warren, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, also came with Commissioner Gerald Ford, a future president. The prime purpose of their visit was to interview Jack Ruby, who had appealed against his sentence. A frightened man, he claimed he could not talk freely in Dallas and begged 8 times to be taken to Washington to testify. The commissioners left, ignoring his pleas.
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives. The people that had so much to gain and had such an ulterior motive for putting me in a position I'm in will never let the true facts come above board to the world.
Now, these people are in very high positions, Jack?
Yes.
The Warren report concluded that Lee Harvey Oswald, acting alone, killed President Kennedy. Incarcerated in his cell overlooking Dealey Plaza for another 2.5 years, Jack Ruby suddenly contracted cancer and died at Parkland Hospital. With his silence permanently guaranteed, Ruby's body was flown to Chicago, the place of his birth, for burial. Only now, a quarter of a century after the president's death in Dallas, is the appalling truth behind his assassination and its cover-up revealed. Secretary Marilyn Sitzman, on the morning of the assassination, joined her boss, Abraham Zapruder, an enthusiastic home movie maker, on the grassy knoll. His film of the passing motorcade was to become the most detailed and gruesome record of the president's death.
We were looking around to see where would be a good place to be. And he looked here and he said, well, this standing up here would be a good shot. But he said, I got vertigo and I can't stand up there by myself. Would you stand behind me and hold on to me? I said, sure, why not? So he gets up here, I get up behind him, and I'm holding on to him. And he started filming about, just before they came around the corner. And we're filming, they come around the corner and start coming down, and they're, you know, waving at everybody. And then we heard what to me sounded like 2 firecrackers. You know, it was starting to get a little confusing because you could see things happening in the car, and you didn't quite get what was happening until they got right here in front of us, and the third shot hit Mr. Kennedy right in his head. We knew what happened.
This harrowing footage, after examination by the FBI, was immediately purchased by the publishers Time Life and locked away from public scrutiny. Were it not for photo analyst Robert Groden, who gained access to the original and worked on it secretly, its real significance may have remained hidden forever.
We had been told that the president had been shot from behind, from the Texas School Book Depository. If that had happened, he would have been thrown forward, the transfer of momentum of the bullet striking him in the rear of the head. But what we saw was the exact opposite. When he was struck, he was thrown to the rear and to the left, indicating a shot from the grassy knoll. The knowledge that we had been lied to scared me. I felt if anybody knew what I knew, that I'd be in a great deal of danger. So I didn't tell anybody. I quietly worked on the film for years. The more evidence that I was able to develop in the film, for instance, the timing of the shots, when the first shot was fired, which was a lot earlier than the Warren Commission had told us, at a point when Oswald, had he been up in that window, could not have fired the shot, until the most frightening, horrifying physical aspects, the nature of the wounds to the president's head, which are visible in some frames after the headshot, much clearer than anything the public has ever been allowed to see. Living with that became a horror. Trying to keep that, afraid of being discovered that I knew that, that's what frightened me the most.
The Warren Commission ignored the film evidence of a shot from the front. They were also selective in their choice of eyewitness testimony. 2 members of the Willis family told them of hearing shots fired from behind the president's car. However, other vital evidence they tried to offer went unrecorded.
The implication was persuading, yes, ma'am, because all they wanted to know was 3 shots that probably came from the depository building, which I never have doubted. That's about all they wanted. That about all got into the Warren Commission, really, that I heard 3 loud shots from a Texas depository.
The headshot seemed to come from the right front. It seemed to strike him here, and his head went back, and all of the brain matter went out the back of the head. It was like a red halo, a red circle with bright matter in the middle of it. It just went like that. It was a terrible time. You cannot imagine seeing this. You knew it happened, but you didn't want to believe it.
The particular headshot must have come from another direction besides behind him, because the back of his head blew off, and it doesn't make sense to be hit from the rear and still have your face intact. So he must have been hit from another position, you know, possibly, you know, in the front or over to the side. I really don't know where. But the back of his head blew off.
So I am very dead certain at least one shot, including the one that took the president's skull off, had to come from the right front. And I'll stand by that to my death, over my mother's grave.
The doctors at Parkland Hospital who tended the president minutes after the assassination also saw a head wound compatible with a shot from the front.
I could see that he had a large, about 7-centimeter opening in the right occipital-parietal area. A considerable portion of the brain was missing there, and the occipital cortex, the back portion of the brain, was lying down near the opening of the wound, and blood was trickling out.
Almost a fifth or perhaps even a quarter of the right back part of the head in this area here had been blasted out, along with probably most of the brain tissue in that area.
The president's body was flown in Air Force One directly from Dallas to Washington. Accompanied by Jackie Kennedy, the ornamental bronze casket was unloaded at Andrews Air Force Base, apparently to be driven straight to the Naval Medical Center at Bethesda for the official autopsy. It was here that Commanders Humes and Boswell, with Colonel Fink, were making their preparations for the autopsy of the century. Assisting them was medical technician Paul O'Connor.
The morgue door burst open and 6 or 7 men came carrying this casket in and set it on the floor next to the table, autopsy table. As I remember, this casket was a type of casket that was a cheap shipping type of casket. What I mean by a shipping casket is that it's not a very ornamental casket. It's not very expensive. It's a very plain casket.
This is not the casket in which Al Reich placed the president's body at Parkland Hospital, Dallas.
It was a expensive bronze-colored type. It was a bronze casket. One of the most expensive that we had in stock. It was a white satin lining inside the casket. We wrapped him in one of the sheets and just placed him in the casket that way.
The casket was opened, and inside was a slate gray rubber body bag with a zipper that ran from the head all the way down to the toes. It's the kind of body bag that you find people that were carried out of a disaster in. We unzipped the body bag, and inside was the body of the president. We put the body on the table. He was nude, no clothes on, but he had a white sheet, bloody white sheet wrapped around his face and his head.
So between Parkland Hospital in Dallas and the autopsy in Washington, the president's body had mysteriously been placed in another casket and also wrapped differently. Since the autopsy, there has also been a major discrepancy in the description of the president's fatal head wound.
It would be a jagged wound that involved the half of the right side of the back of the head. My initial impression was that it probably was an exit wound, so it was a very large wound.
This is not what the official autopsy photographs show. Hidden away for a quarter of a century and shown here for the first time, they reveal the back of the head intact.
The autopsy photographs show a massive wound, but it's in the right temporal area and into the parietal area, which is behind it, between the two. It is inconceivable to me that every single one of the witnesses who saw the president's head could be wrong, and specifically wrong, about this particular wound. They describe an avulsed, exploded open wound in the rear of the head. In the autopsy photograph, you see a small, neat wound of entrance. It's obvious to me that those photographs have been faked.
When I first saw the pictures of the president's body, so-called wounds, what really struck me was especially the head wound. They showed a nice little neat round bullet hole in the back of his head. When actually what I saw was the whole side of his head blown off. It was gone. I don't know where those things came from, but they're totally wrong. Every one of them.
In 1964, the Warren Commission dealt with this evidence by not looking at it. It was made available to them. They felt if they looked at it, they would have to deal with it and publish it, so they didn't deal with it. In 1977, around that time frame, the House Assassinations Committee had the photographs. What they did with it was even less excusable. They had the photographs, they had the questions that were brought to them about the photographs, and they did not allow the Dallas doctors, the most important witnesses in this particular area of the evidence, to even view them. And the reason seems quite clear. If they have the best eyewitnesses looking at the photographs saying that's not the condition of the president's head, then you not only have a conspiracy to kill the president, but absolute proof of the conspiracy to cover it up after the fact, because the only people who had the photographs were the government. If somebody faked those photographs, it was someone within the government, someone who had access to those photographs.
But there are further disturbing indications of manipulation of the medical evidence in the hours prior to the autopsy at Bethesda. Dallas doctor Robert McClelland.
I would estimate that about 20% to 25% of the entire brain was missing.
My job in working with autopsies was to remove the brain. What struck me was when we removed the sheet, I looked down, I said, my God, he didn't have any brains left, literally. I was just astounded by it. I think everybody else was too, because there was just a gasp throughout the room. There was no brain to be removed at all.
At any normal autopsy involving such gunshot wounds, the brain would have been sectioned and the bullet tracks traced and all bullet fragments examined. This was not done. A vehement critic of the government's handling of the medical evidence is also one of the world's leading forensic pathologists, Dr. Cyril Wecht.
If the brain was not sectioned, then there could be no visualization of its interior. It's as if it never existed. I am very, very suspicious, and I do think that it could have been the height of a sinister conspiratorial activity in the post-assassination cover-up in this case to make sure that the brain was not examined in order to be able to disprove, or at least to be able to withhold the attempts by other people, me and other critics, to prove that there was a second gunman firing from the right side. Because again, you see, that gets to the question of whether or not there was a conspiracy.
Another long-standing critic of the official version of events has pursued the truth through the Freedom of Information Act, acquiring valuable documents which he believes prove a cover-up at the highest level. Former Senate investigator Harold Weisberg.
Lee Harvey Oswald was killed by Jack Ruby on Sunday, the 24th of November. Nicholas Katzenbach was the acting Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General, and he knew immediately that Oswald wasn't going to be tried. They didn't have to put this evidence into court. So he takes a lawyer's yellow Lego pad, he writes out in longhand a memorandum to Bill Moyers, that was the channel to Lyndon Johnson, and in essence he says, we got to convince the world that Oswald was a lone assassin and that the evidence was such that he would have been convicted if he'd gone to trial. This is before they collected any evidence. This was Monday morning, Monday after the assassination.
The Dallas police were still collecting evidence and had to be stopped. After Oswald's death, the FBI swiftly requisitioned all the physical evidence, much to the chagrin of Police Chief Jesse Curry.
I had a request, and I have it here, where Mr. Wade requested, I request that you turn all of the evidence obtained in the investigation of Lee Oswald's assassination of the president over to the FBI for mailing to Washington. We're turning all of our physical evidence over to the FBI.
This was on the direct orders of the head of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover.
Here you have the greatest police agency in the world. They're supposed to keep the president alive. He's killed in broad daylight on the streets of a modern American city. How can Hoover possibly admit that he couldn't know about this and he couldn't prevent it? There was only one way, by having a nut who was all alone to it. There was nobody to squeal on. So, from the beginning, J. Edgar Hoover had an instant vision. Oswald was a lone nut assassin, and that's all that anybody ever considered, anybody in official position. You can say, let me try and understand what the government did, how it worked this way. And you can understand that maybe for a couple of days, they didn't want the truth to come out because they didn't know what was going to happen. They didn't want to frighten people. They wanted to preserve domestic tranquility. Was there going to be an attack on Lyndon Johnson or the Secretary of State? Was there going to be an invasion from abroad? Was this the beginning of a revolution? Those kind of things have to enter the thoughts of the people in authority in Washington. After a couple of days, when everybody knew this wasn't happening, then there's no excuse for the lying.
The lie was that Oswald, a poor shot, fired his 3 bullets from the 6th floor window of the book depository in under 7 seconds. No expert marksman has ever achieved this feat. The Warren Commission, basing its findings on the earlier FBI report, at first said 2 bullets had hit Kennedy, 1 in the back, 1 in the head, and 1 bullet had hit Governor Connolly. Their conclusions were thrown into disarray by eyewitness James Tague.
I'm standing right at the east end of the triple underpass on the sidewalk between Main and Commerce. And when the first shot, which I thought was a firecracker, happened and I heard 2 more, I ducked behind the triple underpass and actually did not see too much of what was going on until I looked out and the presidential limousine was going right by me under the underpass. At that time, Deputy Sheriff Buddy Walters said, "You have blood on your cheek." I reached up and there was a couple drops of blood. And at that time, I remembered something had stung me during the shooting. He says, "Where were you standing?" We walked back, and from about 40 feet away, we noticed a mark on the curb, a very fresh mark.
The FBI sends some agents from Dallas, and they file a report that says there's no mark there. It must have been eradicated by the brushes using to sweep the streets. You know, there'd be no streets left in the world if that happened, but it was accepted. But this wasn't even in the street, it was on the curbstone. So, of course, they couldn't get away with that. So the commission got after the FBI, and they sent Lyndall Schoenfeld, a photographic expert, down. And accompanied by Robert Gemberling, who was the case agent in Dallas on the assassination, they got the pictures, they spoke to the photographers, they went exactly to where a point was, and there it was. Except that it was a little bit different. Instead of a hole, you can see the difference in color, you can see the difference in texture, and I know because I've examined it at the archives. It's darker and smoother. Instead of a bullet hole or a nick made by a bullet, you've got it all smoothed over in darker color. So they dig it up, they take it back to Washington, they go through this incredible charade of making scraping samples off and making a spectrographic analysis of what they know is not the evidence. They don't give a damn about the fact that underneath it is something that could have been a consequence if it hadn't been covered over. They have no questions about why would somebody want to hide this when the president is killed. And then they destroyed the spectrographic plate when I asked for it. At least they say they did, and the court said to produce it. They said it doesn't exist. The explanation? Not under oath, understand, just a possible explanation. It must have done it to save space. A 32nd of an inch in the world's largest collection of files, which the FBI has, they're saving space with 1/32 of an inch, but they get away with this in court.
They did not want a missed shot. It would not fit. And my testimony would prove that there was one missed shot that went over the limousine and hit the curb beside where I was standing. It did change the outcome of the Warren report.
So late in the day, the commission were left with only 2 bullets to cause all the wounds to both Kennedy and Connolly, and one of those bullets had to have injured both men. To explain this, Arlen Specter, a counselor to the commission, created the single bullet theory, known to critics as the magic bullet.
The infamous magic bullet. We have that bullet exiting from President Kennedy's neck, moving forward and leftward and downward. It now stops in midair, it turns to the right, it comes back a full 18 inches, stops again, and then slams into John Connolly's back. It continues downward, and it goes through his wrist, and somehow they get that right wrist over to the left thigh. If you look at the Zapruder film, you'll see in the individual frames that John Connolly's right wrist is not near John Connolly's left thigh. The significance of this, the importance, cannot be exaggerated. It is impossible to overstate it. Why? Because the single bullet theory is the sine qua non of the Warren Commission report. It's not a matter of how much weight and credibility do you give to it. It's a matter of whether or not you have a single bullet theory that permits you to conclude that there was only one person firing, whether it was Oswald or anybody else in the world. If you don't have a single bullet theory, then you cannot have a sole assassin. And if you move to that point, then you're into conspiracy by definition. And that's why it had to stop with Oswald as a sole assassin. And that's why they came up with the single bullet theory. There's no question in my mind that that 26-volume set should be taken from the shelves of all the libraries where they now rest in the United States from nonfiction and placed in the fiction shelves along with Tom Sawyer, Huckleberry Finn, and Gulliver's Travels. That's where they belong.
Straight out of the realms of cheap fiction, Chicago's tough West Side and the birthplace of a notorious son. Jack Ruby, small-time hoodlum and runner for Al Capone in the 30s, based his life around gambling, narcotics, and prostitution. His Carousel Club in Dallas was one in a long line of unsuccessful nightclubs, where Ruby often played host to members of the Dallas police force and the criminal underworld. A fitness freak, Ruby swam in this pool at his apartment every morning, but internally, his life was in chaos. In the months preceding the assassination, his phone calls from the Carousel Club and this apartment to well-connected mob figures increased 10- and 20-fold, a pattern which had begun with the announcement in late April of President Kennedy's intended visit to Dallas. A distinguished journalist who knew Ruby well was Seth Cantor.
In the weeks immediately before the assassination of the president, unaccountably, Ruby had visits from some members of the underworld who he had not even seen in a period of something like 20 years. In May of 1963, Ruby traveled to New Orleans to negotiate for one or more strippers for his club and dealt with a man named Harold Tenenbaum there. But New Orleans was and has continued to be controlled by a very powerful mafia figure named Carlos Marcello.
Marcello, a leading target of the Kennedy brothers' war on crime, had sworn vengeance against them. His interests in Bourbon Street were first visited by Ruby in June 1963, ostensibly to recruit fresh flesh for his Carousel Club. This dancer at the show bar, known as Jada, was signed up by Ruby. But was she the cover for more serious underworld business?
Ruby's connections with nightclub people in New Orleans meant that one way or another he was dealing with Marcello associates. He had telephone contacts and personal contacts with various well-known gunmen and thugs who regularly serviced the underworld in Chicago, Miami, Las Vegas, Houston, and in New Orleans.
These underworld links were never investigated by the Warren Commission, who found no evidence of a conspiracy. They also found no connection between Ruby and Oswald. Interviewed for the first time, former nightclub singer Beverly Oliver has finally broken her silence of 25 years.
I purposely have waited this long. I've always felt very threatened. You know, a lot of folks that gave testimony are no longer around to give testimony any longer. I didn't want to become a statistic. I didn't want to be one of those people that shot myself in the back of the head with a shotgun. One night in particular, I recall about 2 weeks prior to the assassination, being in the club. Parking lot separated his club, the Carousel, and the club that I worked at, the Colony Club. So in between shows, the showgirls from the Colony Club would go over to Jack's club and watch their show, and in their show breaks, they would come and watch our show. So I had trotted over there that night and was watching the show, and there was a girl that danced there by the name of Jada, and she was sitting at the table with Jack Ruby and another man, and I went and sat down with them to have a drink. As I sat down at the table, Ruby introduced me to the man sitting there at the table with he and Jada, and he said, "Beverly, this is my friend Lee." And after Jack Ruby went into the police station and killed Lee Harvey Oswald, it was then that I realized this was the man that I had met in the club 2 weeks prior to the assassination of Kennedy. Lee Harvey Oswald and Jack Ruby were linked together, and I don't know how, and probably I never will. But I know in my heart that man Lee Harvey Oswald, or the person that was shot in the basement of the police station, was the man that was in the club 2 weeks prior to the assassination. As a matter of fact, the next day, Jada gave an interview to the newspaper, and she said the same thing that I'm saying to you now, that she met Oswald 2 weeks prior to the assassination of Kennedy. However, unfortunate it is, Jada is dead, or so they tell me.
Jack Ruby's close links with the Dallas police gave him easy access to their headquarters. On the assassination weekend, he was seen there several times, even correcting information about Oswald given out at a press conference. Was he stalking his prey? Billy Grammer was a police communications officer on duty the night before Ruby killed Oswald. Around 9 p.m., he received an urgent message from a caller who refused to identify himself.
I thought I recognized the voice, but at the same time, I could not put a face or a name with the voice. And as we talked, he began telling me that we needed to change the plans on moving Oswald from the basement, that he knew of the plans to make the move, and if we did not make a change, the statement he made precisely was, "We are going to kill him."
Billy Grammer reported the call, finished his shift, and went home to bed. He was asleep when Ruby, seen here on the edge of picture in his grey fedora, prepared to move in for the kill.
There is the prisoner. Do you have anything to say in your defense?
The first Billy Grammer knew of the slaying was the following morning when he switched on his television set.
No sooner than I turned it on and they were telling that Jack Ruby had killed Oswald, then I suddenly realized, you know, knowing Jack Ruby the way I did, this was the man I was talking to on the phone last night. At that time, I put the voice with the face, and I knew within myself that Jack Ruby is the one that made that call to me the night before. And I think it was obvious because he knew me and I knew him, and he called me by name over the telephone. And seeing this and knowing what I knew and what he had said, then to me it had to be Jack Ruby.
He is shot. He is shot. Oswald. It is Oswald.
While his victim lay dying on the floor of the jail office, Ruby was dragged past him and taken up to Oswald's empty cell, where he was interrogated by Don Archer.
His behavior, to begin with, he was very hyper. He was sweating profusely. I could see his heart. Of course, we had stripped him down for security purposes. He asked me for one of my cigarettes, so I gave him a cigarette. Finally, after about 2 hours had elapsed, which put it around 1 p.m., the head of the Secret Service came up, and I conferred with him, and he told me that Oswald had, in effect, died, and it should shock him because it will mean the death penalty. So I returned and said, "Jack, it looks like it's going to be the electric chair for you." Instead of being shocked, he became calm. He quit sweating. His heart slowed down. I asked him if he wanted a cigarette, and he advised me he didn't smoke. And I was just astonished that this was a complete difference in behavior of what I expected. I would say that his life had depended on him getting Oswald.
He made the statement, "We are going to kill him," which leads me to believe that this was not a spontaneous thing that happened on the spur of the moment. He was watching Oswald coming out the door, and all of a sudden he decided to shoot him. I do not believe that. I think this was a planned event with him being the man to do the shooting.
I told you earlier this morning, I think it's a waste of time. I have no chance whatsoever.
Startling new evidence of a conspiracy has emerged from a faded Polaroid photograph taken 25 years ago by Dallas housewife Mary Ann Moorman. Facing the grassy knoll, she took her picture of the president within 1/6 of a second of the fatal headshot. Horrified by the experience, Mary Ann was never to use the camera again.
Mine is a Polaroid, and I can only take one every 10 seconds, and it was at that time whenever I took it.
He was shot?
No, I didn't. I must have sensed it immediately when he slumped, because in the picture that's the way she's there, and he slumped over.
From the moment the president was hit until today, the terrible secret within Mary's picture has remained hidden.
To me, it's kind of frightening to think that this could be, and no one has found it or cared to look for it. I'm talking about our federal agencies, that something could have been there all this time and no one cared to do anything about it.
But someone has. We will reveal for the first time the man whose image has come from within this picture and who fired the shot that killed the President of the United States. Beverly Oliver, the former nightclub singer at the Colony Club, believes she saw the man who killed the president. She was in Dealey Plaza on the morning of the assassination. She carried with her a brand new movie camera to film the president as he passed by. For many years she remained unidentified, and because of her distinctive headscarf, was known simply as the Babushka Lady.
I had President Kennedy right in my zoom lens. You know, I could see Connally anytime. He's a Texan, right? Appreciate him, love him, he's great, but I wanted to see the president.
In the carnival atmosphere surrounding the motorcade, there was no indication of the danger lurking seconds away in Dealey Plaza.
When I first heard a noise, I was not aware that that was a shot being fired, and maybe perhaps that's why I continued to film, because I thought it was a backfire or a firecracker. I mean, I wasn't used to being around guns. I did not realize that those were shots until I saw in the frame of my camera President Kennedy's head come off, the back of his head. Then I realized that that was a shot. I don't know how many I heard. I know where I thought the shots came from. Was the picket fence area around that large tree somewhere on the other side of those steps, but in the picket fence area. There was a figure there and there was smoke there. I will always believe that the man that shot President Kennedy was standing somewhere in the picket fence area, and no one will ever convince me any differently.
Next to Beverly, as she filmed, was eyewitness Charles Brem with his young son. He was swiftly besieged by newsmen.
Tell us exactly what you saw, sir. He was coming down the street, and my 5-year-old boy and myself were by ourselves on the grass there on Palmer Street, and I asked Joe to wave to him, and Joe waved, and I waved, and the man... That's all right, sir. You were ahead.
It was frightening. They took me and my 5-year-old boy because we were surrounded by the 2 busloads of people there. They had asked me, how do you know it was rifle shots? Were you ever in the Army? Were you ever? I said, yes, I was not only in the Army, I was in combat, and I pulled up my sleeve and showed them my arm and said that I've had bullet holes in me. So this started the crowd around me. Well, some of the police thought that I was possibly the guilty party, and they took me right to the front door of the school book depository where a police car was parked and put me and little Joe in the police car. Well, an awful lot of the people who were passing by there thought that I had did it, and I was pounding on the car and calling me names that you don't repeat in good company. And there were an awful lot of... You didn't know the cops from the robbers.
After the assassination, Beverly was contacted at work by FBI agents who took her undeveloped film and promised to return it within 10 days. She has not seen it since.
From the position that I was filming, I had the best shot of the assassination, and probably the only one that had a real good shot of the grassy knoll. And probably would be a lot of unanswered questions answered if my film could be found.
Fortunately, a few feet to Beverly's left, Mary Ann Moorman in the dark coat took her picture a split second after the president had been fatally struck in the head. Although frequently examined by the FBI, her historic snapshot was too widely publicized to disappear.
We know that the president's car was in the center.
Its dramatic secret, however, has only recently been uncovered. After 5 years of intensive study of the Moorman picture by two researchers in Texas, Jack White and Gary Mack, there is at last convincing evidence of a gunman up on the grassy knoll.
Is the guy that we call Badge Man, and it appears to me that from our study of it, his waist is right at the top of the wooden fence.
Gary Mack was the first to isolate the image, now known as Badge Man.
What I was looking at, to a lot of people, might have just been like looking at an ink blot or something, and all of a sudden I started to see eyes and ears and forehead and hair, and little by little the pieces of this image started to make sense to me. And that's when I first called Jack, and with his photographic work doing the blow-ups, we could see more and more and more detail. And at one point, we realized that this fellow was probably wearing a police uniform, or some type of uniform that was close enough to what the Dallas police were wearing, so that he could pass as a police officer. And really, to me, that was the one scary moment, because that was such a brilliant plan. A police officer in that location, away from where people were watching, if anyone did see him, they wouldn't think anything about it, because there were police in that area, although nowhere near where we see this guy. So this guy was an imposter. And I got chills then, because that was the realization that this was a very cleverly, well thought out plan.
You have to keep in mind that the Mary Moorman picture is about this size, and the area that we're dealing with is about a 1/4 inch square. So the area that Badge Man appears in is very tiny. And that's why the attempts to enhance it photographically have been very difficult over the years.
This small area was the scene of an extraordinary encounter. Behind the picket fence, there is a car park, and in 1963, Gordon Arnold was a 22-year-old serviceman, just out of training camp and en route to a posting in Alaska. This is his first film interview.
On that particular morning, what happened was I came downtown and I thought there was going to be a parade. So what I did was I parked my vehicle back here in this parking lot, and I intentionally walked to this particular corner because I wanted to take pictures of the parade off of the railroad bridge. Well, this is about as far as I got, because what happened is when I got my leg to about this position, a man came around the corner off the bridge, had a suit on, and he turned around and he told me that I wasn't going to be there. And I guess I was younger and more spunky at that time, because I told him, you and who else is going to keep me off the bridge? And he pulled out an identification card and he said, I'm with the CIA. And I said, well, that's enough muscle. I'll leave. So I turned around and I brought my leg back over like this. I walked down the fence line here about halfway. And I was looking over the fence to see if I could get a good shot of the parade. And he come back up and he told me, he says, I told you to get out of this area. And I said, okay. So I walked the complete length of the fence, got around on the other side. That's when I started to line up my frame so that I could take the picture of the parade. I had been panning shots through here so that I could get whatever was going to come down the street. And I saw that it was the President of the United States. And as I was panning down this direction, just as I got to about this position, a shot come right past my left ear. And that meant it would have had to have come from this direction. And that's when I fell down. And to me, it seemed like a second shot was at least fired over my head. There's a bunch of report going on in this particular area at that time. And what happened was that while I was laying on the ground, it seemed like a gentleman came from this particular direction. And I thought it was a police officer because he had a uniform of a police officer. But he didn't wear a hat, and he had dirty hands. But it didn't really matter much at that time because with him crying like he was and with him shaking when he had the weapon in his hand, I think I'd have gave him almost anything except the camera because that was my mother's. And literally what the man did was kick me and asked me if I was taking a picture. I told him that I was. And when I looked at the weapon, it was about that big around, and I decided I'd let him go ahead and have the film. I gave it to him, and then he went back off in this direction. I went off in this direction. And 3 days later, I was in Alaska. And I didn't come back to the United States for about 18 months.
We spent a lot of time studying the picture and looking at little details, and I guess in the back of our minds was a story that had come out 4 years earlier by a man named Gordon Arnold, who claimed to be a witness to the assassination and claimed to have been standing up by the fence. And there was a light blob of something very close to where Badgeman was. We weren't sure what it was, but gradually as details started coming out with Jack's photo work, we realized that this image was probably Gordon Arnold. And here's a guy who had told his story just to an acquaintance and was overheard, and that story went off to the news media, and Gordon Arnold was interviewed, and it appeared in the newspaper that he had been at the scene and was in that location, but no one believed him because there were no photographs or films that showed a man in that position. But all of a sudden, the Mormon picture confirmed his story. And again, the interesting part is that Gordon Arnold's story came out 4 years before we noticed the appearance of this figure in the Mormon photograph.
We later learned that Arnold was wearing this Army cap that had a slight point at the top and a medallion on the right-hand side that said U.S. Army, and it's exactly what we see in the photograph. We also know that Gordon Arnold was filming this scene with a movie camera, and that's exactly what the photograph shows, because we see the right arm of the person in this position with his hand up toward his face and what appears to be obstructing his face, something perhaps like a movie camera.
All right, you want to check that measurement once again?
Yeah, this is about...
Gary and Jack's work has been verified and duplicated by independent experts in Great Britain. Measurements taken in Dealey Plaza and from Mary Ann's original camera confirm that it was possible for the Badgeman figure to have fired the fatal headshot.
And excellent view of the street from here. See the center lane, which is where the president was, and see that whole lane for almost the entire period. It's a great position to be in.
But the photograph had yet more to reveal.
I was sitting in my office here one day looking at the picture, and I saw just all of a sudden, what appeared to be another image standing directly behind the Badgeman. This appears to be a person in a hard hat and a white T-shirt. The lighting on him is entirely consistent with the lighting on Badgeman. In other words, there's a highlight on the construction helmet that he seemed to be wearing. There's a shadow of his head down on his shoulders, and the lighting source is absolutely consistent with the rest of the picture. He appears to be looking off in the direction of the school book depository.
It was important in all this work that we develop somehow some independent corroboration for what we were seeing. And one of the important and yet often neglected witnesses in the Kennedy case is a railroad signalman named Lee Bowers, who was working in a railroad tower behind the picket fence and behind the grassy knoll. And he had a good view of the area where we see these figures. And he testified to the Warren Commission and told them that when Kennedy appeared in Dealey Plaza, there were two men behind the fence that he could see. And these two men were in this one position the whole time before, during, and after the shooting.
Lee Bowers died in a mysterious car accident 2.5 years after the assassination. However, his story is confirmed by another eyewitness, Ed Hoffman, a deaf mute who is interviewed here for the first time.
I'd gotten off work early because I had a dentist's appointment. I was traveling down the freeway here, and I remembered that President Kennedy was coming to visit Dallas. I parked my car here. I realized at this spot that I would be able to see Kennedy pass close by. I stood here and waited, and I was looking towards where he would be coming from. I suddenly saw two men who looked suspicious directly over there in the car park.
25 years ago, these trees did not obscure the view. From his position at the side of the freeway, Ed Hoffman could clearly see the car park area behind the grassy knoll.
I saw a man standing here, wearing a black hat and a blue jacket. I saw a puff of smoke and I thought it was a cigarette, but it wasn't. He had a gun and he walked towards the railroad. He tossed the gun to the second man. Then he turned and straightened his jacket, adjusted his hat, and walked casually away. The man with the striped shirt, the railroad shirt, walked over to the electrical box with the gun. He took the gun apart. He put it in a toolbox. He then walked slowly away in the direction of the railroad track. When the motorcade passed by below me here, I realized that Kennedy had been shot. I was horrified. I saw a policeman standing on the railroad bridge, and I tried to get his attention, but he didn't see me. So I got in my car and drove to the area where I had seen the two men. But there were so many people there, and I couldn't find them. I went to the FBI to tell them what I had seen. They didn't want me to say anything. They offered me money to keep quiet. They didn't understand that it was more important for me to tell them what I'd seen. It was hard for me to communicate with them. I do feel that the two men I saw were working together, and that the one with the gun behind the fence was the man who shot President Kennedy.
Look at the situation. The FBI started in the investigation right away, and they had all these reports, over 50 reports from eyewitnesses saying at least one of the shots came from that area. And here, all of a sudden, they've got a photograph that shows the precise area within a sixth of a second of when the president's head explodes. Someone, somewhere in the FBI must have wondered, perhaps the gunman is in this picture. And I think they knew the evening of the assassination that there was a second gunman up in the grassy knoll. The medical evidence as it exists now does not indicate a shot from the front. But we do have to understand that if Badgeman was firing, and if it was Badgeman's shot that struck the president in the head, that means the medical evidence has been altered. And there you've got conspiracy existing within the United States government.
Despite the government, Gordon Arnold is certain of what he saw.
The training that I had just finished, they were shooting live ammunition over us. And when a bullet goes past your ear and your eardrum feels like it's coming out the other side of your head, it's close. That's why I thought I was shot. There's no doubt in my mind that I was there, and it did occur.
Further verification of Gordon's presence on the knoll comes from a surprising source, Senator Yarborough.
During that shooting, my eye was attracted to the right. I saw a movement, and I saw a man just jump about 10 feet like at the old-time flying tackle in football and land against a wall. I thought to myself, there's an infantryman who's either been shot at in combat or he's been trained thoroughly. The minute you hear firing, get under cover.
This colorized version of the Badgeman picture was shown to Gordon Arnold for the first time. He has always believed there was no proof of his presence on the knoll that day.
Looks like a soldier in summer uniform with an overseas cap on. It looks like it would have been my uniform. It looks like there's a camera, or there's something up in front of the face. It looks like a white spot. If it's a flash, it would be like off of a muzzle flash. This looks like a police officer, because that would be the badge. That would be the arm emblem. Would this fella back here be the railroad man I asked you about this morning? Because when I was walking to the site,
And I had never told anybody that I had, when we were out there filming, it reminded me that there was a railroad worker just standing out there by the railroad tracks. But that, it looks like somebody's taking a picture. Yeah, I couldn't figure out why would I be standing crooked until I flipped that up, and if that's a muzzle blast or flash, then whoever's standing there would have been a fool to stand up straight. He'd been trying to get away from harm's way is what it boils down to. And that could very well be me. Son of a gun. That would be the closest thing that I've ever, to be honest with you, the picture bothers me because if this is a true thing of what has occurred, then I could be the only one that saw the man. They killed the president. And to be honest with you, if I'd have known this, I wouldn't have given the interview. That it's too close to home right now.
If the figure is real, then that means the witnesses were correct and the researchers who have spoken of conspiracy for 25 years now were also correct. It means the Warren Commission was wrong. There was a conspiracy. The question then is, who was involved in the conspiracy? And alongside with that is, was Lee Harvey Oswald involved in the conspiracy? One of the good things the Warren Commission did was literally itemize the last few days of Lee Harvey Oswald's life. And the problem for the Warren Commission now would become, well, he had no opportunity to be with other people to plan something like this. So we now have to wonder, seriously, perhaps for the first time, whether Lee Harvey Oswald even fired any shots.
The search for the men who did fire the shots has taken a dramatic step forward due to a painstaking and dangerous investigation by one man, writer Steve Revell.
My goal throughout the last 4 years has been to identify the people who actually murdered the President of the United States, build a case against them, and bring them into custody so that they can be questioned. Because it seems to me that the only way we are going to learn the true nature of this conspiracy and identify the people who were ultimately responsible is through them.
Writer Steve Revell's lone pursuit of Kennedy's killers began 4 years ago. His first breakthrough came when he was given the name of a French drug smuggler in prison in the United States, who, it was rumored, had some first-hand knowledge of the president's assassination.
The initial turning point was the first meeting that I had with the French narcotics trafficker at Leavenworth Penitentiary. His name was Christian David. He had been a member of the old French Connection heroin network. He had then been a leader of the Corsican drug trafficking network in South America, known as the Latin Connection. And he had also been an intelligence agent for a number of intelligence services around the world. In exchange for my help in finding him an attorney to represent him against the possibility of his deportation to France after he finished his sentence at Leavenworth, he agreed to give me a certain amount of information concerning the assassination based upon his own knowledge. The first thing that he told me, very reluctantly, and only after 4 or 5 hours of my arguing with him, was that he was aware that there had been a conspiracy to murder the president, and indeed in May or June of 1963 in Marseille, he had been offered the contract to kill President Kennedy. That was the initial breakthrough, if you will. He was eventually deported to France. I remained in contact with him. I went to Paris to interview him in 2 prisons in Paris. And in the fear that he would be either committed to an asylum or that he would be convicted of an old murder charge, he gradually gave me additional information about the assassination. His position was that there were 3 killers and that they had been hired on a contract which had been placed with the leader of the Corsican Mafia of Marseille, a man named Antoine Guérigny. Guérigny, he said, was asked to supply 3 assassins, high-quality, experienced killers, to murder the president, and that Guérigny did so. In the course of one of the first significant conversations I had with David on this subject, he told me that he had been in Marseille in May or June of 1963, and that every evening he went to Antoine Guérigny's club on the old port of Marseille to meet people who owed him money. One evening, Guérigny sent for him, asked him to come to his office, which was above the club. And Guérigny told him that he had an important contract, and he asked David if he were interested. David said, who's the contract on? And Guérigny said, an American politician. David asked, well, is it a congressman, a senator? And Guérigny said, higher than that. La plus haute légume, he said, the highest vegetable. At that point, of course, David knew who he was talking about. David asked him where was the contract to be carried out. And when Guérigny said it would be done inside the United States, David refused on the grounds that that was much too dangerous. Now, David initially would only give me the first name of one of the 3 men on the grounds that 2 of the 3 were still alive. And since they were members of this Corsican milieu, which has a code of silence and a code of vendetta, if he named them, he himself would be murdered. However, he did agree to give me the first name of the 3rd man who he said was dead. And that man, he said, was named Lucien. I then spent a great deal of time in Paris and Marseille trying to find out who this Lucien was. And through contacts that I made in the journalistic and police and intelligence communities, I was able to determine that this Lucien was in fact a Corsican drug trafficker and killer of the 1960s and 70s by the name of Lucien Sarti. Sarti had been killed in Mexico City in 1972. I confronted David with the name of Sarti, and he in effect confirmed that that was the man he had referred to. He was an extremely reckless, very daring man, known and despised even by his colleagues for taking enormous chances. But that same recklessness made him one of the most successful contract killers and drug traffickers of his era.
Having identified Sarti, Christian David, fearing for his life, refused to name the other 2 assassins recruited to kill Kennedy. Nonetheless, in successive interviews, he slowly began to reveal how the contract, placed here in Marseille, had been carried out.
In the fall of 1963, the 3 killers were flown from Marseille to Mexico City, where they spent some 3 or 4 weeks at the house of a contact in Mexico City. He said that they were then driven from Mexico City to the U.S. border at Brownsville, Texas. They crossed the border using Italian passports. He said that they were picked up on the American side of the border at Brownsville by a representative of the Chicago Mafia, with whom they conversed in Italian. They were then driven to Dallas and put up in a safe house, which had been prepared for them so as not to leave any hotel records. He said that they spent several days taking photographs of Dealey Plaza. And in the evenings at the safe house, they studied the photographs and they arranged what he called a crossfire with 3 guns. On the question of the actual murder, he was reasonably specific that 2 of the assassins were in buildings behind the president's limousine. He did not know which buildings. However, he did specify that one was high and one was low. In fact, he said presque sur l'horizontale, almost on the horizontal. And he went on to add, you can't understand the wounds unless you understand that one of the men was almost on the horizontal. Now, in a separate conversation with David, I asked him, based upon what I knew about Sarti's penchant for changing his appearance, whether Sarti had ever said anything to him about having worn a disguise. And David said, what do you mean by a disguise? I asked him, did Sarti ever indicate that he wore clothing other than he normally would have worn? And David thought about it for a moment and said, he wore a uniform. I asked him what kind of uniform, and he refused to answer. But he did add that on jobs like this, they were always in disguise. He said if, for example, there were a military post nearby, they would dress in military uniforms. He said that there were 4 shots. The first shot was fired from the rear, struck the president in the back. The second shot was also fired from the rear, and as David said, hit the other man in the car. The third shot was fired by Sarti from the front, struck the president in the head. And the fourth shot was fired from the rear and missed the automobile entirely. So his scenario, as he claims to have learned it from the gunman, was 3 guns, 4 shots, 3 hits, 1 miss. He also added at one point that 2 of the shots were fired almost simultaneously. He said that in the moment of panic, which always follows an incident of this kind, they were able to get away from Dealey Plaza and go back to the safe house. Now, he made the specific point that the worst thing that you can do at a moment like that is to try to escape. And so they stayed in their safe house for some 10 days until things quieted down sufficiently, and then they were flown by a private plane from Dallas to Montreal. He said that the people who met them in Montreal were established contacts who were used to moving people in and out of the country, and that from Montreal they returned to Marseille. Now, having told me all of this, I presented to him the obvious problem, which was his personal lack of credibility. And I asked him, was there anybody in the world who could substantiate this story? And it was at that point, after thinking about it for a minute, that he advised me to go and look for a man named Michel.
Michel Nicolai could have been anywhere in the world. A former narcotics trafficker turned government informant, he had become a United States federally protected witness and had officially disappeared.
I searched for him in Europe, North America, Central America, and South America. I traveled many, many thousands of miles, spoke to hundreds and hundreds of people. I was given a lot of false leads. I took out coded ads in newspapers all over the world addressed to him using language that he would understand. And finally, in June of 1986, I, almost by accident, found the one person in the US government who knew where he was, who was a very high official of the Drug Enforcement Administration. I was able to persuade this man to put me in touch with him without telling him why I wanted to talk to Michel, and he agreed to do so. My DEA contact at one point said to me that in the 30 years that he had been in the business, Michel was the best witness he'd ever had. He had never given the government false or misleading information, and if he said something was true, as my friend said, you could go to the bank on it. Another DEA official whom I spoke to in Marseille, who has known Michel as a witness, said he's always been, in his words, a dynamite witness. Have you had any contact whatever with Christian David recently?
No, I haven't.
For how long?
Not since we were in Brazil together. I caught sight of him in prison, but only in passing, that's all. We haven't been in touch.
So that's how long it's been since you have had any contact with him?
In 1972, we came back from Brazil together. I met him in prison. Or rather, I caught a glimpse of him in the criminal court, that's all. I just caught sight of him, that's all. Since then, I haven't seen him.
In the course of 3 subsequent conversations, among other things, Michel confirmed that Lucien Sarti was one of the 3 killers. And I went through with him the details that David had given me. He confirmed all of the details with the exception of 2, in which case he said he did not know those specifics. But he did say that he had learned the details from the same source at the same time as David had.
When we met in a bar in Argentina in 1966, I think. Christian David was present. There were 4, 5 or 6 of us, I can't remember exactly.
The final pieces of the puzzle were falling into place. From the lips of Michel Nicolai, Steve now had the names of the other 2 assassins. He now sought to confirm their participation from his first informant, still awaiting trial in his prison cell in Paris.
At that point, I then went back to David. I gave him all 3 names, and in effect, he confirmed them. When I showed David an aerial photograph of Dealey Plaza, the first thing he said was, "Show me where the railroad bridge is." I pointed out the bridge over Elm Street, and he said that was where Sarti wanted to be. But on the morning of the assassination, the bridge was guarded, and he was forced, as he said, to move on to the little hill with the wooden fence. He took up a position from behind the wooden fence from which he fired 1 shot, and David specified that he used an explosive bullet. Now, he said that Sarti was the only one who used that kind of ammunition, a remark which he refused to explain and which I didn't understand at the time, until I put the question to Michel. When I asked Michel if it were true that Sarti had used an exploding bullet, Michel sighed and said, yes, that was what I had heard.
Yes, it's Lucien Sarti. Me too. I sometimes carried them with me, but I didn't use them.
What was the advantage of having bullets like that?
It makes a larger hole in the body. And when the bullet flattens out, there aren't any traces, no marks, nothing.
On the question of payment, Michel agreed with David that the assassins had been paid in heroin, and he went a bit farther. In my first conversation with him, he indicated that although he did not know it at the time, it was he who converted the heroin payment into cash for the assassins. He indicated, at least initially, that the 3 men had appeared at his apartment in Buenos Aires in the months following the assassination with, as he put it, a substantial quantity of heroin. He was surprised because, to his knowledge, it was the first time that any of the 3 of them had dealt in heroin. But given his reputation for not asking embarrassing questions, he simply agreed to convert the heroin into cash for them.
Did they ever give you any indication about who was behind this contract?
No, they didn't talk to me about that. It was Christian David who told me that it was someone in the mafia, but I don't know who it was.
But it was known more or less generally in this circle of Frenchmen in South America that it was the mafia that was behind it.
Yes.
My own conviction at this point is that the contract probably originated with Carlos Marcello of New Orleans, who placed it in Marseille through his colleague Santos Traficante Jr., who had the closest relations with Antoine Guérini. Beyond that, it seems reasonable that Giancana of Chicago was involved, if we accept David and Michel's idea that the assassins were met at the border by representatives of the Chicago Mafia. And the fact that Sarti's customers were primarily in New York, and the fact that the assassins evidently moved out of the United States through the Montreal corridor, which was very closely linked to the New York Mafia, also suggests that Gambino may have been involved.
In your view, why would they go so far to find assassins for such a job?
In my opinion, to obliterate any traces, to fool the government. Yes, it's more difficult to find foreign killers. It's more difficult, in my view.
The Mafia had to hire white men for the job, since it was to take place in the American South, which meant that they could not go to the other 2 centers where one found assassins at that time, namely Beirut and Hong Kong. Secondly, they needed highly experienced, skilled assassins. Thirdly, they needed assassins who, if they were caught, could not directly be tied to the American Mafia, and also who were not known to the American police. And fourthly, once again, if they were caught, assassins who could be counted on not to talk.
When someone has a contract to kill someone, he's not rubbing out the name, he's rubbing out the person. You just have to kill him, that's all. And according to who it is, you get paid more. According to who it is, and that's all.
But after all, it was the President of the United States they were talking about.
If they did it, it's because they didn't give a damn. There are people like David who refused to do it. There were others who didn't refuse.
But Sarti, would he have been capable of that?
Oh, yes. As a killer, he's capable of anything. It's not a question of sentiment. No sentiment with him.
I couldn't pursue the matter much farther on my own. I mean, to this point, I had been working on it for 3 years, essentially on my own. It was clear that at this point I was going to need some sort of official assistance. And so I decided to confide what I knew in the DEA official who had put me in touch with Michel. Based upon what Michel had said and his own inquiries, the DEA official decided that the matter ought to be handled in an official fashion. The first step was that he and I together went to interview Michel. And to my enormous relief, Michel repeated essentially the same story he had told me in front of the DEA official. At that point, I, in effect, had engaged some official interest on the part of the government in my inquiries. The DEA official then felt that it was necessary to make the FBI aware of what it was we had learned, since the case was not in DEA's jurisdiction, but was still in the FBI's jurisdiction.
The essence of what I learned was turned over to the FBI by the DEA in 1987. An official of the FBI then interviewed Michel Nicoly and indicated that he was persuaded by Nicoly's statement. I assumed at that point that given the testimony by credible witnesses, the government would then move toward the indictment and the arrest of the people who had been named. So far as I can tell, since then, nothing has happened. Subsequent to that, I was able to learn from Christian David and other sources that the man who was in charge of the logistics and the organization of this plot was another Marseille gangster, a very important figure, was based here in Marseille for many years, named Paul Mondoloni, who was for many years the liaison between the Guerinis at their headquarters here on the Old Port and the U.S. Mafia, specifically Santos Trafficante. They established that liaison in Havana when Mondoloni ran the Corsican casinos there, and it was sustained later when the Corsicans were thrown out by Castro and they were forced to move to Montreal and establish a heroin smuggling outpost there. Mondoloni would have been the ideal person to have organized and carried out this plot. The feeling on the part of the officials, both at DEA and FBI, however, was that before we could go to a grand jury, we would need 2 witnesses. We had potentially Michel Nicoly. They felt we would also have to have Christian David. However, Christian David has steadfastly refused to testify on this case until he is freed from jail. He obviously fears for his life. Now, all this is very frustrating. I mean, it's a very intolerable state of affairs because the men who murdered the President of the United States have been named by witnesses who even the government considers are credible. We have people we can put our hands on, people we can arrest, and nothing is being done about it. And yet until they're arrested and interrogated, and the truth comes from their own lips, if they are in fact guilty, we may never know the resolution of this mystery. We may never have the truth about this matter. And that's a situation that I personally find intolerable.
Christian David is still in Paris on the old murder charge, the shooting of a French policeman in 1966. He vehemently protests his innocence. His defense lawyer, Henri Jérémy, has great faith in the credibility of his client and his extensive inside knowledge of the criminal underworld.
David is not anybody. He's a serious man. And American authorities knows that David is a serious man. David has been a long time in jail during his life, but anyway, he has made a lot of things during his life. Then when David says something, it's serious.
But David has always been extremely reluctant to impart any details of what he knows about the killing of Kennedy, even to his own lawyer.
I said, yes, I know certain things. Could you tell me those things? I asked him. He told me, no, I'll talk when I'll be free. Yes, but he told me, I can, if you want, write to you what I know. I said, all right. And then he wrote to me a letter, a closed letter. And on this letter, it's written, cette lettre doit être gardée en dépôt par mon avocat jusqu'à ce que j'aie retrouvé ma liberté. Elle ne peut pas être ouverte sans mon autorisation. That letter must be kept in deposit by my lawyer until I am free. It's impossible to open it without my authorization. There is 2 signatures, Christian David, Christian David. I think there is in this envelope details important to find murderers, because I think there were murderers, and not only one murderer. That's what it is in this envelope. That's what I think about that.
With the new evidence that has emerged from these investigations, so many of the mysteries surrounding the murder of the president can at last be explained. Not least of all, the manipulation of the medical evidence to conceal the devastating effects of the dum-dum bullet fired from the right front by Lucien Sarti. The use of such a distinctive missile and its trajectory would have been immediately apparent at a normal autopsy, as Dr. Cyril Wecht explains.
A frangible bullet is one that is constructed to literally break apart upon impact. Some people call it an exploding missile, some people call it a dum-dum, but they're not quite the same. I think the more correct technical word would be a frangible bullet. If a frangible bullet had been fired from the right side, then it would have, of course, dispersed into dozens, if not hundreds, of fragments, leaving no significant piece of itself intact. There were many small pieces of metal that were never subjected to neutron activation analysis testing. And unless that was done, you see, we could never know for sure whether all of the fragments came from one particular bullet or one batch of bullets. That's the significance of the brain examination relating to whether there was a second gunman and also the possibility of whether a frangible bullet had been used by that second gunman firing from the right side.
I've become convinced that Oswald had nothing to do with the assassination and that he was very carefully chosen and very carefully set up to take the blame. Based upon what I've learned, it seems to me that all the principals involved in the plot to kill the president had ties of one kind or another with U.S. intelligence agencies. There was Trafficante and Giancana, who had been conspiring with the CIA to assassinate Fidel Castro. Antoine Guérini, who had had a relationship with both the OSS and the CIA dating from 1943. And there was Oswald, whom I'm satisfied had been used as a low-level intelligence operative. So even though I don't think that the CIA, for example, had anything directly to do with the assassination, on the day after the assassination, they found themselves in a horribly compromised position, a position in which they could very easily have been blackmailed by the plotters into covering up whatever they knew about the assassination.
But the mafia could hardly have acted alone, given the intricacy of the assassination plot and the strength of the cover-up for 25 years. Colonel Fletcher Prouty was Chief of Special Operations of the Joint Chiefs of Staff during Kennedy's presidency. He believes even more powerful forces were ultimately responsible.
I think without any question, it's what we called the use of hired gunmen. And this isn't new. In fact, this little manual here, which is called the Assassination Manual for Latin America, contains a line which says that, talking about Latin America, if possible, professional criminals will be hired to carry out specific selective jobs, jobs in quote, which means murders. Well, if this manual for Latin America, printed within the last few years, and a government manual, says that, there's no question but what the application of the same techniques was dated back in Kennedy's time. In fact, I know that from my own experience. You know, I was in that business in those days. So, with that knowledge, you begin to realize that hired criminals, the way this book says, can be hired by anybody in power with sufficient money to pay them, but more importantly, with sufficient power to operate the cover-up ever after. Because you see, there's one thing to kill somebody. It's another thing to cover up the fact that you did it or that you hired somebody to do it, and that's more difficult. So they use the device of the Warren Commission report to cover up their hired killers. Now, who would hire the killers, and who has the power to put the Warren Commission report out over the top of the whole story? You see, you're dealing with a very high echelon of power. It doesn't necessarily reside in any government. It doesn't necessarily reside in any single corporate institution, but it seems to reside in a blend of the two. Otherwise, how could you have gotten people like the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court to participate in the cover-up, the police in Dallas to participate in the cover-up, et cetera, and the media? You know, all the media, not just one or two newspapers, but none of them will print the story that other than Oswald killed the president with 3 bullets, something that's absolutely untrue.
I think it's extremely important for the American people to know that there can be the overthrow of a government, that there can be a coup d'etat in America, that in fact did happen through the assassination of President Kennedy. In order to prevent that kind of thing from happening again, in order to expose the forces that were responsible for that kind of murder and the kind of cover-up that has ensued in the following 25 years, it's necessary to expose it. Otherwise, we can have the same thing repeated again. Therefore, in the same fashion that we have exposed problems and scandals involved with Watergate, problems in Vietnam, problems in Central America, problems in the overthrow of governments elsewhere like Allende in Chile, and on and on and on, so must we expose that same kind of political assassination in our country. As painful as it may be, as disruptive as it might be in a transitory nature, as embarrassing as it might be to certain individuals and organizations in the United States government, that has to be uncovered. If they were able to do it to John F. Kennedy then, they could do it to some other president in the future.
Grief-stricken family mourns the death of its favorite son, John Fitzgerald Kennedy. Their anguish is shared by a disbelieving world, appalled at the brutality of the slaying of the 35th President of the United States.
I feel, based upon what I know now, there was what I would call a benign cover-up. Yes, there was. They were concerned about Oswald's connections to the Soviet Union and to Castro. And they were fearful that if the American public were to find this out, they could become so incensed that it could have possibly led to an atomic war.
We have the right to know the truth. If we don't have the truth, everything we build on is a lie. It's like building a building on a false foundation. Sooner or later, it's going to crumble.
I think we must know what happened in November 22, 1963, in order to be a democracy today. And until the truth is told about that day, then we don't know that they're telling the truth today.
Allen Dulles, director of the CIA, until Kennedy fired him, was one of the commissioners responsible for producing the 26-volume Warren Report on the president's assassination. The American media were glowing in their praise of the report that concluded Lee Harvey Oswald was alone responsible. It was only under closer scrutiny that the superficiality of its findings became clear.
The Warren Commission decided that there were 3 shots fired, and the first shot struck the president in the back, exited his throat, went on to strike Governor Connolly in the back and exited in his right chest, and then went through his right wrist and then wound up embedded in his thigh, and the bullet fell out at Parkland Hospital. The Warren Commission also decided the second shot probably missed and flew off into Dealey Plaza somewhere. And the commission decided that the third shot struck the president in the head and killed him. And that's the official version of what happened. And it's interesting, one of the early researchers pointed out that no witness at any time has ever described the assassination as having happened that way. Only the Warren Commission came up with that interpretation, and it's the single assassin theory.
On the morning of the assassination, Bill and Gail Newman had gone down to Dealey Plaza with their children to watch the presidential motorcade pass. They were the closest spectators to the tragedy, and their account is echoed by many others who were there.
The first 2 shots, I didn't realize what they were, but the third shot, after it was fired, I heard Mrs. Kennedy scream, "Oh no, they've shot Jack," and it was just sort of sent a chill over you. It was just terrible.
I can remember seeing the side of the president's ear and head come off. I remember a flash of white and the red and just bits and pieces of flesh exploding from the president's head. At that time, I turned to Gail and said, "That's it, hit the ground." And we turned and hit the ground and covered our children. But when the third shot was fired, I thought it came from directly behind towards the grassy knoll behind me. I based that primarily on the third shot from what I saw of the side of the president's head coming off and from the sound of the rifle, the report of the rifle.
As the official story started coming out and hearing that the shots came from the building, these witnesses started to doubt their own ears. So as the days went by, fewer and fewer of these witnesses would come forward because they just all of a sudden weren't really sure about what they had heard. They were convinced on November 22, 63 that at least 1 shot came from the front. But by 4 or 5 days later, then they weren't sure and they didn't come forward at all.
Mary Woodward was a junior reporter on the Dallas Morning News who had joined the lunchtime crowds in Dealey Plaza to watch the Kennedy motorcade. She was the journalist closest to the tragedy and rushed back to her office to file the story in a state of great consternation.
They first of all took me to the office nurse and had me have a tranquilizer because they thought was somewhat hysterical. I think I was behaving quite rationally under the circumstances. But anyhow, I then sat down and wrote the story immediately and actually had completed the story before the news was absolutely confirmed that he was even dead. So the story was absolutely my own impressions. It was not from anything anyone had said or what I had read or heard. Some things I have often said I would hate to swear before a court of law or before God, but one thing I am totally positive of in my own mind is how many shots there were, and there were 3 shots. The second 2 shots were immediate. It was almost as if one were an echo of the other. They came so quickly. The sound of one did not cease until the second shot. With the second and third shots, I did see the president being hit. I literally saw his head explode. So I felt that the shots had come, as I wrote in my article, from behind me and to my right, which would have been in the direction of the grassy knoll and the railroad overpass.
Because it contradicted the sole assassin theory, Mary's eyewitness account was quickly pulled and her version discounted.
civic leaders, responsible people, whether it be the mayor, the managing editor of the paper, almost felt it a responsibility to kind of not rock the boat, perhaps. The neat answer was the version that came to be the most widely accepted, that there were 3 shots and they had all come from the school book depository building and they were all fired by Lee Harvey Oswald.
We do know that the FBI, as the official investigative body for the Warren Commission, apparently collected all the possible evidence it could find that indicated Lee Harvey Oswald did it and did it alone. Other evidence that pointed to perhaps other people or other locations for shooters was either ignored or deemed to be mistaken or misinterpreted.
I was interviewed by the FBI, but I did not testify before the Warren Commission. It's my understanding the reason I did not go before the Warren Commission was because in my statement that I thought the shots came from directly behind implied the shots were coming from the grassy knoll. This is something apparently the Warren Commission did not want to hear. They wanted to keep the direction of the assassination in the direction of the school book depository.
On that tragic day in Dallas, the routine protection of the President of the United States was compromised from the very beginning, according to military expert Colonel Fletcher Prouty.
What they call protection of the president is an old skill. I went to Mexico City in 1956 when President Eisenhower went to Mexico City. And by that I mean the security people went there more than a month early to look at every angle of the trip. There are rules and manuals on what we call protection. The Secret Service, that is an organization of limited size, is authorized to call any number of military people. And these are military people who are already trained to augment their forces in a case like this. There's no shortage of people. Ordinarily, a unit of military, I think was called a Special Group Number 113, would have come up from San Antonio, Texas, and would have been deployed all through the streets of Dallas, the important streets of Dallas. That was not done. In fact, the commander was specifically told he wasn't needed. You've all seen the picture of the school book building, you know, where Oswald is supposed to have shot the president. You notice in those pictures there are open windows. If the Secret Service had been there and had done their usual job, none of those windows would have been open. And had anyone opened one of those windows at that time, they would have been on the radio, they would have had a man in that room immediately, and the window would have been closed. You see, that's protection. That didn't take place. In fact, there were no Secret Service people on the ground around Dealey Plaza that afternoon. They were told they were not needed.
There was further unprofessional conduct concealed at the time. The night before the assassination, most of the presidential bodyguard spent a drunken evening at this notorious Fort Worth nightclub, some staying until 5 a.m. Drinking alcohol while on a tour of duty contravened all Secret Service regulations. It could well explain their failure to react when the deadly shots strafed the presidential car only hours later in what was to be a classic ambush.
Instead of going straight down the street and then to the Trade Mart, he made this 90-degree turn and then another very sharp turn in front of the school book depository building. Now, the Secret Service have rules against that. The rules are that if the car is slowed down below 44 miles an hour, you must then protect it fully in other ways, such as not digressing and going around corners and all that, because when you slowed him around that corner, you opened up field of fire from 3 directions, behind him, to the side, and from in front. And of course, he was killed right in that position that had been set up by the selection of that route.
To this day, the gruesomeness of Kennedy's killing haunts those who were closest to the president. Riding a few feet from the limousine was Dallas police outrider Bobby Hargis.
There's another motorcycle officer by the name of Buddy Brewer that came up to me and says, "Bob, you have something on your lip." And he tucked his finger like that, and it was a piece of the president's brain and a piece of his skull bone that had hit me on the lip. The watery blood and stuff that came from his wound had splattered my motorcycle and all over my uniform and my helmet and my face. And all of us felt real bad. Every single soul in the police department felt bad. And you could tell it by just looking at them. That's why I had all the bad dreams. One of the nightmares is as we're turning off of Main Street onto Houston Street, I can see up at the school book depository, I can see something shiny in one of the windows. And then the shine goes off and becomes a gun barrel. And I turn around on my motorcycle to try to tell the Secret Service people that there's something up there, and I scream and I yell and they don't hear me. And I do this all the way until the president gets shot and no one hears me.
In the ensuing chaos, police officers at first acted independently, but within minutes their attention was focused on the Texas School Book Depository building and its open windows. All the floors were systematically searched, but the first hard evidence was discovered in the southeast corner of the 6th floor by Dallas Police Detective Luke Mooney.
I immediately saw the area with some books had been stacked up and the window was half open. Now this window was not all the way open, it was only a half pane open, which is something of this nature, high up off the windowsill. And I spotted the spent cartridges. They were lying approximately in this position. The first one was here, the second one was a foot or so from the other one, and then the third one was over in this approximate position, which the open window was like this, more so to speak, but it's an angle. I secured the area and let no one into that particular spot where the sniper's nest was, where I had seen the spent shells, and someone brought the message up that the president was DOA, was deceased. And at that time, you could have heard a pin drop. You talk about touching your heart, it did. And, pardon me. We were standing there talking and trying to reach our composure, and this wasn't brought out in the statement that there was a book there, and she looked over at it, and the was open, and why on this face of this book was about this size was a picture of Christ. And it says, Christ leads the way.
Outside Parkland Hospital, grief overcame the waiting crowd as the president's death was confirmed. The first to break the news was Senator Ralph Yarborough.
I knew he was dead. I'd been around enough violence in my life to know he was a dead man. And the press came up and they asked me what had happened. So I said, there's been a deed of horror. An excabular has sunk beneath the waves. I thought that would tell them, in effect, what had happened without my saying he was dead.
We made valiant and unceasing efforts to resuscitate this man who was mortally wounded. And I think had we taken the opposite attack and said, oh, this man is dead, that even today people would be questioning and telling us stories about mortally wounded people who had been resuscitated when all hope was lost. So instead of taking that approach, we took the approach, let's save this man if we can, and we made what would be commendable, I think, even by today's standards, efforts to resuscitate him.
State authorities wanted to do an autopsy, which is state law in the state of Texas, and the federal people wanted to take it back to Washington, D.C. And there was a lot of pushing, shoving, cursing. We would try to roll the casket out, and someone would grab it and try to roll it back towards the trauma room. This went on for quite a while. It was push and shove type thing. Quite a bit of, like I say, obscene language. I had to hold on to the cross on the casket because of the friction that, you know, where people's pulling it back and forwards. And you know, I was scared to death. I was really frightened.
I believe that if Dr. Rose had been allowed to perform the examination here, since his qualifications were impeccable, that much of the early confusion surrounding the wounds and the questions as to the direction and number of shots could have been settled quickly under the capable forensic studies which Dr. Rose would undoubtedly have performed. But we didn't have the opportunity to examine President Kennedy here.
At Parkland Hospital, the Secret Service had won the battle for the president's body. With unseemly haste, they illegally removed it from Dallas and flew it back to Andrews Air Force Base in Washington. The new president had been sworn in on the plane and now made his first address to the nation.
I know that the world shares the sorrow that Mrs. Kennedy and her family bear.
But as Kennedy's coffin was unloaded into a hearse in full public view, it seems his body was surreptitiously being removed from the far side of Air Force One and taken away by helicopter.
I ask for your help and God.
Its most likely destination was Walter Reed Army Hospital for a covert examination of the president's wounds and the removal of his brain. This prevented a proper investigation of the fatal headshot at the official autopsy. Only a 5-minute flight from Walter Reed, the helicopter pad at Bethesda Naval Hospital, where the autopsy team awaited the arrival of Kennedy's body. Medical technician Paul O'Connor was there.
I remember it being about 8 o'clock in the evening that we heard helicopters. I heard helicopters. And it sounded to me like there were 2 helicopters. Couldn't tell where they were coming from or where they went, but it sounded like they were landing. A few minutes later, the door burst open in the back of the hospital, and in came 6 or 8 men carrying a casket.
America's finest forensic pathologists were not appointed to perform the autopsy of the century. Instead, naval career men with meager experience of such work were chosen. As forensic pathologist, Dr. Cyril Wecht explains.
Humes and Boswell were in charge of hospital pathology at Bethesda, just like hospital pathologists in civilian life. They had had no formal training or experience or practice in forensic pathology. It was incredible that Humes and Boswell should have been selected to perform this autopsy.
Actually, these 2 doctors, Dr. Boswell and Dr. Humes, became commanding officers of a particular school, which was the school that I was attending. And their jobs in those days was more administrative than it was actually laying the hands on to people to do autopsies and such. I'd never seen them do autopsies all the time that I was there. As a matter of fact, I never even saw them ever come in the morgue.
There were, we know, about 33 people officially logged in the autopsy room that night. We know that there was an admiral, there was a general, there were FBI and Secret Service people. And these people, Humes and Boswell, were career military people, just a couple of years shy of retirement. They were not about to stand up and say to their superior officers, we're going to do it our way. No way would they say that.
There were kind of mysterious civilian people in civilian clothes were there. It seemed like they commanded a lot of respect and attention. Sinister-looking people. That they would come up and look over my shoulder or look over Dr. Boswell's shoulder and run back, and they'd have a little conference in the corner. And then all at once there's an order comes down and says, stop what you're doing and go to the other procedure. And that's the way it was all night. And we just jumped back and forth, back and forth. There was no smooth flow of the procedure at all.
So we see that Humes and Boswell were indeed controlled, and we know from their own records that they, Humes and Boswell, were not professionally competent and expert in the realm of forensic pathology. And that's how you got a botched, horribly inadequate, inept, inadequate, superficial medical legal autopsy in the case of John F. Kennedy.
But manipulation of the evidence did not end with the legal autopsy. The National Archives in Washington received a metal tray containing all the vital medical materials relating to the case, including the president's brain. An inventory check 3 years after the assassination revealed that these items had vanished.
In that inventory of October 30th, 1966, that metal tray containing the brain and the Kodachromes and the microscopic autopsy tissue slides are no longer listed. So somewhere between April of 65 and the end of October 66, these things were literally taken illegally, stolen, removed from the National Archives. And to this day, as we sit and talk, nobody in the United States government has ever accounted for these missing items. Can you imagine? Can you imagine what this would mean in a routine murder case? I can tell you, as a forensic pathologist testifying in a courtroom, if I came in a murder that not many people cared about, and the other side was asking, where is the brain, and did you examine it, and what did you find, and so on, and I said, well, I chose not to examine it. Where is it? Can you examine it today, or our experts want to examine it? Well, I don't have it any longer. It was discarded, or so on. You know what would happen to that case, probably? The judge would throw it out of the courtroom. But in this case, the government hasn't been concerned, and my colleagues in forensic pathology were not concerned, and yet there's not one of them would ever tolerate that kind of aberrant, unacceptable, unethical, immoral, and illegal procedure or policy in his own office. Not one of them. But in this case, it just rolls off their back, along with the acceptance of the single bullet theory and all the other things.
In the confusion following the assassination, the police arrested a dozen suspects in and around Dealey Plaza. All were later released. 3 of those taken into custody were discovered in the marshalling yards close to the book depository, hiding in a railroad boxcar which was about to leave the area. No official record exists of who they were or what they were doing, yet their arrest was widely photographed by the press. They have become known as the Three Tramps.
It was determined in late 1970s and early 1980s that one of the three tramps, the taller of the three, bore a striking resemblance to a man by the name of Charles V. Harrelson, who was convicted of killing a federal judge in San Antonio, Texas. A man who claims to have killed at least 5 people previously, has been tried for some of those, and a man who has all of the right connections.
Charles Harrelson is one of America's most notorious criminals. He's currently serving a life sentence for murder in a maximum security jail.
On November 22nd, 1963, I was with a friend at 12:30 in the afternoon having lunch in a restaurant in Houston, Texas. It wouldn't be the first time I've been accused of being somewhere I wasn't, and it probably won't be the last. But no, I did not kill John Kennedy.
He's connected to organized crime figures, the Dallas underworld, Santos Trafficante, Carlos Marcello, R.D. Matthews, considered the strong-arm man in Dallas in 1963, and Ruby claimed that he was his best friend. So you have all of these connections, and though they don't say specifically, hey, Charles Harrelson is guilty of participating in the murder of the President Kennedy, but there is significant evidence that would make, I think, any investigator want to look at Mr. Harrelson very, very closely.
That is a photograph of one of 3 so-called tramps who were apprehended and then mysteriously disappeared on the day of the Kennedy assassination. And the fellow was, I'm told, at one time positively identified as myself, which is ludicrous if you look at the man. I was 25 the day Kennedy was assassinated, and I would say that gentleman is probably in his mid to late 30s at the very least. But the facial structures isn't even close.
Mr. Harrelson's photograph was given along with the tall tramp photographs to forensic anthropologists, 2 independent bodies or people, and they came back with a report that there was a 90 to 95% probability that the photograph of the tall tramp arrested in connection with the president's killing and Charles V. Harrelson arrested for the death of a federal judge were one and the same.
Now that's amazing, isn't it? I would say that is closer, much closer. But I'm sure that here again, the person is probably in his 30s, and the brow ridge isn't the same here. But it does look it looks a lot more like me, I would say, this view than does the other. Are they the same person?
Yeah.
Big Bird?
Yes.
It's amazing. But no, I don't know the gentleman, and I never did know. Everyone who was involved in that thing has been eliminated. Had I been involved in it, I would have been killed. Had I been approached to be involved in it, I would have laughed. Because it's obviously a case of immolation. You're going to destroy yourself by doing something like that, because the agency involved in carrying out this assassination cannot have someone with first-hand information regarding the assassination. No way. The country would destruct if that came forth.
Also kept under wraps and not investigated was the criminal underworld of strip club owner Jack Ruby, Oswald's executioner. Vital areas of his illicit operations in Dallas, New Orleans, and Cuba went unexplored by the Warren Commission. But Ruby's twilight world held many of the secrets behind the assassination. At Parkland Hospital, minutes after the tragedy, one member of the press corps who knew Jack Ruby well was to have an extraordinary encounter. Reporter Seth Cantor.
Just after I entered, there was a group of nurses and doctors standing around with a lot of concern, and Jack Ruby came up to me. He said something to the effect that, "Isn't this just terrible?" And he looked as if he was extremely distressed. I shook hands with him, and I had known him previously. And Ruby asked me what I thought about his closing his places of business for a day or two out of concern for what had happened. And I told him I thought that was a good idea, and to please excuse me, I had to go on. I guess that encounter with Ruby took maybe 25, 30 seconds. It was very clear to me who I had talked to, and who I had called by name, and who had called me by name, and who I had shaken hands with and everything. But when the Warren Commission report came out, they said that probably under the stress of everything that was going on, that I most likely was confused, and that I talked to Ruby at the police station several hours later.
Ruby denied he'd been at Parkland, and the Warren Commission believed him rather than Seth Cantor.
I was dismayed when I picked up my copy of the Warren Commission report and discovered what they had decided about my testimony. And among other things, I immediately began to wonder, you know, who else they had talked to, who they chose not to believe, and why.
A pristine bullet, which the commission was to allege had wounded both Kennedy and Connolly, magically appeared on a stretcher at Parkland. Jack Ruby's coincidental appearance inside the hospital was not the only fact the commissioners chose to ignore.
They certainly didn't want to go into the fact that members of the United States underworld were dealing with the CIA in connection with plans to get rid of Castro. Lyndon Johnson was very anxious for the Warren Commission to complete its work, to button things up and get out a report. And they were not anxious at all to open up areas of doubt or areas which needed further investigation. And one of those areas was the Jack Ruby business.
Ruby claimed he acted on impulse when he shot Oswald. His real motives were never explored. The Warren Commission believed everything Jack Ruby chose to tell them, including how he penetrated the basement security of Dallas Police Headquarters in order to kill Oswald.
I don't believe that Ruby entered the basement of the Dallas Police Station by way of the ramp from Main Street, which is the fiction that came about not long after he was arrested for killing Oswald. The policeman on duty at the top of the ramp was given a lie detector test, and he insisted that Ruby did not pass him at any time, and the lie detector test given by the police department bore that out.
Jack Ruby did not come down that ramp. I'll go to my grave saying he didn't come down that ramp. If anybody could have ever proved to me beyond a reasonable doubt that he came down that ramp, I feel that I was man enough to admit that, yes, maybe I made a mistake or was negligent in some area. But no, nobody's ever proved that to me, and I'll go to my grave saying that man did not come down that ramp.
Only 4 minutes before he gunned down Oswald in the basement, Ruby had been at the Western Union office on Main Street, cabling money to one of his strippers. According to the commission account, he then walked down the street and simply slipped down the basement ramp unnoticed by Officer Vaughan, a view denied by researcher Larry Harris.
Well, clearly, Jack Ruby did not enter the basement via the Main Street ramp, as the Warren Commission concluded. And indeed, when Congress reopened the investigation in the late 1970s, they concluded he did not come down the ramp, and they cited 8 witnesses who stated that Ruby did not come down the ramp, and several of these witnesses knew Ruby personally. The Congressional Committee concluded that Ruby most likely used an obscure entrance into the building that was located in the alleyway behind me. From there, he would have proceeded into the lobby to an unlocked door that led directly into the basement. He would have gone down that stairwell and actually entered into the parking garage area of the basement and proceeded toward the railing, up through the railing and into the spot where he was standing when he lurched forward to shoot Oswald. Clearly, it looked better for the department to say that Bond had accidentally let Ruby into the basement while his back was turned, rather than admit that a key area within the garage had been left completely unguarded, permitting Jack Ruby unchallenged access to the spot where he killed Oswald.
Larry's conclusions are supported by the immediate comments of several police officers recorded by live TV cameras just after the shooting.
And this man came from behind this camera or from this corner and just dove out of the crowd.
He came from behind that car, that green car there. He jumped up over the rail.
Yeah.
Patrick Dean was the head of security in the basement and was aware very quickly of the predicament he was in. As Ruby was being subdued, Dean remarked to Ruby, "Jack, goddamn, you've got me in one hell of a fix." So Dean was immediately aware of his predicament and, of course, began immediately maneuvering to put the best possible light on the situation.
There was about 15 to 20 men that had searched this place prior to 30 minutes, in fact, searched it twice, about an hour before and then 30 minutes before.
The late Patrick Dean was adamant that the only way Ruby could have gained access to the basement was via the Main Street ramp.
I'm positive that door leading from the City Hall proper into the basement was locked by the maintenance man in my presence that day on the inside of the basement side. And I also had 2 men stationed at that door. But I am positive that door was locked. Now, that door possibly could have been opened by someone from the other side. However, no one did come through there because, as I say, 2 men were stationed there as guards for that particular door that led from the City Hall proper to the basement.
2 reserve officers who'd been stationed there earlier that morning had been reassigned to points outside the building directing traffic, so that this left an area of vulnerability from the stairwell to the point near the railing where Ruby shot Oswald.
The police blundered with Oswald's murder, but the security of the president had been a Secret Service responsibility. The Dallas police had been powerless to prevent the assassination. They were also powerless in carrying out a proper investigation afterwards.
We have the evidence, they claim, of 3 bullets being fired at the president, 1 hitting the Governor Connolly. Well, policemen would take those hard bits of evidence and begin to put this thing together, and first of all would show that they could not have done the damage they did, the lethal damage they did, with only 3 bullets. If you come to this conclusion and you do it accurately by physical evidence, you throw the entire Warren Commission report out. The policemen working on the street are accustomed to solving murders, and they would go right ahead of it, with it, unless somebody stopped them. So somebody stopped them, there's your cover-up.
The FBI in Washington had at first given their full cooperation to the Dallas police. Their field agent in Dallas, in charge of the Oswald file prior to the assassination, was James Hosty. He was directed to help the police in their initial interrogation of Oswald. But within hours, these orders were changed.
I was approached by one of the senior agents from the counterintelligence squad and was told that there were now new orders and I was not to talk to Oswald anymore and I was not to cooperate with the police department in any manner concerning Oswald's background. I have since determined that those orders came directly from Assistant Director William Sullivan, who was in charge of the Foreign Counterintelligence Squad. He was also the person who had direct liaison with the National Security Council. The National Security Council is the President, the Vice President, the Secretary of State, and the Secretary of Defense. That's about as high as you can get.
Hosty's Washington superiors knew much more about Oswald than they were willing to divulge. Consequently, his surveillance of Oswald had also been based on incomplete information.
I was not aware of the fact that President Kennedy, through the CIA, was attempting to overthrow Castro, and that Fidel Castro had threatened President Kennedy. Had I known this, I would have immediately been concerned about Lee Oswald because we knew he was pro-Castro. Had I known this, then we could have put a whole different light on the situation.
It was here in Neely Street that Hosty first attempted to contact the Oswalds in March 1963. His visit was routine because of their links with Russia. But they had moved on. Later in the year, Hosty spoke to Marina alone, prompting an angry note from Oswald, hand-delivered to the FBI 3 weeks before the assassination.
The note which I subsequently determined was from Lee Oswald was unsigned. It was quite short. It just said, if you want to talk to me, come talk to me. Don't bother my wife. I don't want you talking to her without my being there. If you don't cease and desist on this, I will take this up with the proper authorities, or words to that effect. I had thought it was somebody else at first and just put it into my file drawer till I had a chance to look into it further. Late on the afternoon of November 24th, the day Oswald was killed, I was told by Supervisor Ken Howe to go to the office of Gordon Shanklin, the agent in charge of the Dallas office. He wanted to see me. I was called in there, and Gordon Shanklin reached down into one of his desk drawers and took out the note and handed it to me and said, "Here, I don't want to ever see this again." He said, "Oswald is dead now. There can't be any trial." Now, this was the reason why it was legal to get rid of this note at this time, since there was no trial and President Johnson was adamantly opposed to any hearings. The FBI then felt it was all right to dispose of this note. I then tried to tear it up and throw it in the wastebasket. Gordon Shanklin said, "Don't get it out of here. I don't want to ever see it again." So I then took it out, and I was going to burn it, but that would have been a little bit messy, so I thought it would be much easier to flush it down the toilet, and that would get rid of it permanently. It wasn't till a week later that President Johnson gave in to congressional pressure and called the Warren Commission together. Of course, by this time, the FBI and probably the CIA and the Navy Department and the State Department had suppressed a lot of different things, and this was one of probably many of them.
Miami, Florida was the city visited by President Kennedy 4 days before his death in Dallas. It was also the unlikely location for a bizarre meeting 13 days before the assassination in which details of the plot to kill Kennedy were set out with stunning accuracy. A Miami police informant secretly taped a conversation with a visiting right-wing activist in his seedy downtown apartment. It is broadcast here for the first time.
I don't know, Kennedy's coming here, I think on the 18th or something like that, to make some kind of speech. I think it's the 18th he's supposed to be here to make a speech. And I don't even know what it's about. But you can bet you want to know you're going to have a lot to say about Cuban, because there's so many of them here.
Willie Somerset, a union organizer with extensive right-wing political ties, was the Miami police informant. Joseph Miltier was the wealthy, rabble-rousing racist from Quitman, Georgia. In charge of the surveillance operation was Miami detective Everett Kay.
Well, we had to set up the tape recorder in Somerset's apartment in order to make the recording where he met with this other man, Miltier. In order to do so, it was a very large tape recorder that was made especially for intelligence work, weighing approximately 40 pounds. I carried it to the 3rd floor of his apartment, placed it in a closet, and then ran the microphone around the baseboard in the kitchen, and the microphone was hidden by the chairs where Miltier and Somerset were to have their meeting.
More bodyguards than this, more easy. Huh? More bodyguards than this, more easy it is to get him. Well, how in the hell do you figure the best way would be to get him? From an office building with a high-powered rifle. You think he knows his appointment? Sure he is. Sure he is. And they're going to really try to kill him. Get this Kennedy, I'll tell you, it's going to be a hard proposition, I believe. Now, you may have it figured out to get him, you may have it figured out to get him an office building now, but I don't know how them Secret Service, they never cover all them office buildings and anywhere he's going. Do you know whether they do that or not? Well, say, if they have any suspicion, they would, of course. But that suspicion, the chance are they would. They can up there, take it up there in pieces, assemble it, take it out. All those guns come out now and you can take them apart.
Astoundingly, the conversation came up that this man wanted to know how many people that President Kennedy had that was his look-alike that went with him. And our informant wanted to know why, and he said, well, there was plans to assassinate him. The further conversation on the tape revealed that the assassination was to take place from an office building with a high-powered rifle. There was no particular city mentioned, nor was there any particular person mentioned that was to do the assassination. The tape was made on November the 9th, and John F. Kennedy, President Kennedy, was due in Miami on the 18th of November of 1963. So the close proximity of the tape being made and his visit made quite a few changes in the security. They changed the motorcade, and I believe that he was helicoptered, and rather than have a motorcade. Additional men were secured. Everyone was made aware that there may be a problem, so there was a drastic change in the procedures. He wasn't as accessible in this city as he might have been in the past.
Boy, if that Kennedy gets shot, we got to know where we at. Yeah, but you know, boy, that would be a real shame if they do that. And they wouldn't leave any stone unturned there. Oh, no way. Oh, hell no. And they'll pick up somebody within an hour of that. And they might get with him. Oh, yeah. Just throw the public off. Yeah, that's right. Well, somebody's going to have to go to jail if he gets out.
Miltier later boasted to Somerset that he went to witness the assassination in Dallas.
The question was Joseph Miltier in Dealey Plaza? Was he in Dallas to witness the execution of the president? And if so, was he photographed? I looked at some of the photographs of the crowd, combed the photographs of the crowds in Dealey Plaza around Houston Street and Elm Street. And I did find in several photographs of one spot on Houston Street a white-haired man who looked amazingly like Joseph Miltier. In my opinion, given the measurements of the ears, the eyes, the nose, the mouth, I'm convinced that the man in the photographs is Joseph Miltier. We know that he made a phone call from Dallas to Willie Somerset, the informant, that day, saying that President Kennedy would never again return to Miami. Therefore, it is likely that he was there. And given the nature of this and the way Miltier felt about the president, it seemed very likely that he would indeed be in Dallas.
We thought we did a good job and was very grateful for the fact that it did not happen in Miami. It could have very well happened in Miami, as it did in Dallas. So it touched each of us very, very closely, particularly myself, as hearing the words that they were going to assassinate President Kennedy.
Well, how the hell do you figure the best way would be to get from an office building with a high margin front? And they're going to really try to kill him.
Miltier was interviewed by the FBI and then released. He perished in a mysterious house fire a few years later. The Warren Commission ignored the Miami connection and a further opportunity to determine the truth.
It is important to all of us to find out what really happened to President Kennedy, because what happened to him could happen to anybody else. If a conspiracy can kill the President of the United States, who among us is safe?
The people who know something, why don't they just bring it out and tell the truth? Why lie about something? Somebody knows that they're lying. I know they're lying. Why?
If they lied to us, how much are they lying to us in other areas? And if they're lying to us, can they do it again and again and again? And if so, this is not a democracy. This is a hierarchy, a government or a people ran by certain powerful individuals who have the ability to dispose of anyone who's not going along the party line, so to speak. Not a whole lot different from what I was taught occurred in the USSR all these many years. The truth is the most important thing.
Texas School Book Depository Building, Dallas. From this sixth-floor window, Lee Harvey Oswald allegedly fired the shots that killed the President of the United States on November the 22nd, 1963. Lee Harvey Oswald, a figure of mystery, murdered before he could reveal what he knew. While the truth about him remains obscure, the myths abound.
He was average Joe, that was all. He was behaving like someone who was belligerent and not showing any remorse for anything he had done.
He was a nice fella, seemed like. Very courteous, nicely kept.
Oswald was the perfect patsy. He looked guilty, Not just of the murder, but of anything.
A very sullen, dark kind of a man that I wouldn't want to be friends with.
He seemed to be such a nice man, and everybody thought he was, and he appeared to be, because he was very good with children.
And he started making a villain out of a man who genuinely was probably a hero.
Lee Harvey Oswald is a question mark to history. The debate is often raised, was Lee Harvey Oswald alone as the assassin, or was he part of a conspiracy? The question is never raised, is it possible that he didn't do it at all?
6 weeks before the assassination, Oswald had taken a low-paid job as an order filler at the school book depository in downtown Dallas. Because of his impoverished circumstances, Oswald was living in the modest residential district of Oak Cliff, 4 miles out of town. Although married with 2 young daughters, weeknights were spent alone at this seedy rooming house at 1026 North Beckley, where Oswald had mysteriously registered under the name of O.H. Lee. Most weekends, however, he visited his Russian-born wife Marina and their baby daughters, who lived on the far side of town in the Irving district of Dallas. Unable to drive, he would hitch a lift with a fellow worker to this house, where his family lodged with the woman who had befriended them, a Quaker called Ruth Payne.
The idea of his having shot the president skews what everyone thinks, it seems to me, and we forget how ordinary he was, or how he would play with his children and with mine at the house on weekends. And my main memory of him is of his watching the football games on Saturday and Sunday, and he enjoyed watching the games on the TV set. He seemed concerned about his little girls, very much so.
Oswald loved being the family man. The colleague who drove him out to see them at weekends and lived only a few doors away witnessed that affection firsthand. Buell Wesley Frazier.
He liked children very much. That's one of the things that I could get Lee to talk about. When Lee came home with me on Friday afternoon and rode back with me on Monday morning, I never saw him or did anything with him at that time, but evidently the children in the neighborhood, all of them at one time or other, seemed to find their way up to the Payne house where Lee lived to play with him and his daughter. On November the 21st, I was working at the Texas School Books Depository. Oswald came up to me and he asked if he could ride home with me, and I said, sure. And then a little bit later, I realized it wasn't Friday. And the next time I saw him, I said, well, today's not Friday, Lee. And he says, I know that. He said, it's Thursday. He says, Marina has made some curtains for me, and they have some curtain rods out there. And he says, I'm going to get the curtain rods to put the curtains up in my apartment. I said, okay.
He had never come out without asking permission before, besides the fact that it was a weeknight. And he arrived, actually, I was out of the house when he arrived. I was grocery shopping. We bought a lot of groceries. And then he was there already, playing with his children on the front lawn when I arrived about 5:30. As we went by each other, I said, very, very, very happy in Russian, our president is coming. And he just sort of brushed on by without saying anything or no really reaction, and in a way that was typical of him, so I gave it very little thought. He often didn't respond very much, but I think that evening he was especially quiet at dinner, and he went to bed very early.
On the morning of the assassination, Oswald overslept. Leaving money and his wedding ring behind, he hurried down the street to secure his ride to work with Frazier. Under his arm, he carried a brown paper package. Did this contain the gun that killed the President of the United States?
The first time I saw the package, it was on the back seat of my car, and I just glanced at it. And I said, what's that, Lee? And he said, that's curtain rods. He said, remember I was going to bring them? The length of the package that I saw that morning was roughly 2 foot long, give or take an inch or two. And it was made out of the same type of packing material that you would find in any company that packed materials for shipment. It's just the brown paper and the tape that you'd normally find. Nothing unusual. What we actually talked about that morning was that I mentioned, I said, President Kennedy is going to be coming to town today, and I said, you know, I never seen a president. I said, I sure would like to get a chance to see him up close. Well, at that time, I didn't know that the motorcade in which he would be riding would come right by where we worked. He did not make any comment at all about where the president was coming to town. It didn't seem to interest him one way or the other. I parked in the parking lot at Texas School Book Depository. Lee got out of the car, took the package that he said contained curtain rods, and he put one end of the package in the cup of his hand and the other up under his armpit. He put the package under his arm that way, and he walked off toward Texas School Book Depository up on Elm Street.
The package could not have contained Oswald's rifle, for even when dismantled, it was 3 feet long. The Warren commissioners, who investigated the assassination, ignored Frazier's unswerving testimony, insisting the weapon had been smuggled into the depository in Oswald's brown paper parcel. Harold Norman, another of Oswald's co-workers, also found nothing unusual in his behavior that morning.
I saw Oswald about 30 minutes, I'd say, before the motorcade was supposed to be coming through. And the reason why I remember seeing him is because he's an order filler, and I'm a checker. So I have to check the orders and make sure that they go out correctly to where they're supposed to go. But meantime, after I seen him on the first floor, I didn't see him anymore.
As far as eyewitnesses go, there was a woman named Carolyn Arnold who spoke to Oswald on the second floor moments before the shooting. Now, the motorcade was running 6 minutes late. Oswald, had he been up there, would have had no way of knowing this. He would have been up there on the 6th floor. He would have been waiting for at least 10 or 15 minutes in that so-called sniper's perch to shoot at President Kennedy as he either came toward the depository or as he went toward the triple underpass. One way or the other, he would have had to be up there at that time. He wouldn't be in the lunchroom on the 2nd floor.
Now they're waving, and here comes Jackie waving by, and Mr. Kennedy. The President's car is now turning onto Elm Street, and it will be only a matter of minutes before he arrives at the trademark. It appears as though something has happened in the motorcade route. Something, I repeat, has happened in the motorcade route. There's numerous people running up the hill alongside Elm Street. Stand by just a moment, please. Put me on, Phil. Put me on. The motorcade is coming by here. The presidential car coming up now. We know it's the presidential car. You can see Mrs. Kennedy's pink suit. There's a Secret Service man, spread eagle, over the top of the car. We understand Governor and Mrs. Connolly are in the car with President and Mrs. Kennedy. We can't see who has been hit, if anybody's been hit, but apparently something is wrong here. Something is terribly wrong. I'm in behind the motorcade, trying to follow them. It looks as though they're going to Parkland Hospital. And just now we've received reports here at Parkland that Governor Connolly was shot in the upper left chest, and the first unconfirmed reports say the president was hit in the head. That's an unconfirmed report that the president was hit in the head. A priest has been ordered. Emergency supplies of blood also being rushed to the hospital. Just a moment. Just a moment. We have a bulletin coming in. We now switch you directly to Parkland Hospital and KBOX News Director Bill Hampton.
The President of the United States is dead. It's official. As of just a few moments ago, the President of the United States is dead.
What I remember is being told that it was an oral report rather than a visual one, that the president had been shot. And then it was really quite a while later that we heard that he had died. And when I first heard that he'd been shot, I went and got a little votive candle and lit that. And Marina said, "Is that a way of praying?" And I said, "Yes, it's just sort of my way." We were both just very distressed, and you know, let lunch sit on the table, neither interested in eating. As we followed the coverage, a little later on, life went on. We had children to take care of, and she was hanging out some laundry in the back line when I heard on the TV that the shots were thought to have been fired from the school book depository building.
Now riding the back trails of Texas, a former Dallas motorcycle officer recalls a remarkable encounter he had within 90 seconds of the assassination. The first policeman into the depository was Marion Baker.
I worked for the Dallas Police Department as a motorcycle officer and signed the motorcade that day. I was approximately 5 or 6 cars back from the lead car of the motorcade. I had gotten about halfway between Maine and Houston when I heard these 3 shots. And immediately I knew they was in front of me and high. And as I looked up, I saw this huge flock of pigeons flying from the top of this building. I rode my motorcycle over to the corner of the intersection, parked it, and then ran in the building, which took me a very few seconds to do this. When I got through the front doors into the lobby of the building, I asked where the elevators or the stairs would be. And one man spoke up, said, "I'm Mr. Truly, I'm the building manager." And he said, "Come on, officer, I'll show you." So he and I continued on to the back of the building and up some stairways at the back of the building to the 2nd floor. As we came out of on the second floor, I saw through a doorway, a window in this doorway, a movement. So I went over and opened up the door, and this man was walking away from it. And the next room, I later found out was a coffee room.
As seen earlier by his fellow workers, Oswald was still alone in the lunchroom.
I called to the man, and he turned around, and Mr. Truly was there beside me, and I asked him if he knew this man or if he worked there. He said, yes, he does. He was calm, ordinary, you know. He didn't look excited or anything like that.
In order to fire the shots from the 6th floor, Oswald needed to squeeze his way out of the sniper's perch, pick his way between stacks of books to the far side of the building, hiding the gun en route, descend 4 flights of stairs to the lunchroom unobserved, and yet appear calm and unruffled in his encounter with Officer Baker, all within 90 seconds. Less than 15 minutes after the shooting, the police were broadcasting a wanted description that closely fitted Oswald. Who provided that description is not known, but it led to the immediate arrest of Oswald lookalikes, even in Fort Worth, 30 miles away.
Attention all squad. The suspect in the shooting at Elm in Houston is reported to be an unknown white male, approximately 30, slender build, height 5 feet 10 inches, weight 165 pounds, reported to be armed with what is thought to be a .30 caliber rifle.
Meanwhile, the real Oswald had made his way to a taxi rank a short distance from the depository, and after politely offering the first cab in line to another passenger, had asked to be driven to the street where he lived in Oak Cliff. At his lodgings, he rushed to his room, collected a jacket and revolver, and was last seen by his landlady shortly after 1 p.m., standing at the bus stop outside 1026 North Beckley. A mile from Oswald's rooming house, in another part of Oak Cliff, a further drama was unfolding. Waitress Helen Markham, on her way to work, was about to become the principal witness to a brutal slaying.
I was standing here on this corner when waiting on the traffic to pass so I could go down there and catch my bus to go to work. And a man come walking down the sidewalk, and a policeman came, and I could not get across.
The policeman in a patrol car was Officer J.D. Tippett. According to Helen Markham's account, Tippett stopped his car and got out to continue his conversation with the man on the sidewalk.
Just as the policeman got in front of the hood of the car, that man shot him 3 or 4 times. And then he put his gun back in his pants. He run over here, and I put my hands, I seen him coming, I just put my hands up on my face like this. I waited for a few minutes, and I opened them up, and I pulled them down. And he looked at me, and I looked at him, and I never said a word. And just like a flash of lightning, with big glassy eyes, he run off across the field, out that lot there, down, right across there, went over the fence and down the alley.
With Helen Markham, car dealer Ted Calloway was to become a principal witness for the Warren Commission. At a police identity parade later that day, they both picked out Lee Harvey Oswald as the killer of Officer J.D. Tippit.
I was sitting in my office when I heard what sounded to be 5 pistol shots coming from behind my office in the direction of 10th Street. Well, I jumped up and ran out to the sidewalk, and as I did, I saw a man jump through the hedge carrying a pistol, and he angled across the street to the sidewalk and continued to run in my direction, holding his pistol. When he got almost directly across from me, I yelled at him, "Hey man, what the hell is going on?" And he had his pistol right here, and he nearly stopped, and he turned in my direction and said something, but I couldn't understand what he said. So he continued walking down Patton Street. I called to a friend of mine. I said, "Follow that guy, see where he's going."
The different routes taken by the fleeing assailant were not the only contradictions in the accounts of these key witnesses.
He was wearing a light shirt, a brown jacket, and a light gray trousers.
He was wearing a black pair of trousers, a white shirt, and either a real light tan or a light gray Eisenhower-type windbreaker.
He was a short man, tiny small, and with a ruddy complexion.
He had real fair complexion, dark hair, and I found out later, reading he had such fair complexion, that he'd killed a police officer and he was scared to death. So what it was, he was as pale as a ghost.
This man has devoted more time and energy than anyone to investigating the murder of Officer Tippit in Oak Cliff. After 12 years, researcher Larry Harris has uncovered important new evidence.
The Warren report concluded that Oswald had been walking east on 10th Street at the time he was encountered by Officer Tippit. And yet virtually all of the police, FBI, and Secret Service written reports from that weekend stated clearly that the man had been walking west on 10th Street, the opposite direction of Oswald. One of the witnesses to so state was Jim Burt, who was located on the corner of Denver and 10th Street. He sat on his front porch and stated he watched the man walking west on 10th Street up to the point where he encountered the police officer, and this is the man who did the shooting. The fact of the matter is that after 25 years, it's unclear just what transpired during the shooting here at 10th and Patton. One of the witnesses not known to the Warren Commission was a woman named Aquila Clemens, who was located in a house on the opposite side of the street. She came out immediately after the shooting and said she saw 2 men, one of whom was short and chunky, standing near the police car, and these men ran off in opposite directions. The bullets recovered from Tippit's body could not be traced to Oswald's revolver, nor apparently to any other revolver. There were references on the police radio tapes to an automatic weapon, 2 references. This is highly significant because Oswald was carrying a 6-shot revolver, not an automatic. According to the Warren report, Oswald continued on in a westerly direction toward the Texas Theater and was able to reverse the 6-block distance unimpeded, even though Jefferson Boulevard was swarming with police cars and bystanders searching for the suspect and closely scrutinizing any single white male that would have been walking in the area.
An agitated figure was seen to dodge into the Texas Theater without paying and disappear into the upstairs balcony. Butch Burroughs was the ticket collector on duty that day.
We were playing 2 movies called War is Hell with Audie Murphy and Cry Battle with Van Heflin. And we started the movie at 1 o'clock, and I was counting candy behind the candy case. And he also slipped in around between 1 and 1:07.
According to the official record, 1:07 was the time at which police officer Tippit was slain. Tippit's police comrades gave him a hero's funeral with all the pomp and ceremony that the city of Dallas could provide. Mrs. Tippett became a very wealthy widow. Donations poured into Dallas for the family of the police hero slain in the line of duty, confronting the presidential assassin, Lee Oswald.
I don't know what this is all about. Back up, man!
Here in Dallas, the man all America is looking at this time is 24-year-old Lee H. Oswald, being interrogated at the Dallas City Police Building. At the time of his arrest in a theater in the Oak Cliff section of Dallas, he was subdued after killing a Dallas police officer with a snub-nosed revolver, struggling with another officer, striking him with that pistol. And during that struggle, he was heard to shout, "It's all over now. I got me a president and a cop, and I'll try for 2 more." A fanatic in every sense of the word.
McDonald yelled for help, and the other officers in the theater and I managed to subdue the man, disarm him, and handcuff him. We asked him why he shot the officer, and he made the statement, "I haven't done anything to be ashamed of." This is all the information we got out of him on the way downtown. After we pulled into the basement and set up the wedge, we told him we would hold him in such a way that if he did not want his picture taken, he could duck down below the level of the outside guys walking around him and get into the station without anybody taking his picture. And here again, he says, "I haven't done anything to be ashamed of," and he did not try to hide his face in any way as we went in on the elevator up to the 3rd floor and set him in the interrogation room.
Except for the arresting officers, I was the first investigative officer that talked to him. He said he hadn't shot anybody, hadn't shot an officer or anybody else. And the only thing that he would admit to was hitting an officer in the mouth. He said, or a cop in the mouth is the way he put it. He said, "I will admit to hitting a cop in the mouth," but he said, "I won't admit to shooting anybody." And his answers that he would give to questions were as almost like they'd been rehearsed.
Sir, shoot the president. I work in that building. Were you in the building at the time? Naturally, if I work in that building, yes, sir.
Back up, man!
Did you shoot the president? No, they're taking me in because of the fact that I lived in the Soviet Union. Did you shoot the president?
The prime piece of evidence against Oswald seemed to be the antiquated bolt-action rifle discovered on the 6th floor of the depository 30 minutes after the assassination. However, both the FBI and the Dallas police were unable to positively tie the weapon to Oswald. This became a matter of increasing embarrassment to Police Chief Jesse Curry.
Chief, we understand you have the results of the paraffin tests which were made to determine whether Oswald had fired a weapon. Can you tell us what those tests show?
I understand that it was positive.
What does that mean?
It only means that he fired a gun.
This doesn't...
Was there powder burns or powder marks on his cheek or
I don't know that.
I don't know that. All you know about on his hand?
Yeah. That he fired a gun, Chief, not the rifle or the pistol.
That's right.
As the police tried to build a case against Oswald, officers were dispatched to question his wife, Marina. They were led by Detective Gus Rose.
We drove to the 6th Street address in Irving, address of Ruth Payne, and walked up the walk. And as I approached the door, a voice said, "Come on in, I've been expecting you." Questions that I asked Marina, I said, "Does your husband own a rifle?" She said, "Yes." And I said, "Do you know where it is?" And she said, "Yes." I said, "Can you show it to me?" And she said, "Yes." And she motioned for me to follow her. And she directed me into the kitchen part of the house where she opened a door that goes into a garage. And she pointed out in the garage to a rolled up blanket that was laying out there. And she said, being interpreted by Ruth Payne, "That's his rifle."
And the officer picked up the blanket roll and, just hung over his arm. And that was the point at which I felt that he could have been the one that killed the president. And I had this flood of feeling of, what they need to know. I'm going to help them know whatever they need to know. We're going to get to the bottom of this. But that was the first I had any inkling that he'd even had a gun.
You fire that rifle just as fast as you people have been given, but I emphatically deny these charges. Basic fundamental hygienic rights, like a shower and a clothes. These people have given me a hearing without legal representation or anything. You shoot the president? I didn't shoot anybody, no, sir. I'm just a cadaver.
There is no official record of Oswald's many hours of interrogation.
Well, I was in the process of transferring him. I had a short conversation with him and where I said, "Lee, if anybody shoots at you, I hope that they are as good a shot as you are." Meaning that I hope if they shot at him, they'd hit him and not me. he kind of laughed and said, well, you're being melodramatic about it. I don't think anybody's going to shoot at me. And I said, well, in the event that they do shoot at you, you know what to do. You will be on the floor immediately. However, I didn't realize that just 2 or 3 minutes later, somebody would actually be shooting at him.
Even in Oswald's dying moments, the authorities desperately tried to wrest a confession from him, as Surgeon Paul Peters of Parkland Hospital explains.
There were Secret Service men intermingled with the operating room personnel, as there were dozens of people in the operating suite at that time, and some were dressed in green clothes as the surgeons so as to be indistinguishable from operating room personnel. And since it was known by those in the operating room that he was under little or no anesthesia, 2 or 3 people shouted in his ear, "Did you do it? Did you do it?" Which led me as a layman to speculate that perhaps a full-fledged confession might not yet have been obtained from Mr. Oswald.
Determined efforts by the Dallas police and the FBI in Washington had still failed to tie the prized rifle to Oswald. However, a smudged palm print was discovered on the weapon hours after a mysterious visit to the funeral home where Oswald's body had been taken by mortician Paul Grudy.
I had gotten to the funeral home with his body something in the neighborhood of 11 o'clock at night, and it is a several-hour procedure to prepare the remains. And after this time, someplace in the early morning, agents came. Now, I say agents because I'm not familiar at the moment with whether they were Secret Service or FBI or what they were, but agents did come, and when they did come, they fingerprinted, and the only reason that we knew they did, they were carrying a satchel and the equipment and asked us if they might have the preparation room to themselves. And after it was all over, we found ink on Lee Harvey's hands showing that they had fingerprinted him and palm printed him. We had to take that ink back off in order to prepare him for burial and to eliminate that ink. When we removed the casket from the little chapel, there wasn't any way that the help and I could handle it. Since there were only 2 of us, we decided the best thing to do. I solicited the newsmen that were there, and I asked them, would you mind helping me? And they volunteered and came over and carried the remains, the casket, to the coach, and then from the coach to the tent after I drove over to the gravesite. There were enough policemen there, one behind every tombstone, because they just didn't know what was going to be the next thing to happen. When the minister was through with a few brief words, the family then was given the privilege of, as in the business we call it the last leave, they had the opportunity to look at the body of Lee Harvey for a brief moment. And Marina, the wife, got up and patted his body and caressed him. Then she reached down and took a ring off of her finger, and actually it was 2 rings, and tried to place it on Lee Harvey's fingers, because this was the ring that was their wedding band, and I helped her because she was shaking and very nervous. Marina took a handful of dirt and made the sign of a cross on that grave, and then the family departed and went back to protective custody.
But the man given such a simple burial in Rose Hill Cemetery was far more complex than portrayed by history.
Well, Oswald was a pretty interesting fellow. He's not nearly the one-dimensional character that the Warren Commission has painted him to be. He was in the Marine Corps and did very well. He had a high security clearance. He was stationed over at Sugi. He was a radar operator. In fact, he was one of the guys that would track the U-2 flights over Russia. So it's not like he was the perennial loser that we tend to have this image of him now.
Some of the key pieces in the Oswald puzzle lie not in Dallas, but down in New Orleans, where he spent significant periods of his life. In an unbroadcast interview with a local radio and television station only months before the assassination, Oswald spoke about his life.
I was born in New Orleans in 1939. For a short length of time during my childhood, I lived in Texas and in New York. During my junior high school days, I attended Beauregard Junior High School. I attended that school for 2 years. Then I went to Warren Eastern High School, and I attended that school for over a year. Then my family and I moved to Texas, and I continued my schooling there. Then I entered the United States Marine Corps in 1956. I spent 3 years in the United States Marine Corps, starting out as a private, working my way up through the ranks to the position of buck sergeant, and I served honorably, having been discharged.
He had an honorable discharge, and then just a few weeks later wound up in Russia saying that he was going to renounce his American citizenship. And it's interesting that after he had supposedly said that, he was given a dishonorable discharge from the Marine Corps. It's fascinating that when he did go over to Russia and was introduced to the woman who later became his wife, his Russian was so good that she thought he was a Russian. So we suspect that he was trained. And it is known that the military in this country had training programs for defectors, and we suspect Oswald was in that program. We don't know it, but we suspect it.
A glimpse into his true role in Russia may have been revealed by the hesitant way in which he described his relationship with the American embassy there.
I worked in Russia. I was under the protection of that is to say, I was not under the protection of the American government, but that is, I was at all times considered an American citizen. At no time, as I say, did I renounce my citizenship or attempt to renounce my citizenship, and at no time was I out of contact or with the American embassy.
It's quite possible that his mission in Russia was sponsored by the U.S. State Department, which did participate in some fake defector programs back in those days. It's entirely possible, and it certainly would fit with the kind of person we think Lee Harvey Oswald was.
One person with no illusions about Oswald's role launched his own investigation into the Kennedy assassination in 1967. The former district attorney of New Orleans, Judge Jim Garrison.
He was employed by the Central Intelligence Agency, and he was obviously drawn into a scapegoat situation and made to believe ultimately that he was penetrating the assassination. And then when the time came, they took the scapegoat, the man who thought he was working for the United States government, and killed him real quick. And then the machinery, disinformation machinery started turning, and they started making a villain out of a man who genuinely was probably a hero.
6 months before the assassination, Oswald had taken a mundane job with the Riley Coffee Company, but it seems his real activities were centered a few blocks away. From a small office on the corner of Lafayette and Camp Street, Oswald managed a local chapter of the pro-Castro Fair Play for Cuba Committee. Operating from an adjoining office was a sinister figure named Guy Bannister.
About Guy Bannister, it's difficult to say much about him because he always stood in the shadows and pushed someone else to the front. He was a strongly disciplined man, perhaps the outgrowth of his many years as a special agent in charge of the Chicago office of the FBI. But he was a key man in the assassination. And that's clear from the fact that Oswald's sheep dipping, his being portrayed as a communist, was done out of Guy Bannister's office. So he was sheep dipped for months as a communist by given literature. Lee, hand this out today, this is your assignment. I came across the fact that Oswald, a private in the Marines, had taken a Russian examination. And I knew the privates did not take Russian examinations unless they were connected with intelligence. So that caused me to be curious about 544 Camp, which was the address stamped on one circular that they gave out one time before, obviously, Bannister told him, Lee, no more addresses. It turned out that was a side address of Guy Bannister's private detective agency. Well, I went down there to look at it, and I found myself not merely outside of Guy Bannister's office, but across the street from Naval Intelligence, across the street from Secret Service, Around the corner was the Crescent City garage, the garage for the intelligence community. And then 2 doors away, the Riley Coffee Company. I used to be in the FBI. I knew people in naval intelligence, and they were either across the street, around the corner. The whole intelligence community was there, and right in the middle of it was Guy Bannister having Oswald sheep dipped as a communist.
You're a Marxist? Well, I have studied Marxist philosophy, yes, sir, and also other philosophers.
But are you a Marxist? I think you did admit on an earlier radio interview that you consider yourself a Marxist.
Well, I would very definitely say that I am a Marxist. That is correct. But that does not mean, however, that I'm a communist.
What is the difference between the two?
Well, there's a great deal of difference. Several American parties in several countries are based on Marxism, such as Ghana. Certain countries have characteristics of a socialist system, such as Great Britain with its socialized medicine. These, then, are the differences between an outright communist country and countries which adhere to leftist or Marxist principles.
In your work with the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, what are you advocating?
We advocate restoration of diplomatic, trade, and tourist relations with Cuba.
Most lunchtimes, Oswald would leave work and stroll down Magazine Street to the Crescent City garage, where government agents parked their cars and had them serviced. One such agent was observed contacting Oswald by the owner of the garage, Adrian Alba. During his lunch break, Oswald often sat in this office, browsing through gun magazines and chatting to Mr. Alba, who was also a keen rifleman. Oswald showed particular interest in how to go about ordering guns through the mail. The authorities tried to tie Oswald to the ordering of the assassination weapon by a coupon allegedly found amongst his possessions, torn from a June issue of one of Alba's gun magazines. Oswald, however, had ordered his rifle from a February issue of the magazine.
When the president ends up being assassinated and the scapegoat grabbed by the federal government and killed before anything can be done to help him, turns out to be the man that Guy Bannister has been the tutor of all the time, you have to conclude that Guy Bannister was a key man in the assassination and possibly the most important man that we encountered in our whole investigation. But he's been dead so many years, it's a little hard to question.
Clinton, a sleepy country town 130 miles from New Orleans, and the unlikely venue for the further sheep dipping of Agent Oswald. Less than 3 months before the assassination, he arrived here with 2 strangers. During his brief stay, he made several attempts to get a job, in particular at the local state hospital. He is well remembered in neighboring Jackson by the town barber, Edwin McGeehee.
It was a lazy afternoon. Traffic was slow, and all of a sudden this stranger walks in the door. And how about a haircut? I said, fine. I got up, he sat down, and we started chatting, and he said, I said, how you doing? He said, fine. He says, do you know, he says, I'm looking for a job. And he says, do you know anything about it? You know any place where I can get a job? I said, the only place we have is East Louisiana State Hospital. But I said, do you know anybody that can help you get on? And he says, I don't know of anybody. He says, I'm from New Orleans, and he said, I don't know anybody that could help me. Well, I said, I can direct you to our representative, Mr. Reeves Morgan's house. And he jumped when I said it was a mental institution. He just jumped like that. And he says, do they have all kind of jobs there, like electricians? He said things like you say would make you remember him. That was my distinct impression. And he just didn't need a haircut. I don't know what he was up to.
Oswald could not drive, but nonetheless he took to the back lanes and found his way to the remote homestead of the local state representative, Reeves Morgan.
Well, I was in the house there burning some trash out of the fireplace that had accumulated, and I heard a knock on the door. I got up, and there was a young fella. And I invited him in, and he said he wanted a job over at the hospital. He understood they had a vacancy over there in the electrical department. He seemed like a nice young fella, about like the average fella, or maybe better than some of them.
I went to lunch on the day of the assassination around at my mother-in-law's house. She invited us, my wife and I, to eat. And his picture was flashed on the TV. And I said, my goodness, I said, I know that fella from somewhere.
I said, that's the same guy that was here. And Lee Harvey Oswald, he said he introduced himself as Oswald, Lee Oswald, he said. And I called the FBI man down there, and he said he knew he'd been up here already, and that's the last I ever heard of them.
And I said, surely they'll be by, you know. And I kept looking for them. They never did come by. And I thought that was strange.
The reason why they wanted to get Lee Oswald into the Jackson State Mental Hospital was so that with a change of a document or two and picking up a doctor or two to testify for the government, they could make him appear to be insane. He was utterly sane, just as he was absolutely non-communist. But in the sheep-dipping program that was underway, it was important to try and make him appear to be crazy.
Bitterly protesting her son's innocence to the last, a forlorn Marguerite Oswald believed Lee had been grossly misrepresented to the world.
Lee Harvey Oswald, my son, even after his death, has done more for his country than any other living human being.
3 weeks after I buried Lee Harvey Oswald, the Secret Service came to me and they said, Paul, did you see any scars, such as the scars on his wrists, where he was supposed to have tried to commit suicide in Russia? And I said, of course, I wasn't looking for the likes of this, and really in my own mind did not feel as though I remembered much about this, but didn't remember seeing any marks of that kind. And the Secret Service agent told me at that time, well, Paul, we just don't know who we have out there in that grave.
That mystery did not end with Oswald's burial. Lingering doubts about the identity of the person buried at Rose Hill Cemetery, Fort Worth, prompted Oswald's widow, Marina, to have his body exhumed in 1981.
Being of Russian background and not truly trusting the American, she often wondered if his body was really there. So when it came the opportunity to possibly bring his body to the surface, she was most interested to know, is his body really there? Had somebody taken his body from the grave after the burial had been made? Well, that was her motive, partly. And then, too, I think she was interested to make sure that this was really Lee Harvey Oswald that was still there in that grave. At the time of the 63 of the burial time, I put Lee Harvey Oswald in a steel-reinforced concrete vault. That vault was hermetically sealed. The vault is guaranteed not to break, crack, or go to pieces. It's heavy concrete with steel in it, with an asphalt lining. And when I opened the grave in '81 and found that that vault had been broken, and the bottom of the vault was the part that was broken, the top was still intact, I noticed at that time that the casket had been disturbed. I questioned in my own mind what had been going on. When I opened that casket the first time, I sent my wife, Virginia, to Marina to tell her, yes, there is a body in that grave, because that was her concern. And then we did go to Baylor. There was an examination by a medical person who was a forensic pathologist. And she determined that, yes, these were the teeth of Lee Harvey Oswald, but it took 2 years for her to make that determination before the report was actually done.
The findings of the team are as follows. We independently and as a team have concluded beyond any doubt, and I mean beyond any doubt, that the individual buried under the name of Lee Harvey Oswald in Rose Hill Cemetery is, in fact, Lee Harvey Oswald. At this point in time, we hope that this puts the matter to rest without any further speculation being raised as to the identity of the individual at Rose Hill.
Oswald's dental record was used to confirm the identity of the exhumed body. But once again, the official version does not tell the whole story. Paul Grudy, an experienced mortician, made one vital observation that confounds their findings. He speaks about it here for the first time.
Of course, I was the one that had to handle the body in the morgue at Baylor. And as we removed the body from the casket, or at least worked with the body, I could recognize that this clothing was the clothing that I had put on that body. And yet, when I saw the head of this body, and it was removed from the casket and removed from the body in order that they might x-ray it and take pictures, I could see that there was no autopsy on that head. When an autopsy is done and the skull is cut in order to remove the cap, in order to remove the brain, there is a distinctive line of where all the fissures and all of the skull has been parted. Now, it's going to cause a bit of a mark. No matter what you try and do, it's going to show. And knowing that I handled the body originally, and there was an autopsy on that head, and now to see that there was no autopsy on the head, made it in my mind pretty clear that something had transpired that had caused this. And I feel as though someone had gone to the cemetery, off hours, had taken the head of Lee Harvey Oswald that now was dead. How he got that way, I don't know, but at least it was the head, and had brought the vault to the surface as best they could, being a heavy item as it is, a tripod, lifting that body, lifting the body and the vault out of the grave. In the process, the bottom of the vault fell, breaking the vault, causing the casket to deteriorate to a degree. Then, of course, removed the head of the one that was there that had been autopsied and put this head in its place so that we would find the teeth of Lee Harvey Oswald. That's my theory. This is what I think happened. Whoever caused that was the same faction that caused the assassination in the first place, but it, in my mind, a cover-up had taken place.
Lee Harvey Oswald was not the individual who assassinated President Kennedy, nor was he the individual responsible for policeman Tippett's death. I want to know why, after 25 years, the federal government of this country maintains that Oswald and Oswald alone was responsible for these murders.
The individual that I know is Lee Harvey Oswald. I don't think had it in him to be a person capable of committing such a crime as murdering the President of the United States. I'll always believe that. The side I saw to him was a very kind and loving man, and that's the way I like to remember him.
Lee Oswald was totally, unequivocally, completely innocent of the assassination. And the fact that history, or in the rewriting of history, and disinformation has made a villain out of this young man who wanted nothing more than to be a fine Marine, is in some ways the greatest injustice of all.
Dealey Plaza, Dallas, the public arena for the brutal slaying of the 35th President of the United States. The assassination of John F. Kennedy on November the 22nd, 1963, in this tiny acre of Texas, changed history and the lives of millions. And for those closest to the tragedy, the awful memories of that day and the ensuing controversy live on.
No one will ever convince me any differently that the shots came from the area of the picket fence on the grassy knoll. No one will ever convince me. I saw it. I believe that's where it came from. And the only way that I'm ever going to believe any different is when I stand before the judge on the judgment day and he tells me. But I know what I saw, and that's what I saw.
Major Phil Willis, with his wife and daughter, was also in Dealey Plaza. He is certain that the fatal headshot came from the grassy knoll.
Hell, I'll tell you, 90% of the people in Dallas, Texas, and probably the United States have heard all this over, have since decided that, as well as the second investigation held in the House of Representatives in Washington. And no one will ever convince me. I know damn well the shot that blew his head off came from the right front.
It had always seemed to me that had the car speeded up, had there been better reaction on the part of the driver, they were only yards from what at least I perceived to be safety by getting on the expressway. But the car seemed to just, it didn't move. After that first shot, it just didn't move. And the thing that has, over the years, continued to rather haunt me about the whole situation was the feeling that, did that first shot miss, as I felt it had? If it did miss, had that car speeded up, would he be alive today?
Even now, those eyewitnesses closest to the killing suffer their own haunting images from that dreadful day.
The headshot, seeing his head blow up, I can see it just as plain. It's red, it's very brilliant, it's cone-shaped, going back. That's my impression. Sad, but true.
I would agree with my mother. The headshot is so traumatic and permanently emblazoned in my mind that that and the sadness of the assassination, that'll be, you know, forever in my memory. Very sad, very traumatic.
Went over on another knoll over the other side of Dealey Plaza and just lay down on the grass and vomited, and I was just sick. And then when we took my film out to Kodak out near Love Field and saw Air Force One taking off, and I listened to it on the radio, it was hard to believe it was true. And I began wondering then, and I have never stopped wondering to this day what this world might have been like if it had not happened.
It's affected my life in many, many ways. I suppose the most immediate effect was, as I said, I stopped being in some ways young on that day. I had been very idealistic, very politically involved. I had really believed that you could make changes. I saw that it didn't really matter what you had or what you did. It could all be gone in an instant, no matter who you were or what you had to offer. It could be gone in a flash, and that's a pretty profound thing to learn at 23 years of age, that it can just end, and for reasons that you have absolutely no control over. So in a sense, I said that was the day that marked the end of my youth. And I remember one line that always struck with me at the time. It said, "The most profound of sin is tragedy unremembered." And I've never forgotten that line, and I feel almost a duty. I don't get on soapboxes and talk about it all the time, but when there is an occasion, and particularly within my own family context, I feel it's very important to remind people what happened, and that it can happen again, and that nothing in life is a guarantee.
He wasn't just the president elected by some unknown party out there. He was elected by us, the citizens of the United States of America. He was my president, and I felt very personally violated. And then to see him assassinated that way, so graphically, was horrifying. My president.
As the motorcade slowly passed the grassy knoll in Dealey Plaza, the shots rang out, and Kennedy was dead before his car reached the underpass. When the Secret Service bodyguards finally realized what had happened, there was a frantic 4-mile dash along the Stemmons Freeway to the nearest hospital. At Parkland, Kennedy was rushed to Trauma Room 1, where surgeons did everything they could to revive him, despite the massive head wound observed by Dr. Robert McClelland.
It was not a small opening at all. I would estimate that probably a quarter, or at least a fifth, of the back right side of the skull was gone.
I stepped up and looked, and I could see inside President Kennedy's head on the right side near the back. We call it the occipito-parietal area. And the scalp had been torn apart there, and the skull had been blasted open by the effect of the high-velocity missile.
I thought it was probably an exit wound because, generally speaking, high-velocity missiles of that type will enter through a rather small opening, and by creating a blast effect and by the tumbling of the bullet, it will then, as it exits the body, leave a large hole, particularly large caliber bullets like from a .45 or from a deer rifle or something of this sort would cause that kind of massive exit wound.
We had taken the casket in the room in the meantime and prepared it, and Miss Kennedy came into the room, and she was, standing there looking at him very calm, holding back tears, it's just, she was emotional. I mean, never did cry. And she took her wedding ring off her finger and tried to place it on his finger. Of course, his a lot larger, and so, struggling with, I got some K-tail jelly there that they use and greased his finger, and we got it up on his finger as far as it goes. And then the priest came into the room and administered the last rites to him.
They sent for Father Huber, and he was ushered in. There was a huge crowd, of course, milling out in the hall, and he was sort of shoved through the doors, and the scene, I'm sure, was overwhelming for him, as it was for most of us. Our president was lying there dead, his wife grief-stricken, and all of us more or less stunned. And so he came in and turned to his little book and started reciting something which he considered appropriate, and Mrs. Kennedy felt that, probably rightly so, that he wasn't giving the proper phraseology at that time, and she said, no, don't you understand? The final unction, the final unction. And he turned to another place in his book and began reading, which appeared appropriate, and it seemed to have a soothing effect on her, and he finished the appropriate phrases, and Mrs. Kennedy bent over and kissed her husband and took his ring from his finger. And then she went outside the door of this small room and sat down on a chair immediately outside the room.
I didn't see the wounds. They had him completely, his head was completely wrapped in a sheet-type bandage. The body, he was nude, when we pick up a body, as we train at it, my position was to take the head, place my hand underneath the head, and the other hand goes underneath the back of the spine at the waist. Then Peanuts, his hand goes next to mine on the waist, and he gets below the knees wherever we can stretch the person out. And we picked him up, and the back of his head felt like a wet sponge. It was just real soft, and as if, you know, it was, a skull was, part of his skull was missing. It was just that soft.
While the president lay dead at Parkland, another tragedy was unfolding a short distance from downtown, in the Oak Cliff district, where police officer J.D. Tippett had been gunned down by an unknown assailant.
It came out over the radio that the suspect had gone into the Texas Theater. Well, we continued on into the Texas Theater, and Kenneth and I entered the theater, and about the time we entered, well, some more officers came in behind us, and there were also some officers around the back.
While we were in the theater, probably 150 to 200 people had gathered out front of the theater, attracted there by all the noise. They had been told on television that the president had been shot. At this point, nobody knew whether he was dead or not. All these things happening this close together, they thought probably the suspect we had was maybe connected with the shooting of the president. And so we were hearing yells like, "Get him, let's kill him, let's take him." And we were all thinking, well, we just had to risk our lives and fight over a gun to get the man, and here we are, we may have to shoot somebody else to keep him.
When Oswald was first brought into the homicide office, I heard this commotion, and I looked up and I saw him. He was handcuffed with his hands handcuffed behind his back. And at that time, he refused to tell me who he was. He said something to the effect, "Well, you're the cop, you figure it out."
Later that day, Detective Rose led a search of the house in Irving, where Oswald's wife, Marina, lodged with her friend, Ruth Payne.
6 officers came to the door, and they said they had Oswald in custody for shooting an officer, no reference to the president, and they asked if they could come in. I asked if they had a warrant, and they said no, but we could get one right away, and they were obviously very tense and nervous, and I, was stunned by their arrival.
On Saturday morning, after the assassination on Friday, we went back to the Payne residence in Irving. I had obtained a search warrant from Judge Joe Brown, Jr., and wanted to do a more thorough search than I had previously done of that residence. Some of the items we found in this search was a photograph of Oswald standing in front of a house with a rifle in one hand, a newspaper in the other hand, and a pistol on his hip.
At no time did I suspect he had any kind of gun. That picture showed up later with that Marina had taken. I recognized the location as the back of their Neely Street apartment, because she'd taken me out there to pick some flowers to take home one time when I was visiting there in the spring before. And as you know, that he was carrying both the rifle and the pistol at that point.
Other items we found was, of course, a small Minox miniature camera, it's called. It had a roll of film in it. We never did develop that film. It was later turned over to the FBI, so I don't know what turned out to be on that film.
We found a great amount of communist literature, communist books. I couldn't tell you just what all it was, but it was a large box.
We brought all the evidence in, and Captain Fritz decided to conduct a further interview of Oswald and had him brought into the homicide office for interrogation. I sat in on that interrogation. Captain Fritz at one point said, "Mr. Oswald, you told us that you had never owned a rifle or a gun or a weapon of any sort. Is that right?" And he said, "That's right. I never owned a gun in my life." So Captain Fritz showed him the photograph and said, "Well, how do you explain this?" He looked at it, and he got visibly mad. He seemed shaken, and he said, "Well, that's just simply my face superimposed on someone else's body there. That's all that is."
Another senior detective sitting in on Oswald's high-level interrogations that weekend was Jim Lavelle.
Mr. Kelly with the Secret Service
who was the head of the Secret Service out of Washington, had flown in, I guess it was the next day, perhaps on Saturday, asked him if he knew anybody named Alex Heidel. He answered no, and they asked him if he had ever used that name at any time, and he answered no. And he said, well, isn't it a fact that when you were arrested, you had an identification card with your picture on it and that name on it and your billfold? He said, I believe that is correct. And Mr. Kelly said, well, how do you explain that? And he said, I don't. During my tenure with him, he was a very calm and cool and collected individual. All of his answers were very concise and to the point. He didn't volunteer information, and he certainly didn't admit to anything. Mr. Kelly also, in the same time when he asked him about the Alex Heidel, he knew that Oswald had been involved in this fair play for Cuba in New Orleans. And he asked him, he said, now that the president has been killed, he says, do you think that the attitude of the United States towards Cuba will change? And Oswald looked around to his left where Captain Fritz was sitting, and he said, I believe that I am charged with the murder of the president. Is that correct? And Captain Fritz said, yes, that's true. And he turned back to Mr. Kelly and he said, I don't think that I should answer that, because whatever answer I give you might be construed in a different light than what I intended it to be. He said, however, in all countries, and this country is no exception, when a leader of the country either dies or gets killed or something, there's always a second in command that takes over. And he said, in this case, I believe his name is Johnson, and I don't think that his views towards Cuba are any different than the president's.
An early arrival at police headquarters was the FBI agent in Dallas who'd been assigned to keep an eye on Oswald prior to the assassination, James Hosty.
His behavior when I talked to him on the afternoon of the assassination for approximately 1 hour was that of a person who was very calm, cool, and collected. He claimed that he was in the lunchroom at the time of the assassination by himself. He was also asked by Captain Fritz, did he bring a weapon into the building that day, and he said no, he had not, but he had seen the manager, Mr. Truly, had brought a rifle into the building a day or two before. This was later checked out and proved to be true, that Mr. Truly had brought a rifle in and he was going to go deer hunting with it and shown it to several of the people in the building. The interview was terminated because Oswald was taken out for a lineup.
Oswald was placed in 4 different lineups, 3 on Friday, a 4th on Saturday. In the first 2 lineups, Oswald appeared with 2 police detectives and a jail clerk. These men were wearing clothing quite a bit nicer than Oswald, but moreover, they did not resemble Oswald in appearance. They were heavier, older. One of them had blonde hair. The police gave fictitious names and occupations. Oswald gave his real name, his real occupation, to Texas School Book Depository. This information was being widely disseminated even by the time of the first lineup. In the second and third lineups, Oswald appeared with men who were quite a bit heavier, older. Some of them had blonde hair. And in the 4th lineup, which was the most outrageous of all, Oswald appeared in the lineup with 2 teenagers and a Mexican. And in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th lineups, Oswald complained bitterly to police about the manner in which the lineups were being conducted. And he berated the police, demanded legal representation, and it was very, very apparent to any witnesses that Oswald was the suspect. There are established criteria for the fair and proper conduct of police lineups. By any stretch of the imagination, every rule in the book was violated by the Dallas police in the conduct of each of the 4 lineups that weekend.
When they first filed against Oswald for killing President Kennedy, they put in the complaint that Oswald did kill President Kennedy in the furtherance of an international communist conspiracy. The White House called down to the district attorney and vehemently objected to that, in which then the district attorney removed this statement from the original complaint. Because of this, the White House was extremely upset with the local authorities, And we were under the strictest orders not to give them any information whatsoever at all about Oswald. This caused them to jump to the wrong conclusion and think that we were hiding something about ourselves when we were really cloaking the information about Oswald's Soviet and Cuban connections.
In Mexico City, 2 months before the assassination, a man claiming to be Oswald had visited both the Soviet and Cuban embassies, demanding a visa allowing him to travel to Russia via Cuba. He was unsuccessful. The American authorities were aware of this trip.
I asked him if he'd ever been to Mexico City, and he became quite upset about that, but this was more, he was more startled. And he said something to the effect, "How did you know about that?" And then wouldn't speak about it anymore.
Whether it was Oswald or an imposter in Mexico City, it was a connection that the American authorities were anxious to conceal at all costs. James Hosty gives the official explanation for this cover-up.
Oswald had been in contact with V.V. Kostakov, who was the Soviet KGB chief of assassinations and sabotage for the Western Hemisphere. I think the fact that Oswald had been in contact shortly before the assassination with a person of that nature, and due to the fact that he had spent 3 years in Russia, this would have caused the American public to become so outraged that it could have led to World War III. I believe for this reason they decided that they would keep this from the American public.
Whatever the real mission was in Mexico City, the American authorities at the highest level were determined that it should never be revealed.
In Mexico City, the CIA agents were instructed to cease and desist their investigation of a possible Castro connection to Oswald's assassinating of President Kennedy. There was a near mutiny among the CIA agents over this order to stop the investigation. The ambassador to Mexico City stated he was given orders from his superiors to stop the investigation, and then commented, well, if the president's own brother agreed with it, I guess we'd have to go along with it, which would indicate to me that Attorney General Robert Kennedy concurred with the order to stop the investigation of the Castro connection to Oswald.
In the holding cells of police headquarters in downtown Dallas, time was running out for Oswald. Throughout the relentless interrogations, he had offered no information other than vehemently protesting his innocence of the murders of both the president and Officer Tippit. 24 hours after his arrest, he was still without legal representation.
Oswald called me from the jail on Saturday after the assassination. He actually called twice. The first time in the afternoon, he just asked me to try to reach a lawyer that he was trying to get to represent him. And I said I would, because I thought he should have representation, but I frankly was stunned that he called, that he asked for something from me at that point. That was a very brief conversation, and his voice was very flat. Detached, like as if there was no momentous event going on around him or around me. And then he called again in the evening to try to reach Marina, and just asked for Marina just as if it were any weeknight after work. And he normally did call her then. Again, just very detached, very separated, it seemed to me, from what was going on.
For the rest of that day, and most of the following morning, Oswald's time was filled with more unrecorded interviews with police officials. Shortly after 11 o'clock on the Sunday morning, his move to the greater security of the Dallas County Jail began.
When we started to transfer him that morning, we brought his stuff down to him, and that included a couple of sweaters. I believe one was a beige and one was a black sweater. And it was a little cool, so we asked him if he wanted to wear one of the sweaters, and he said yes. And I asked him which one. He said, I believe I'll wear the beige one. And he started to take it, and he said, no. I said, I think I want to wear the black one. I don't know why, because it wasn't the best sweater. But anyway, took the cuffs off of him and gave him the sweater, and he put it on and cuffed him again.
And in talking with Chief there, I suggested to him that morning that we take Oswald out of the elevator on the first floor, put him in a car on Main Street where there wasn't any people, and we could be into the county jail before anyone realized that we were transferring him.
But he did not agree to that because we were already obligated to transfer him so the press could take pictures and everybody else could see it. So, you know what happened. Ruby shot him and us holding him, so which is not good.
Now the prisoner wearing a black sweater, he has changed from his T-shirt, is being moved out toward an armored car, being led out by Captain Fritz. There is the prisoner. Do you have anything to say in defense? Oswald has been shot. Oswald has been shot. Mass confusion here. Holy mackerel. A shot rang out as he was led into his car. The shot. There's a mass confusion there.
I had Oswald, in addition to being handcuffed to him, I had my left hand hooked into his belt on his right-hand side. And I pulled back with him, trying to pull him behind me. But without any leverage, I wasn't able to move him to any distance. What I succeeded in doing was turning his body a little bit. Ruby would have shot him if I had not turned him dead center just about where the navel is. As a result, by me pulling on him, trying to turn him in that reflex action, he shot him over here about 4 inches to the left of the navel. The bullet went all the way through him and lodged just under the skin on the right-hand side. If it had been a little better, a little higher caliber or more powder in the bullet, it would have gone on through him and hit me approximately in the same place. But it stopped just under the skin, and I could roll it around under the skin just like a seed in a grape.
I stood beside Dr. Shires and watched the efforts to salvage Mr. Oswald. I remember that he was given pure oxygen because he was already unconscious, and little or no anesthesia. And when the abdomen was opened, one could hear the blood escaping from the aorta. And he received 18 pints of blood within the next few minutes in an effort to resuscitate him. And he did recover a blood pressure for a moment or two and began to move his arms. You may recall that the bullet had entered his left chest, had gone through the stomach, the spleen, had torn the superior mesenteric artery on the aorta, gone through the vena cava, passed through the upper pole of the right kidney, buried itself through the liver and into the skin of the abdominal wall on the opposite side. And at that time, there were few, if any, survivors in America of a simultaneous injury to the aorta and vena cava, which was the major injury that Mr. Oswald sustained.
I was probably about 20 to 25 feet from the point of the shooting, and I was looking in that direction. And when the shot was fired, it didn't really sound like a pistol shot. It was a muffled sound, but I knew that it was a shot. And my first thought was that probably some older officer that was ready to retire, that was probably, I figured, bereaved and grieved over the shooting of Tippit, that really that's what my first thought was, that it was some policeman that shot him.
My first thought was that one of my fellow officers had shot Oswald. But as the crowd began hollering, the gun passed in front of my face, and I grabbed at it, but I missed it, and I kept hollering, "Somebody get that gun, somebody get that gun." And there was a voice that came from this pile of humanity that said they had the gun. Then suddenly I ended up with Ruby. We drug him back into the jail office where we restrained him and began to get handcuffs on him. Chief Curry, along with Captain Fritz and other top administrators, had originally planned, it was my understanding, to transfer Oswald during the night. But outside political pressures coming from as far as Washington insisted
that Oswald be shown that he hadn't been coerced into a confession, that he hadn't been beaten, and that the world exposure be granted on this subject. After all, he was an assassin accused in killing the President of the United States.
Chief Curry did not have the final say as to when or how Oswald was transferred. It came from his superior, which was the city manager at that time. So, again, we knew better than to transfer him under those conditions, but we didn't have any choice.
I was fairly certain in my mind when I saw Lee Oswald lying on the floor that he was going to die. And then I went to Parkland Hospital, and certainly he was dead. And that's when I met his wife, Marina, and his mother, Marguerite. Marina, through an interpreter from SMU, a Russian interpreter, she asked him that could she see the body. And the doctor told me, said that she shouldn't see the body. They just done an autopsy on him, and he wasn't even cleaned up yet. But she insisted on seeing him, and his mother, Marguerite, was there, and she insisted on seeing him. So I took them in to view the body. And there was a tear in the right eye of Lee Oswald, and Marina asked through the interpreter, was he crying when he died? And the doctor told her that no, some people die with their eyes open, some die with them closed, but this tear, he was not crying when he died.
Paul O'Connor was a medical orderly who assisted at President Kennedy's autopsy on the night of the assassination. For many years, he was prevented, under threat of court-martial, from talking about his frightening experience.
It was such a relief when the House Assassination Committee allowed me to talk. Then I could get it off my chest. It was such a relief to do that. And I'm glad it was brought out of the closet. At least I don't have to walk around the rest of my life bursting at the seams waiting to say, you people don't realize what I did or what I saw. You just believe what you heard or told to believe. And you know he was shot, you know he was dead, and you know he was buried. And that's all the general public knew. They didn't know about what we knew. And that was a hell of a feeling to carry around with you.
In speaking out about what he saw at the Washington autopsy, Paul O'Connor has exposed major discrepancies in the official account of the events of that night, and in particular, the president's wounds. In Dallas, minutes after the assassination, the doctors at Parkland Hospital, in addition to noting a large wound in the back of Kennedy's head, had also observed a small wound in his throat, as Dr. Robert McClelland explains.
Dr. Perry told me as I was helping him do the tracheostomy that he had made the incision, which goes this direction across the neck, for placement of the tube in the windpipe, through the little wound that had been in the front part of the neck, apparently about here, and as I understand, nicked the tie a little bit in coming through. And I estimate from what he told me that the size of that tiny little injury on the front part of the neck was perhaps the size of the end of my little finger, very small. What I would usually think about that kind of wound and what I thought about that one from his description of it was that it was most likely an entrance wound.
Saw a picture of the throat wound. Nice little neat wound about like this is what they showed in the picture. When it actually was a great big nasty blown out wound. Just a big mess. Why they would say this is what it looked like when it didn't is just beyond me. Because the rendition is just totally fabricated.
But the official autopsy photographs are not the only dubious aspect of that night's activities.
When somebody is shot and killed, they usually do what they call a legal post-mortem. And that involves plotting a trajectory of a missile, where it comes in and goes out, and what angle it was. And we didn't do any of that at all. They weren't really interested, it seems, on how it happened, where it happened from. Nobody had mentioned whether he had got shot in the front or the back or the side or what. I remember that Dr. Humes was just about ready to pull his hair out because he was a very meticulous person. And he'd start to do something, and Admiral Berkeley would say, "Don't do that," and he'd just tense all up, and we'd have to go to some other procedure. And I thought to myself, this is a very unbelievable, strange night. I felt like I was in some kind of a horror story that was real. But what really scared me was about several days later, after the autopsy, we were ordered into the commanding officer's office, all of us that had anything to do with the autopsy, where we signed orders that stated under penalty of general court-martial, you will not divulge any information or talk to anybody. That's what scared me.
Dr. Cyril Wecht, a distinguished forensic pathologist and a fearless critic of the cover-up, believes the truth can still be established.
I think it would still be possible, even today, to determine how, in fact, John Kennedy was killed, to be able to prove that there were two people firing. I would like to see a real murder investigation conducted. I would like to see FBI agents and other law enforcement people going to individuals who are involved in the chain of custody, find out where the brain is, find out where the codochromes of the interior chest wounds are, find out where the microscopic tissue slides are. I would like to see all of the evidence brought together and a thorough scientific analysis undertaken. I would also like to see repeat experiments done shooting a Mannlicher Carcano with 6.5 millimeter military-type ammunition through goat carcasses and human cadavers to simulate the bony fractures in Governor John Connally, and let's see what those bullets look like. Those things can be done. If they are done, then I am convinced that the Warren Commission report will crumble like a house of cards. And of course, the people on the other side, they're not stupid. They are also convinced that that is what would happen, and that is exactly why such a new investigation is not being undertaken.
But the questioning voice of the American people refuses to be silenced. Each year on the anniversary of the assassination, a dedicated band of disbelievers meet on the grassy knoll in Dealey Plaza, typical of those millions of Americans who've refused to swallow their government's official line. Through their diverse efforts and their persistence, critics such as these have kept the quest for the truth alive.
As with most people, I believed the Warren report at first. I think we all had to. We needed to know that there was no nameless they that got away with this, that it had been solved. But the more that was written, the more that we learned, the more questions there were. For every question that was answered, there were 10 more new ones that needed to be answered. And I felt that for my own sake, for all of our peace of mind, we needed to know more of what happened to President Kennedy. They didn't tell us the truth.
It's a very valid criticism of the Warren Commission that it failed to follow up many, many important leads and witnesses that came to its attention. One of the best examples, I think, is the fake Secret Service man up on the grassy knoll and a Dallas police officer. Within a minute or two after the shooting, Officer Joe Marshall Smith ran up on the grassy knoll following the other witnesses. That's where they all went initially. And Joe Smith pulled his pistol when he spotted a man behind the picket fence up on the grassy knoll. And this was a man dressed in coat and tie. And this man, even looking right into Smith's revolver, said, "Hey, I'm Secret Service." And he pulled out some credentials that, to Officer Smith, indicated that this man was legitimate. Smith left him alone and went away, investigating other areas in the plaza. The important part is that the Secret Service at no time had any agents anywhere in Dealey Plaza, with the exception of the agents who were riding in the motorcade. So here's a guy passing himself off as a Secret Service agent to a Dallas police officer, and there was no Secret Service agent there. The Warren Commission either didn't know that, or didn't want to know. They didn't even ask Officer Smith pertinent questions about that encounter. And to me, that's one of the great failings of the Warren Commission, and a typical example how important evidence was overlooked initially or lost at that time. There was some new evidence that came out in late 1976, evidence that I was responsible for, in that the researchers had long been aware of recordings of the Dallas Police Department's radio channels. The department was using 2 at that time. And some interference began just a couple minutes before the assassination occurred. And that interference continued for 5 minutes or so after the assassination, and it effectively blocked all police communications on their main channel. What wasn't known was which officer was responsible for it. My thinking was that if the officer were in or very close to Dealey Plaza, his open microphone may have picked up the sound of the shots. From that theory sprang an investigation by the House Assassinations Committee, and after some digging they found what they thought were the original recordings. They had the scientists analyze the recordings and decided that after some tests and then firing some test shots in Dealey Plaza and recording those, that there were 4 shots fired during the assassination, perhaps as many as 6. And that, of course, proved conspiracy.
For 2 years, through political turmoil, the House committee flourished. It investigated areas that needed to be investigated, some that we hadn't thought of before. Others, unfortunately, were overlooked. And as a result, after the dust cleared, we were given a report. The report said, yes, there was a conspiracy, but a very limited conspiracy. There were at least 2 people firing at President Kennedy. Much of the evidence leading toward involvement of government investigative agencies, perhaps in the actual murder, perhaps just in the cover-up, were all pretty much glossed over. Some recommendations were made to the Justice Department. They were never followed through. During the House Assassinations Committee hearings, the FBI and CIA admitted that they had withheld evidence, that they had obstructed justice. Not a single person was ever put to task for this. They were just allowed to go, and that's the way it remains till this day. We can't know the truth unless we have subpoena power and people that want to know the truth. If they don't want to know the truth, whether because they don't believe in it or because they feel it's politically advantageous to themselves not to investigate it, then we'll never know the truth. But how can this country go on after a quarter of a century of this cover-up? How can we build on that? We're building on a lie. We've got to know the truth.
The House Select Committee on Assassinations concluded, primarily on the acoustics evidence, but not exclusively, that there were 2 people firing shots in Dealey Plaza. And they decided, based on the scientific evidence that took a period of some 9 to 10 months to analyze fully, that shots number 1, number 2, and number 4 all came from the Texas School Book Depository building. But shot number 3 did come from the grassy knoll to the president's right front. Therefore, it's inescapable. Conspiracy because there were at least 2 shooters. So all this means that according to the United States government, there are now 2 official conclusions as to what happened. The Warren Commission says there was 1 shooter and 3 shots. The House Assassinations Committee says 2 shooters, a total of 4 shots. There's a conspiracy or there isn't. That's where we're stuck, and we have been since 1978.
Given the nature of the president's most powerful enemies at that time, and who had the most to gain from the assassination, my feeling is that there are 4 groups that are suspect. The more militarily oriented of the anti-Castro Cubans, the people who felt betrayed by President Kennedy after the Bay of Pigs, the mob, who wanted the gaming rights back in Havana. They were losing millions of dollars every day since Castro closed the casinos. The ultra-right wing, who hated President Kennedy for virtually everything he stood for. And the ultra-right wing hawks within the CIA, the ones who had been fired, or people related to those politically, who had been fired by President Kennedy after the Bay of Pigs. They all had a common goal. They wanted the president out of the way. They wanted Cuba clear of Castro and the communist threat in the Western Hemisphere. They had the most to gain. They had the motive, the opportunity, and the means to kill President Kennedy. If that is the cake, then the icing on the cake is the president's decision to withdraw the troops from Vietnam. That was the CIA's war. They wanted it, they wanted to promote it, they wanted to push it.
The people who I think had most to gain, as they saw it, were the military-industrial intelligence complex. It's a myth that the intelligence agents don't make policy. They make it all the time. They always say they're carrying out policy, and sometimes they are. The people who had most to gain were those who didn't want the peace in the world that John Kennedy had tried to turn the world toward when he and Khrushchev worked out the solution to the Cuban Missile Crisis. The people who didn't want John Kennedy to be president were those who were making incredible fortunes from war production.
Had Kennedy lived, I think we'd have had no Vietnam War with all of its traumatic and divisive influences in America. I think we would have escaped that. I think the world would have escaped the 50,000 odd Americans dead and 300,000 more wounded and over 500,000 more hooked on dangerous drugs and tropical diseases. The divisiveness of that war that so many of the people thought unjustified and unnecessary and it shouldn't have been there. It split this country widely, and many of those things have lingered on since.
Kennedy made a speech at American University in June of the year before he died, and he said, we live in one world, we got to breathe in the same air, and we got to live together, we're going to die together. He was very disturbed by our involvement in Vietnam, which he inherited. And there came a time when he called his generals in and spoke to them, and after he spoke to them, the Pentagon issued a small statement saying that we have re-evaluated our involvement in Vietnam and find that we can begin to withdraw our men. The plan was to begin by withdrawing 1,000 a month. 17,000 were to be withdrawn by the time of the election, which was a year later. One plane load reached the United States when John Kennedy was killed. 3 days after the assassination, the body wasn't yet in the ground. The Pentagon issued what it called a re-evaluation of its re-evaluation. And they said simply that we found that our re-evaluation was optimistic. And the rest is history. The whole world turned around on it. The world will not within the lifetime of anybody living today recover from just that.
Kennedy represented the voice of hope, a voice of opportunity, a voice for the future, uplift. People could hardly stand on their feet. They'd jump up and down when he came along the street. And this great voice of hope for the future of a better America was stilled by the assassin's bullets. And people were depressed and mourned over it and thought we have lost our brightest and best in the head.
The most important effect once the Warren Report came out was disenchantment and disillusionment, especially of that college generation. I can't tell you how many collegiate audiences reflected this. All people of all ages reflected it on the radio talk shows, which spent a lot of time on this. So people lost their faith in the government, and the government earned that loss of faith. And I think perhaps the second is more important, that when the government justifies a loss of faith, it really is a deep subversion.
The strongest ally the cover-up has had has been the American media, both because they are unable or unwilling to accept the conspiracy or the fact of a conspiracy, or because they know better and are serving their masters well. One of the two.
None of the things that the critics brought to light were treated responsibly by any responsible element of the press. If it hadn't been for the kookiest of all, the radio talk shows, we critics would not have been able to reach the people we did, and they were very important. The Washington Post resisted it, the New York Times resisted it, the major TV networks resisted it, unless you had something nutty, unless you had something dramatic, unless you had something they knew wasn't true. But substantial criticism never had a voice. And that's what the working of a democratic society requires. Most of all, when it's a crime of the magnitude of the subversiveness of this one, the assassination of a president.
If the press would just open their eyes, if the media would accept the fact of the conspiracy, instead of just arbitrarily disbelieving, we'd have some allies. A handful of critics and researchers in this case have gotten remarkably far on their own. But if the press would just be honest about it and question and do their job, we could learn a lot more. The fact of the assassination conspiracy is beyond doubt. Only the scope is in question.
I'm a first-generation American. I'm the first member of my family born at least since the time of Christ. I can't go back to Adam. In freedom. None of my predecessors ever had it. And I've been a writer, an investigative reporter, a Senate investigator, an intelligence analyst. And the older I get, the more convinced I become that despite all its failings, we have the best system of self-government man has yet perfected, and it's got so many failings. But for the system to work, those who are responsible for seeing to it that it works have to see to it that it works. In this case, didn't happen. They subverted it instead. The assassination nullified our system, and the investigation nullified our system. My investigation has been different than that of others who are known as critics, because mine is a study of how the institutions of our society worked at the time of Great Crisis and since then. And obviously, the conclusion's obvious. They all failed. All, on all levels.
I sincerely believe that what we have done in the past as a nation, overtly and covertly, is a direct reflection on the kind of people that we are. And I feel obligated to help set the record straight so that we know what we are and what are our evils, so we can divest ourselves of those evils and become, again, a great nation.
I don't want to live like a beggar for justice. I don't think it's becoming of this country. But all those lies that have been told to me and to other people, it's a very bad foundation for our society, and nothing based on lies can withstand very long.
I do not want my children or my grandchildren to grow up in a country where the people are lied to or something is covered up. The American people can handle the truth. It's been that way since the day we were born. All we need is the truth. Let's put it to rest.
Most Americans believe the truth surrounding the assassination of President John Fitzgerald Kennedy has been covered up. Marina Oswald is convinced that her late husband, Lee, played no part in his murder.
I think he's absolutely innocent of the murder of President Kennedy or Officer Tippit. And I would like for people in official capacity who say that he is guilty to come up with the proof. Absolutely, not one-sided, but all evidence on the table. And only then to decide if he's guilty or innocent. I know he's innocent. But the danger of the truth not being known will destroy this nation, actually. They maybe don't believe me, but that's the fact.
Beverly Hills is home to a former member of the 1970s House Select Committee on Assassinations, the second major inquiry into the killing of Kennedy. He resigned with others when their efforts to establish the truth were thwarted. Attorney and former mayor of Beverly Hills, Bob Tannenbaum.
The executive intelligence agencies, the FBI and the CIA, predominantly looked upon the committee as the enemy. They were not there to help us, to give us the information we needed, and made it very difficult to obtain anything. And the material they did give us was severely redacted, that is, deleted documents. And all we really wanted were the documents done by the investigators as they would do in the ordinary course investigating any homicide. Wherever the facts led us, we would go, and we would report on that. And as I said, if those facts told us that Lee Harvey Oswald assassinated the president and he acted alone, we would have said that. If it were that Lee Harvey Oswald acted with others, we would have said it. And if it was that others killed the president and not Lee Harvey Oswald, and those were the facts, we would have said it. How did they frustrate us? They weren't interested in subpoenaing people who were critical to the investigation, and people who were subpoenaed, who were lying to the committee, who were in the government, and not doing the right thing. What was the right thing? To hold them in contempt and or charge perjury. That required a vote of the committee, a vote of the House of Representatives, and a submission to the U.S. Attorney's Office. They weren't prepared to do that because they really didn't want to find out the truth publicly. And when you have a homicide investigation, you're either involved in the truth-finding process or you get out of the business.
So the government maintains the case is closed. It's left to lone individuals to pursue the truth, and it's a long and arduous journey across a bleak landscape. One such pilgrim is now revealing previously hidden information using the latest computer technology. Tom Wilson spent 30 years with US Steel, developing his image processing techniques for revealing imperfections in product surfaces. His expert evidence in murder cases involving gunshot wounds has been accepted in federal court. In 1988, he began to apply that expertise to images from the Kennedy assassination.
You look at a picture and you see 30 shades of diversifying gray, whereas the machinery sees 256. As you peel away the layers of the photograph, as you were peeling an onion, each of the layers provides to the human being some information that lie within these various layers. And each layer or combination of layers will result in something that is embedded in there that has not been able to be brought out by the human eye. I don't think anyone has ever utilized the equipment to look at the Kennedy images, because if they have, with the expertise that I know our government has had over the past many years, then I know they will come to the same absolute conclusion that I have. And it's just been an unbelievable burden ever since, because I know that President Kennedy was assassinated by somebody from the front and that there was a conspiracy. And the problem hasn't been the burden of knowing the truth that our president was assassinated in a conspiracy. The problem has been that in my efforts to bring hard, scientific, technical information to the public has been thwarted by everywhere I have turned. I've tried the media, I've tried the government, I've tried everything I know, and no one wants to look at the evidence.
Using image processing techniques undreamt of when Zapruder filmed the assassination, Tom has uncovered dramatic information hidden within this horrific footage.
As we go further into the brain, we are able to observe all of the damage that has occurred in this rear exit wound from the very top of the skull down into where the missile exited through the head. As you can see, this is the scalp area, the damage to the skull, the area of the skull that's been blown away by the incoming frontal missile. And now we can actually go down and see the brain, and the exiting bullet has gone through the brain, and you can see the path of the bullet here. Lee Harvey Oswald did not and could not have fired the fatal shot that killed our president.
Tom Wilson's ability to extract hidden information from the assassination pictures is based on established scientific principles.
This is photonics. This is the absolute science in the measurement of light. What is in these photographs and what is measured by the computer and backed up by hard scientific mathematical data. All of my findings can be reproduced.
Badgeman shooting from the grassy knoll was first revealed in Mary Moorman's picture in The Men Who Killed Kennedy in 1988. Tom's initial work confirmed his presence. This encouraged him to apply his technology to photographic records of the assassination.
The Zapruder film allowed me to be able to go in and look at the head wound initially. The autopsy photographs allowed me to verify that there were inconsistencies within, and the pristine Mary Moorman photograph allowed me to go in and actually measure the wound optically without image processing. As we go into the wound and as we expand the wound and magnify it, you can see that the pixel elements, or each one of these little dots, is represented by dark squares or light squares. Now, if there were no wound in the rear of President Kennedy's head, all of the squares would be the basic reflective value or the basic shade of gray that his normal hair coloring would be on this day. Every time, in my years of experience with this, when there is a concave or convex area that is a deformation of the overall image, there is absolutely no question that the case is, as it goes darker under this situation, that this is going from an area on the top of President Kennedy's head down into an extremely deep hole, because the entrance wound that supported this exit wound was fired from the right frontal area of President Kennedy, and it exited through the rear. Instead of trying to find shooters or gunmen in the photographs, I decided to concentrate on President Kennedy's massive rear-end head wound. And what this enabled me to do was to be able to go in, rebuild the head wound as a mold, use the data thereof, and track back from the head wound back to the source of the shooter. This is a mold that was reproduced from the data points obtained from the pristine Mary Moorman photograph. I took 8 vertical scans, 1, 2, and so forth, down to the bottom, and 750 horizontal scans, which allowed me to have 6,000 pieces of mathematical data that I could actually turn into a 3-dimensional mold. I was able to produce the exact replica, not to scale, of course, but an exact replica of President Kennedy's head wound. As you can see, this allowed me to be able to show the massive amount of material that was blown from the head into the air. As the bullet entered the right temporal area, it came within his head and fragmented into 2 directions. The right fragment is here, the left fragment is here. And this allowed me to determine, as you can see with all the flow of forces here, that all of the material was blown up and the entrance of the fragments came from below.
Having gathered extensive mathematical data from the assassination images, Tom went to Dealey Plaza for the first time. Taking precise measurements from the site, he correlated these with his photographic findings. The results were not as he anticipated.
When I came back and took these coordinates, which were mapped out using the machinery, not manual calculations, I could never put President Kennedy at the spot where the Zapruder film said was frame 313 when Badgeman was firing, because the projectile trajectory from Badgeman wasn't where Kennedy was. And when I put President Kennedy down the road 4 feet further, when Badgeman could hit him, Mary Moorman was in the wrong location. Mr. Zapruder wasn't fit. The fence was in the wrong place. I could not make anything fit. So I had to go back to Dallas, and I had to run more tests. And what I found out was something that I had overlooked all this time in looking at the photograph. President Kennedy's wound in his right temporal area is at an angle like this. It's coming out of the ground. And I said to myself, Tom, if the bullet was coming out of the ground, how is this possible? Because I never tried to determine where the bullet came from. I only know what it did to President Kennedy's head. This totally bewildered me, but I'm at the end of this mission. President Kennedy was assassinated by a man firing a missile from inside the manhole cover at the bottom of the steps in Dealey Plaza. There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that that is exactly where that headshot came from.
Jack Brazil, a seasoned researcher of the assassination, believes that a gunman firing at Kennedy from the storm sewer is no wild theory. In 1992, he put his ideas to the test with a trained military team. They explored the subterranean world beneath Dealey Plaza.
After carefully analyzing and researching Dealey Plaza through the years, the only two spots that an assassin could actually hide and squeeze off around at the presidential limousine would be the storm sewer that I'm standing in now and the storm drain, which is located directly behind the wooden picket fence that joins the triple underpass. But that's the only two spots that an assassin could hide in and actually squeeze off around and fire at the presidential limousine, and then, in lieu of that, been able to escape. It took us approximately 53 to 54 minutes, our very first trip. Now that was stopping and investigating and talking on the walkie-talkies, 2 coffee breaks, and then the second time it took 42 minutes, and the third trip it took 32 minutes, and the fourth trip it took 23 minutes. So we can rest assured that it would take an assassin approximately 20 to 30 minutes to actually escape Dealey Plaza underground. This ties in to the storm sewer in the center of Main Street, and it's easily accessible for a would-be assassin, and he could very easily have shot the president and used this route for an escape, which leads directly to the Trinity River.
The official autopsy photographs taken at Bethesda Naval Hospital on the evening of the assassination show no indication of a frontal entrance wound to Kennedy's head or exit wound from the rear. However, Tom Wilson has uncovered new evidence showing that these images have been manipulated to support the official line of a lone gunman firing from behind.
The dark areas represent material that are human and/or environmental. The white areas represent mortician's materials such as wax. Some of the obvious areas of disguise are the ear, where you can see the wax material has been over top of the human ear. The entire face has been covered with mortician's wax and materials. And most important, the right temporal area, which is the entrance area of the incoming missile, has been filled with mortician's wax. I'm not saying that restorative art was not done to President Kennedy before he was buried. What I'm saying is, how can an autopsy photograph have restorative art on a cadaver?
Tom can prove that another official autopsy photograph, first seen in The Men Who Killed Kennedy and showing the back of the president's head intact, has been forged.
When image processing looks at this image, the real image that should be seen is this image. And all of the area that looks like it is solid white, a nice evenly coated white, is a photographic manipulation of the image. It is not a man-made mortician-type material. It is a painted image on a photograph. It is my concerted opinion that this photograph was manipulated for only one thing, and that was to hide the massive exit wound that occurred in the rear of President Kennedy's head.
Lieutenant Colonel Dan Marvin has spent his life serving his country. A veteran of 8 combat campaigns, he earned 21 awards and decorations. 15 years a paratrooper, he served in the elite special forces, the Green Berets. Just a few weeks after the assassination, he volunteered for specialist guerrilla training at Fort Bragg.
Almost all of the instruction in the guerrilla warfare school was classified. The most secret was the top secret training on assassinations and terrorism. And at that time, we went to a different building that had a double barbed wire fence around it and guard dogs in it. On the John F. Kennedy situation, that was brought to our attention as a classic example of the way to organize a complete program to eliminate a nation's leader while pointing the finger at a lone assassin. It involved also the cover-up of the assassination itself. We had considerable detail. They had a mock layout of the plaza in that area and showed where the shooters were and where the routes were to the hospital. I don't remember where those were now. They had quite a bit of movie film coverage, it seemed like, you know, thinking back to that time, and some still photos of the grassy knoll and places like that. They told us that Oswald was not involved in the shooting at all. He was the patsy. He was the one that was set up. We did, myself and a friend of mine, form a very distinct impression that the CIA was involved in Kennedy's assassination. During a coffee break, we overheard one of the CIA instructors say to the other, "Things really did go well in Daley Plaza, didn't it?" Or something to that effect. And that just reinforced or really added to our suspicions, and we really felt before the end of the training was over that one of those instructors may have been involved himself in the assassination of John F. Kennedy. I had to do a lot of rethinking, and perhaps it's a way that soldiers of fortune are, I don't know, but I just then convinced myself, as did my friend, that it had to somehow be in the best interest of the United States government that Kennedy was killed. Otherwise, why would our own people have done it? Simple as that.
At Fort Bragg, 15 months after his training, Dan was summoned to meet an official from the CIA, a company man. David Vanek, a fellow officer in assassination training, also attended.
First, the company man took me aside and showed me his badge, his ID card, and he asked me if I would volunteer to kill a man, a United States citizen, a naval officer. Didn't tell me who it was at first. I assumed what he was talking about was killing a man overseas. He asked me at first if I would accept an assignment to kill somebody. He didn't give me the name, but then I asked for the name, assuming it would be, like I said, overseas. And he gave me the name, William Bruce Pitzer. Hard name to forget, really, once you hear it. And so I told him yes. And then he said, well, you have to, he started to lay out the details of it. And the details included the fact that I would have to get him before he retired. And he retired in a very short period of time, if I remember correctly, and he was stationed at Bethesda Naval Hospital. So I'd have to actually get him here in the United States. Well, I refused, because that wasn't the way that we were trained that this was going to happen. We were supposed to be used as their assets, the CIA's assets, for use in assassinations overseas. In the United States, the mafia was supposed to supply what resources they need for killing somebody here in the United States. So he then asked David Vanek. He went over to David Vanek and talked to him. Now, I don't know what he talked to David Vanek about. He might ask him the price of ice cream, I don't know. But I never saw David Vanek after that day. Now, that was in August, the first week of August of 1965.
In November 1963, William Bruce Pitzer was head of the audio-visual unit at Bethesda Naval Hospital. A close colleague at the time was a young petty officer, Dennis David.
3 or 4 days after the assassination, I walked in to his office and I saw he was working on some film. He had a movie editor, one of those reel-to-reel that runs across the screen, and he showed it to me, and it was a 16-millimeter film of the autopsy. There were also some slides. He had some slides that he had that showed of tissue slides, and also showed some slides of President Kennedy that were taken while he was on the table at the morgue. And you know, we looked at him, kind of horrified, I guess you would say, at the seriousness of the wound. But I remember one of the things that I remembered was that we saw, they had a picture of Kennedy laying on the table, and it was a front profile, if you will, or front view. And the only thing we saw was a little hole about here in the temple. And then, and another photograph, or another slide that Bill had, showed a huge gaping hole here in the back. And so Bill and I logically assumed that the wound was a frontal entry wound, as opposed to what the Warren Commission later said being a shot from behind.
Dennis left Bethesda for a new posting, but in November 1966, a colleague gave him some distressing news regarding his old friend Bill Pitzer. He'd been found dead in a pool of blood in his studio at Bethesda. The official verdict was suicide. Lying face down on the floor, a .38 revolver by his side, he had a bullet wound in the right temple.
When the occupational therapist had told me this, I remember I reminded I said, you know, that doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense, because Bill was left-handed, and, you know, because we used to kid him all the time when playing bridge about being a southpaw, because sometimes he'd deal in reverse. Instead of dealing them in the correct sequence, he'd deal them in the opposite way, and we'd kind of harass him about it.
There are grave doubts about Pitzer's alleged suicide. His left hand had been so mangled, as if tortured, that his wedding ring could not be removed and given to his widow.
Bill had told me shortly before he left Bethesda, which was around the 7th of December of '65, he told me that he was planning on retiring because he had enough time in and he was wanting to get out, and that he also said he had some damn lucrative offers from some TV networks, and other people have asked me why I think he was assassinated, and I think it was because that with him retiring, they, and I don't know who they are, were afraid that he would take these pictures that he and I had seen, this 35 millimeter and the 16 millimeter film, that he would take them, and that if he went to work for a major studio, that they would use them, or he would have them aired, and that would really, you know, blow some people out of the water if that would have transpired. I could be wrong, I could be all wet, but I do know those films exist because I was there, I saw the damn things.
I am absolutely certain that the name that I was given underneath those pine trees in Fort Bragg, North Carolina, in the first week of August was William Bruce Pitzer. I put it completely out of my mind from 1965 until 1993. And I was watching a special in November '93 about the assassination of Kennedy. I think it was a special by Jack Anderson. And at the end of that special, on the television, they rolled a list of 42 names of people who had met a violent death that were somehow associated with the assassination or the cover-up or the autopsy or something. And I was sitting there in my living room watching that, and the name William Bruce Pitzer came over the screen. And it made me go right back to that day in August of 1965. That was the William Bruce Pitzer that I was asked to kill, unless there's two William Bruce Pitzers that worked at Bethesda Naval Hospital. That man, the name of the other Green Beret that was approached by the CIA agent in August of 1965 at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, was David H. Vanek, captain, who went through the same training I did, same class I was in. And I have tried, ever since I saw the name William Bruce Pitzer come out on that screen, I've tried to find him. And I've been totally unsuccessful. I sent letters to the special office and the Retired Services Directorate, where they'll take a letter that you send them with a man's name and serial number, and they'll forward it to him. Or if he's deceased, they'll send it back to you. I got no response from them, so I finally sent another follow-up letter and demanded a response, or I threatened to go to Senator D'Amato to help me on the response. And then I did get a response, but the response was that David H. Vanek never existed in the United States Army.
But Dan still has published Army orders proving that Captain David H. Vanek was with him at the Special Warfare Center.
Recognizing just what kind of a person I was, and which I am hopefully no longer, it is not an easy thing to do. It would be easier for me to just melt into the woodwork and let my family, especially my grandchildren, think of me as kind of the friendly old giant that helps them do things and plays with them, rather than what I've done in the past. And I know that when this, if it is made public, the information that I've given will adversely affect my relations with my family. And I just hope and pray that our love survives it. And I hope and pray that it does some good for this nation.
Former FBI agent and professional investigator Bill Turner has been researching the JFK assassination since the weekend it happened. His exhaustive probing has given him exceptional insight into the events and reasons surrounding Kennedy's death.
There was much anger over his failure to provide air cover at the Bay of Pigs. There was much anger when he did not invade Cuba during the missile crisis in October 1962. After the Bay of Pigs, John Kennedy reamed out the CIA for conducting too high a profile, meaning an invasion. And he said he wanted to continue the campaign against Castro, but he wanted it so it was low profile and invisible. And so the Kennedy brothers did develop a secret agenda, and Bobby was a protagonist, in which there would be a series of sabotage raids, there would be continued assassination attempts against Castro, and there would be teams ready to go into Cuba if the time was right for a second invasion. So all of this was low profile but high intensity, and was going on right after the Bay of Pigs, right up until John Kennedy's death.
Building on the foundations laid by Bill Turner, using classified documents newly released under the Kennedy Assassination Records Act, the investigation into the Kennedy brothers' secret agenda against Fidel Castro has been greatly extended. Project Freedom is the name given to that agenda by two Atlantan writers and researchers. Over the last 7 years, Lamar Waldron has built up a formidable database on this secret agenda and its relationship to Kennedy's murder. Together with colleague Tom Hartman, they have gained unique access to individuals closest to these events and have unraveled some of the darkest secrets lying at the heart of the assassination.
The Kennedys were determined to see some sort of action taken on Cuba, one way or the other, before the end of 1963, primarily because they wanted to avoid Cuba becoming a political football during the 1964 campaigns, and those would, of course, be kicking off at the first of the year 1964.
The reason that this came about was the efforts against Castro, of course, started in 1959 under Richard Nixon. Nixon wildly escalated them in 1960 in an attempt to have Castro assassinated prior to the election so that he could defeat Kennedy in the election. He was unsuccessful in that. Kennedy inherited many of these programs, which ultimately led to the Bay of Pigs and the debacle there. There was Project Mongoose, which Bobby, to a large extent, supported, a CIA program. It didn't work. None of these programs worked, and so Bobby, in utter frustration and I think progressively becoming less trustful of the people who had been running these programs up to this point, said, I'm going to create my own program. We are going to run this out of my office, and it's going to be highly secure and highly compartmentalized, as it is to this day.
Project Freedom, again, was Bobby Kennedy's project that he ran only with his most trusted advisors. So you had Bobby at the top, based in Washington, and also based much of the time in Washington, you had his Cuban confidant. That was Bobby's main liaison with the other small handful of exile leaders that he trusted to work on Project Freedom with him. Those leaders would sometimes contact Bobby directly, but most of the time they would go through his Cuban confidant.
So a second invasion of Cuba was being planned, using a force of Cuban exiles. Robert Kennedy's Cuban confidant was the man in charge.
Harry Williams was in the invasion brigade of the Bay of Pigs, and when he was recuperated from Cuba, Bobby Kennedy tapped him to become kind of his golden boy with the exiles. And Harry, I can tell you, he has a tremendous presence, almost a charisma, if you want to call it that. And so I did interview him, and he told me that the action was going to be based out of the Dominican Republic in a place called Monte Cristi. But the character changed when they cooperated or co-opted a high official in Havana, and the opportunity for an assassination of Castro and a coup presented itself. So this developed along the line, and at that point the second invasion became more of a backup type of idea. John Kennedy, in his settlement with Premier Khrushchev, the Soviet Union, the missile crisis in October of 1962, had agreed that there would be no U.S. involvement in any type of adverse actions against Cuba. That was part of the agreement. So this had to be kept from the Soviet Union, it had to be kept from the FBI, it had to be kept from anybody and anybody that didn't have a need to know. Harry was reporting directly to Bobby Kennedy.
The United States in the summer and fall of 1963 had a great need to get more low-level intelligence assets into Cuba. One of the reasons the Bay of Pigs had failed was because we didn't have good intelligence that told us what the reaction of the Cuban people really would be when the invasion happened. Well, Bobby Kennedy was determined not to let that happen again. So there was a general effort throughout the summer and fall of 1963 to get people into Cuba by legitimate means, not by secret boats in the middle of the night, as the CIA was capable of doing, but these would be people who would go in legitimately, would be able to walk the streets, talk to people, because this was very important for Project Freedom. They had to have ways of finding out what the man on the street thought about the coup, if they were going to support the new leaders, and indeed there were many, many mysterious visits by young men in their early 20s to the Cuban embassy in Mexico City trying to get into Cuba for those kinds of activities.
Oswald supposedly returned from a trip to Mexico City, a very enigmatic trip, in which he made loud noises about getting a visa to Cuba at both the Soviet and the Cuban embassies there, and created quite a ruckus when he was turned down. This again established his bona fides as a Castro partisan. And I'm sure if it was actually Oswald, because there's a lot of evidence that it was not he, but a double that showed up down there. In any event, his bona fides as a Castro revolutionary were established. And upon his return to Dallas, he was in essentially the same role that he had been in New Orleans, being dangled in this ongoing intelligence operation. And the final denouement, of course, was that this intelligence operation in which he was being controlled simply set him up to take the tumble for the presidential assassination. They controlled him, and that's where he wound up, in the Dallas School Book building. And he was simply, like he said in his own words, the patsy.
Tom and Lamar's detailed study of recently declassified documents has revealed a secret plan, part of Project Freedom, that was hijacked by Kennedy's killers, enabling them to escape detection.
Beginning in September of 1963, several agencies of the U.S. government, at Bobby Kennedy's direction, began making contingency plans regarding Project Freedom. They were worried about what would happen if Castro found out about the plan and retaliated in some way.
And so Bobby was faced with a serious problem here. He had a plan that had a very good chance of actually unseating Castro. What if Castro found out about it? And what if Castro found out about it before it happened and launched a preemptive attack of some sort against the United States? Not a military attack, but some sort of a hit-and-run thing. What if he were, for example, to assassinate the U.S. ambassador to Panama or to Guatemala or something like this? And so Bobby had his advisors put together a series series of contingency plans around this Cuban operation, these Cuba contingency plans by the State Department, the FBI, the CIA, the Defense Department, people involved in them like Alexander Haig and Joseph Califano, who put together this program that this is how we're going to respond if Castro does something against us, if he kills one of our people. And we want to very carefully control the release of information about the evidence. We want to control the evidence in a way that we can prevent inflammatory information from getting out that would cause the press to go nuts, that would cause the Republicans to use this as a political tool, that would cause Americans to demand an immediate invasion of Cuba that could lead to World War III. They had to have control of the information.
There were very low-level operatives and informants working for the CIA whose primary allegiance was to the mafia. And these people had been working with the mafia for much longer than they had been working with the CIA, and the mafia paid them many, many times what the CIA did. Those people not only told the mafia bosses like Trafficante and Marcello about Project Freedom, but they worked with the mafia in ways to use those plans to kill President Kennedy and use the secrecy surrounding Project Freedom to cover up the mafia's role in it.
Dangling Oswald, the forces involved, I'm firmly convinced, were the same ones that were involved in the ongoing attempts to assassinate Fidel Castro. And I'm talking about the combination or the alliance between the CIA and the mafia to snuff Castro. And I think that what happened at Dallas was simply that having the personnel and teams assembled for assassination, having the wherewithal to do it, having the intelligence connections to cover it up, that they simply turned their guns on Kennedy, and that's where it all came from, out of that whole collaboration between the mob and the CIA and some of the Cuban exiles. And I probably should add rogue elements of the CIA, because I know that the director himself, who was a Kennedy appointee, certainly was not involved.
One of the more startling bits of evidence that Oswald was either a member of Project Freedom, part of the program, or that he had been manipulated in such a way that Bobby Kennedy was certain that he was, is found in an article written by a Pulitzer Prize-winning reporter who was in Washington, D.C. with one of the leaders of Project Freedom just hours after the assassination. And he received a telephone call from Bobby Kennedy just a few hours after Jack was killed, and Bobby's comment to him was, one of your guys did it. One of your guys just killed my brother. And this clearly demonstrates that Bobby's first response was that he recognized either Oswald's name or Oswald's position, and that he believed that Project Freedom had been breached. And this also shows us how and why the Cuba contingency plans were immediately invoked, why the government would go to the lengths that it went to violate state and federal law to seize John Kennedy's body from Dallas, take it to a federal facility in Bethesda, and on, all the other things. All of a sudden, it all makes sense.
We know from sources who were actually working on Project Freedom that Robert Kennedy directed, through intermediaries, certain activities at the autopsy to make sure that national security considerations were observed with respect to the autopsy. And these considerations extended even after the autopsy was finished.
Immediately after the autopsy, the body was then delivered into the care of then Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Haig, later Secretary of State Alexander Haig. And Haig, of course, was one of the authors of one of the Cuba contingency plans. It's very clear from all the conversations we've had with the people who were close to Bobby at that time that he believed, at least in those early days, possibly weeks, that his program that he was responsible for, that he was running, had somehow been turned around or compromised and used to murder his brother, that he bore some personal level of responsibility for the death of his brother.
I am very convinced that the assassination of John F. Kennedy came from the collaboration between the CIA and the Mafia in attempting to assassinate Fidel Castro. And I feel very strongly that that apparatus that was set up to assassinate Castro simply was turned on Kennedy when the motive piled upon motive to get rid of him. If the truth came out today about what really happened, it certainly would be a major embarrassment to a number of political and media figures. And I find that to be a very healthy thing I think that people in this country should know how the government is able to cover up things that went on, not always by people being guiltily involved, but by just going along with what the government says.
People that you trust betrayed you, the government that you trust, the official that you trust, and they told you blind light, and they knew it. So that kind of betrayal really turned your soul upside down. And for that, I'm angry. For all the Blakeys and Fords and God only knows whom, Posners and Mailers who had the opportunity to improve something, and they refused, or sold out, or were weak enough, or whatever. But when that hope is taken away and you reduce human being like me to the level of the animal, even animal can feel. So you expect me not to protest? Sure I do. So that's the reason that I'm here, because nobody have right to play God over somebody else's life. And not just get away with it, but be happy with that kind of power. This is just simply insanity.
When the government engages in the truth-finding process and in some way doesn't tell us the truth, it's violated the very, very precepts upon which this government was founded. And those precepts are found, if one wishes to look, not only in the Declaration of Independence, but in the Constitution, and particularly in the Bill of Rights. That is what guides this government. It is our founding principles. It matters.
I think it is terrible just to know that a nation can have within its own government those kind of evil influences that can cause something like that to happen, and then to cause it to be covered up to the extent that it has been, makes you feel like you're really not in a democracy anymore. A nation is strong when it does things openly, courageously, and according to the law. Amen.
It was one of the most traumatic events in American history. The murder of John F. Kennedy, the 35th President of the United States, on the streets of Dallas on November 22, 1963.
If the presidency of the United States is being decided by bullets fired from rifles rather than ballots cast by citizens, we have indeed been taken over by a whole new form of government.
A growing majority of Americans refuse to accept the official version of events, that a lone assassin murdered their president.
Those of us who want the truth, want to really learn what happened here, keep asking these questions, because it tells a lot about ourselves, about our values, and ultimately the direction of our country.
New information about Kennedy's murder continues to emerge, confirming that the truth has been withheld from the American people.
We're very lucky that there at least are people who individually have now convinced the vast majority against the mainstream media that the Warren Commission got it wrong.
From his hometown of Duluth in Minnesota, one of those questioning critics of the official version of events is Professor James Fetzer.
The resurgence of interest in the death of JFK had repercussions when Congress passed the JFK Records Act in 1992 that created a 5-civilian-member board entrusted with the responsibility to review and declassify documents that were held by the CIA, the Secret Service, the Office of Naval Intelligence, and so forth. We know from its own report that it had some significant failures. For example, and the Secret Service, which deliberately destroyed motorcade records that would have revealed that the motorcade in Dallas was a travesty, a violation of at least 15 different Secret Service policies for presidential protection. This behavior on their part raises the most serious and disturbing questions about their complicity in the entire affair.
From the moment he arrived in Dallas, the president's protection was suspect, according to Vince Palomara, a Secret Service expert.
There was last-minute changes invoked by the Secret Service involving President Kennedy's security. Specifically, agents were told not to ride on or near the rear of the limousine. Now, these orders were funneled from the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the White House detail, who was the planner of the Texas trip, Floyd Boring, to one of his assistants, a shift leader by the name of Emory Roberts, who was in charge of the follow-up car. You can see an agent, Henry Ribka, doing his normal duty, jogging besides the limousine, when in the follow-up car, you can see Emory Roberts stand up and wave him back, and you can see a very perplexed Agent Ribka waving his arms in the air several times in seeming disgust. There was another last-minute change made at Love Field, invoked by the Secret Service. The Dallas Police Department motorcycle outriders were told not to be beside the car. It went from 4 to 6 down to a measly 2 riders on each side, and to add insult to injury, they were pushed further back in the motorcade by those agents not being by the car, by those motorcycle officers not being in their position. It opened up President Kennedy to a field of fire from in front and from the rear.
In the months before the trip to Texas, there had been a growing number of threats against the president's life.
Despite the increase in conspiratorial activity in the month of November 1963, in the apparent red alert the Secret Service appears to be under in response to this activity, the agency acts in the opposite fashion and actually reduces the security and acts like no threats on the president's life are occurring. Why?
Uniquely on that day in Dallas, the press, the camera crews, Kennedy's military aide, who would normally sit in the front of the president's car, and even his personal physician were all relegated to the rear of the motorcade by the Secret Service.
In a conventional motorcade, the president would be somewhere in the middle, surrounded by security and the press. In this case, the presidential limousine was set right out in front of every other limousine, which of course is the reason why the Secret Service destroyed the records of its own motorcades when they were asked for them by the Assassination Records Review Board.
The most suspicious behavior by shift leader Emory Roberts was to be at the time of the shooting in Dealey Plaza.
Tragically, he actually ordered the agents not to move during the heart of the shooting. Agent Sam Kinney, who drove the follow-up car, admitted as much to me and told me, quote, exactly right, end quote. And all these deficiencies begin and end with the Secret Service because they were the prime movers. They were the ones who were directing the security arrangements from Washington up to and including in the heart of Dallas during security meetings. They were the ones that gave out assignments, vetoed or approved of security arrangements, so the buck stops with them.
At Parkland Hospital after the president's death, the media were reporting that the fatal shots had come from in front of the presidential car.
A press conference was conducted by Acting Press Secretary Malcolm Kilduff at 1:30 after the president had been pronounced dead at 1 o'clock. Malcolm Kilduff explained that it had been a simple matter of a bullet right through the head while pointing to his right temple and attributing that finding to Admiral George Berkeley, who was the president's personal physician. This wound to the right temple and another wound to the throat, 3 different times described as a wound of entry, were widely broadcast on radio and television that afternoon. They were quickly suppressed because, of course, they contradicted the official government account, which was that 3 shots had been fired, all of them from above and behind.
Connie Kritzberg was a reporter for the Dallas Times-Herald on November 22, 1963. A couple of hours after the assassination, she did a phone interview with 2 of the principal doctors who had tended Kennedy.
I talked to Dr. Kim Clark, who was head of neurosurgery at Parkland Hospital, and Dr. Malcolm Perry. So I asked, how many wounds were there in the president? And I was told Dr. Kim Clark said there was a gaping wound in the back of the head, and Dr. Perry said the wound I was working on was an entrance wound in the neck. And I asked him where it was located. I asked him, was it below the Adam's apple? And he said, yes, it was in the midline, in the front of the neck, below the Adam's apple. And he said 3 times that it was an entrance wound from the front. And so I wrote a very simple story, only about 12 inches long as we measured stories, and turned it in.
The next morning, Connie found the story she filed had changed.
I found in the story, in about the 3rd paragraph, there had been a very unprofessional sentence inserted. It said, a doctor admitted there was possibly 1 wound. So I was very upset. I called the city desk and I talked to one of the assistant city editors whom I respected quite a bit, and I said, who changed my story? Who put in that sentence? And he immediately knew what I was talking about. He said, the FBI. A story couldn't be printed that there was more than 1 shot and that 1 came from the front. It had to be altered, no matter how crudely, to conform to the official story that there were 3 shots from 1 place, from 1 man, and it was only 1 man who committed the murder.
Confirmation of what Connie was told by Dr. Perry comes from one of his colleagues who also attended the fatally wounded president at Parkland Hospital, the late Dr. Charles Crenshaw.
Prior to the tracheostomy performed by Dr. Perry, I observed in the lower third of the neck a small, rounded, well-demarcated entrance wound. This was obliterated by the tracheostomy in that Dr. Perry made the tracheostomy incision through the entrance wound. Different parts of the tissues were spread. He then made the incision into the trachea and through the hole that had previously been made by the entrance of the bullet, the tracheostomy was put in place.
Radio reports from Dallas that afternoon mentioned the small round wound of entry in the front of the president's neck. They were heard by the late Dr. Robert Livingston, who was then scientific director of the National Institute for Mental Health.
The reports had been that the president had been shot from the rear, from the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository building. And the evidence at hand from the Parkland Hospital doctors of a small, neat wound in the neck was contradictory to that, or at least complementary to that, in the sense that it required that there be a shot from in front, so that if he were shot from the rear, he was also being shot at the same time from in front. So I wanted to tell whoever was going to do the autopsy about that, and so I telephoned Bethesda Naval Hospital. The officer of the day I knew, and he put me quickly through to Dr. James Humes, who was going to head the autopsy team. He was very cordial, and we had a good conversation, brief. He had not heard about the neck wound. I told him that it was important because it was a wound of entrance, and I told him that it should be explored completely for its track and to find any bullet or fragments of bullets that would remain. And particularly emphasized that it had to be a frontal wound since there was no tearing of the tissues. He left the telephone momentarily and came back and said, "Dr. Livingston, I'm sorry, I can't continue this conversation. The FBI won't let me."
Humes later claimed he only learnt about that bullet wound after the autopsy from one of the Dallas doctors. He never examined it.
I'm absolutely certain about that telephone call. I'm sure that Dr. Humes got a clear impression from me about the neck wound representing a wound of entrance.
Further corroboration of a shot fired from in front of Kennedy's car came from the late Dr. Evalia Glanges in her only filmed interview. She was no stranger to guns.
I've been handling a gun since I was a child. Couldn't even hold the gun. I had to put it on the fence in order to shoot it. On the morning of November the 22nd, 1963, I was a second-year medical student at Southwestern Medical University in Dallas, Texas. We ran around the side of the building to the emergency room exit, and the presidential limousine was there. Had been standing there for some time just watching the back of the emergency room when I realized that there was a bullet hole in the windshield. Talked to my friend next to me and said, "Look, there's a bullet hole in the windshield," and pointed it out to them. At the time, I did not know any of the details of the shooting. I was quite shocked when I looked up and saw the bullet hole, but it was very clear. It was a through and through bullet hole through the windshield of the car from the front to the back. I don't believe there's even any cracks associated with that bullet hole. It seemed like a high-velocity bullet that had penetrated from front to back in that glass pane. At which point, a security officer of some type raced forward and jumped in the limousine and drove it off, even as I was leaning against it, to an area back of us somewhere. And that was the last time I saw the limousine.
The Secret Service made certain no authority in Dallas had an opportunity to examine the bullet damage to Kennedy's car.
The Secret Service also usurped Dallas authority and removed the Kennedy limousine from Parkland Hospital and flew that limousine back to Washington, D.C.
For over a decade, researcher Doug Weldon, a professor of criminal justice and an attorney, has studied Kennedy's limousine and what happened to it in the hours after the assassination.
Just as the president's body in an autopsy could have given us many answers, a thorough study of that limousine at that time without evidence being tampered with would also have given us many important answers as to what really happened.
But on arrival in Washington, damage to the limousine was noted.
Charles Taylor Jr., the Secret Service agent who had accompanied Samuel Kinney in driving the vehicle to the White House garage from Andrews Air Force Base, noted in his report that of particular significance, just left to center of the windshield was a small hole from which it appeared that bullet fragments had been removed. Nick Prunspy, a United States Police Park officer, also had an opportunity to take a look at the vehicle while it was in the White House garage. He noted that there was a small hole in the windshield, and based upon his many years of experience as a police officer, he noted that that hole had been caused by a bullet.
Over the ensuing days, the car was scrutinized in the White House garage by a number of people. But one day was different.
If one examines the White House garage logs, it is very interesting that in the late evening of November 24th, 1963, and the entire day of November 25th, 1963, not one person is listed as having come in to the White House garage to have any contact with the limousine.
Rumors circulated at the time always denied that the presidential car was secretly flown from Washington to the Ford Motor Company in Dearborn, Michigan, for the removal of its damaged windshield.
It is very clear that the only mode of transportation that could have been used to transport the limousine from Washington, D.C. to the Dearborn plant would have been via airplane.
There are several airports in the Detroit area. It would have been a simple matter to transport the limousine undercover to its final destination, the Ford Motor Company's Rouge plant. The late George Whitaker Sr., seen here with his wife, was a lifetime employee with Ford and held a managerial position at the Rouge plant. He went to work on the morning of November 25th to be confronted by an amazing sight.
He was astonished when he went to the B building where a garage existed at that time, and he saw the Kennedy limousine that John F. Kennedy had been murdered in. The interior of the limousine had completely been stripped, and the windshield was not in the limousine. He went to the glass lab where he was in charge of laminating glass, and the glass lab door was locked. He knocked on the door, and it was open, and two of his subordinates were in there with the windshield that had been removed from the vehicle. They were under orders to take that windshield and use it as a template in making a new windshield. But what fascinated him, and which he discussed with his family and no one else until he spoke with me, was that he saw a hole in the windshield.
It was a good, clean bullet hole right straight through in the front. Right. This had a clean, round hole in the front and fragmentized in front of that.
Mr. Whitaker had 30 years of experience working with glass and had seen many tests performed on glass, including tests performed with firearms. He described that hole as being in the same location that Charles Taylor Jr. of the Secret Service had described the hole in his report. And of course, without knowing that anybody had observed it before then, but he also was absolutely 100% convinced that that shot had to emanate from the front of the Kennedy limousine, thus indicating that a shot had been fired from the front, to his mind, to 100% certainty. I asked him what had happened to the original windshield. His answer to me was, "We scrapped it." I said, "You destroyed it?" And he says, "That's right. Our orders were to scrap that windshield."
After George Whitaker died in 2001, this statement was found amongst his possessions, reaffirming for future generations exactly what he had told Doug Weldon 8 years previously.
This document was discovered, and for me, it gave the final stamp of approval that what he told me on that August day in 1993 was in fact the truth of what really happened.
One of the assassination's most significant smoking guns, indicating both a conspiracy and a cover-up, is kept here. Kennedy's original autopsy photographs, taken at Bethesda Hospital on the night of his death, have always been used to support the lone gunman theory.
I've looked at these autopsy photographs at the National Archives on many occasions now. I've actually been there on 9 separate visits. When the photographs of the back of the head at the autopsy were shown to 16 Parkland doctors, all 16 said they did not recognize that photograph as what they had seen in the emergency room at Parkland Hospital. How many people did recognize it? 0. When I went to the archives to look at these photographs of the back of the head, there's a pair of photographs, so I used the stereo viewer. And what I saw was really quite shocking. This whole area of hair on the back of the head, with the hair standing up, looked as if it had been glued in one particular plane in space. It was 2-dimensional, whereas the rest of the photograph is 3-dimensional. And the 3D effect occurs for virtually all the other pairs of photographs, so this was unique. The back of the head, this area, and the hair sticking up here looked as though it was simply 2-dimensional, as if it had been glued into one position in space in one plane. It was the most bizarre. What does that mean? Photographic forgery. We get a 3D effect for all the image except for the place where it's exactly the same because it's been dubbed in. So they took out basically the part where the hole was, and instead they used a soft matte insert to put in the same image on each of these photos of the back of the head so that it would look like there was no damage back here. If there's a big hole at the right rear of the head, that means a shot from the front. That can't be Oswald. So the conspirators were hard-pressed at this point. They had to get rid of that big hole at the back of the head, or it would have clearly shown shots from the front and no possibility of a lone gunman.
Remarkable testimony regarding the autopsy photographs comes for the first time from veteran World War II photographer Joe O'Donnell. He worked for the State Department and then the U.S. Information Agency for a total of 23 years, serving with distinction under 6 presidents. He was devastated by Kennedy's death.
He was a fine man, he really was. And I hate to say it, but I really loved him. I really did. Wonderful person.
A close colleague of Joe's for many years was the late Robert Knudsen, a Navy photographer who was permanently attached to the White House.
He didn't have many friends, not in the press. They were envious of him. But he was a very nice fellow. We always got along great.
On the night of Kennedy's assassination, Robert Knudsen never came home. He returned to his family 3 days later, deeply disturbed. He told them he had taken many photographs of the president's body in the morgue at Bethesda, and that it was the hardest assignment he'd ever had. He said the Secret Service had controlled all of the film.
A few days after the assassination, I was at the White House in the press room, and Knudsen came to me, and he said, Joe, I have something I want to show you. So I went back to his sort of a workroom, and he pulled out an envelope and showed me about 12 pictures, 5 by 7, and had all these pictures of the president on his stomach and on his back, and could see the hole here, about 3/8 of an inch, and the back of his head above the line, big hole about the size of a grapefruit. And then a couple days later, maybe a day later, he said, Joe, have a minute? And I said, sure. He said, I want to show you something. Those pictures I showed you the other day, these are the same ones, but a little different. And I said, what do you mean? He said, let me show you. He got the first one out, and I said, no hole. He said, no, they covered it up. And I looked in the back. The hole was neatly covered up. And I said, who did that? He said, well, I didn't do it. I said, well, I'm not saying you did, but I'm surprised.
There is no record of Robert Knudsen attending Kennedy's autopsy, yet he had photographs in his possession that had clearly been altered to disguise a shot from the front.
These photographs were always in the control of the Secret Service. So whoever changed this, whoever modified it, either had to be in the government or had to have the approval of the government to do this. We certainly can't imagine the Mafia, for example, doing this, or the Soviets. There's just no way. It had to be someone with government approval.
The government continues to be haunted by the discrepancy between the wounds the autopsy photographs show and what the Dallas doctors actually saw.
In the late 70s, the House Select Committee on Assassinations looked at the evidence of the Kennedy assassination, and one of the most disturbing things about that evidence when they looked at it was the fact that there were a team of doctors where Kennedy had been taken right after he was shot in Dallas. These are Dallas doctors who were experienced in trauma who had said he had a hole in the back of his head. The House Select Committee on Assassinations was trying to say that Oswald had done it, and with a hole in the back of the head, if you're being shot in the back and the bullet blowing out in front, that doesn't fit. So the House Select Committee reported that it had refuted the Dallas doctors. The Dallas doctors had all got it wrong because they had better witnesses. Their witnesses were the witnesses that were there in the morgue during the autopsy. And they said that 26 witnesses that they'd interviewed all endorsed the autopsy photographs showing the head wound up here. None of them agreed that there was a wound back here.
There is no medical evidence that President Kennedy was hit from the front and to the right.
But they didn't let us see the interviews. They didn't let us see the documents that these people had prepared. In fact, they were scheduled to have been suppressed until 2028. When the documents tumbled out in the mid-1990s, lo and behold, the autopsy witnesses, who the House Select Committee had interviewed, said the same thing the Dallas doctors did. The hole in the head was back here. They drew diagrams showing a hole in the head back here or back here, and it became very apparent that the House Select Committee had just interviewed these people, suppressed their testimonies, and then misrepresented them in their report.
The forensic pathological panel simply says that if he was shot out from the front and to the right, the shot missed.
The doctors who were supposed to evaluate the medical evidence for the House Select Committee on Assassinations never saw these suppressed interviews where not only were the Dallas doctors saying there's a hole in the back of the head here, but so were the morgue witnesses saying there was a hole in the back of the head. So it was a complete abomination. It was perhaps the most dishonest thing that was ever done, and it was apparently done to keep Oswald as the central figure in this scenario.
As the cover-up of Kennedy's murder slowly unravels and the true picture unfolds, new smoking guns are revealed. This is the Field of Honor in Restland Cemetery, Dallas, and the burial site of a professional mortician laid to rest here by his colleagues on February 17, 1974. This plaque marks the life of a mysterious man whose links to the Kennedy assassination are only just beginning to emerge. His name was John Liggett. He is remembered as a highly skilled embalmer by a former friend and co-worker, Charles Smith.
If he'd have to build a lip or a nose or build an eye orbit or an ear, he may work all night long doing the reconstructive work on someone that had been maybe shot in the face or an automobile accident. He was the best. He would tell you he was the best. And when he finished it, he wanted the family to tell him he was the best.
Popular with his colleagues, he also had a secret life.
There'd be days when John would call and say, I need to miss tonight, or I'm not going to be there. Or this happened quite a bit, that John was, we didn't know where John was, and I don't know that management knew where he was. He would just call in and say, I need off. Never discussed where he was, and we didn't ask. A lot of fellow workers would wonder, why can he be gone 2 or 3 weeks, come right back in so easy? And we felt like if we were gone for 2 or 3 weeks, so there's no use in coming back.
In a small town in Oklahoma, far from the rhythms of the big city, John Liggett is remembered by a former wife. Lois married him in Dallas after a whirlwind romance only 3 months before Kennedy's assassination.
John was a very charming person, and I found him to be very attentive and considerate and very, very sweet to me. I loved him. I fell in love with him.
John came into our lives less than a year after our own father, Charles Godwin, had been killed in a private plane crash. And John was not real welcome by my 2 older sisters and my brother and myself. We were a family, and he had a ready-made cover, and that's what I've always thought, is that we were a convenient cover for a man who needed that.
On the day of the assassination, John was with Lois at Restland, attending the funeral service of her late aunt. He was suddenly called from the graveside.
John went to the office and came back very shortly and explained to me that the President of the United States had been shot and that he was called to go to Parkland Hospital. I went home after the funeral, and it was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and John called me from Parkland. I could hear the confusion in the background, and I asked him what was going on. He said, the president has died. And I said, well, did Restland get the job? And he said, no, some other funeral home got the job. But he said, I've got a lot of work to do. Don't try to call me. I'll call you as soon as I can. And it was about 24 hours before I heard from him. He came home and he walked in the door, and when I saw him, he physically looked like he had really been through a very traumatic experience. His clothes were disarrayed, and that was so out of character for him.
He was obviously tired, very exhausted, but agitated and hyped, and informed my mother that we would be leaving town, that we had to get out of town.
I said, where are we going? And he said, we're going to get out of town for a while until all of this blows over. And that was a quote, because I thought, well, what blows over?
A high-speed journey south took the perplexed family firstly to Austin and then San Antonio. John made brief stops en route to have huddled conversations with various contacts.
Throughout this journey, there were conversations that went on between John and his relatives and friends that I did not feel like I was privy to, that they knew something I didn't know, and I didn't understand what was going on.
In the early hours of Sunday morning, November 24th, the family finally checked into a motel near Corpus Christi. John had a further meeting, this time with his elder brother, Malcolm.
Here again, they had conversations that made me feel like I didn't belong, that they knew something I didn't know. I don't know why we were there, but it seemed to be very important to John that we were there.
I do recall that every time I would see John in the room there, he was seated on the end of the bed, watching the television, and very intently watching the news, and chain smoking, because he did chain smoke. And was when John was nervous, he had a little bit of a nervous tick in his cheek, which I always knew that he was a little nervous there.
That's when he saw Oswald killed by Jack Ruby.
He's been shot. He's been shot. Lee Oswald has been shot.
The minute he saw that, he looked at me and said, "Everything's okay now," and you could just see his face. He was like all the pressure had been taken off of him.
All of a sudden he was like, sigh of relief, let's go, we can go home now. It was basically, pack your things, come on, we're leaving, you know, now we can go.
We went back to Dallas, and everything went back to normal as everything could be under those conditions of the president's death.
But their lifestyle changed. After the assassination, John seemed to come into a lot of money. The family moved into a luxury home, and Liggett became a big-time gambler, hosting some of the wildest poker parties in Dallas.
The whole lifestyle from the moment John Kennedy was shot was just one chaotic thing after another. Either the police were involved in something he was doing, or his gambling was involved in something he was doing. It was just way over my head. The company he kept, the people, the pressure, it was just more than I could take.
There was an occasion that my sister, Benny, and my mother both recall of a visit from one of John's rather eccentric friends from New Orleans. And he was a rather freakish character, and my sister claims that we made merciless fun of him, the kids, my brother, my sisters, because he was rather odd with the painted on eyebrows and the wig. He was a rather freakish man. John said to us that this was a friend of his from the Civil Air Patrol, that they had been in Civil Air Patrol together. And we believe this was David Ferry.
David Ferry was a prime suspect in the 1967 Garrison investigation into Kennedy's assassination. He was found dead in his New Orleans apartment before he could be interrogated.
I really believe that John Liggett was somehow involved in the John F. Kennedy assassination. I think his role was to do something with the body. To the body, how alter it, fix it, I have no idea. Now, he may have even gone with it to Bethesda. He had plenty of time to do that. I think his job was to do something with that body of John F. Kennedy.
Liggett's lifestyle led Lois to divorce him in 1966. They both remarried but remained close. In 1974, out of the blue, Liggett was arrested for attempted murder. This Dallas home was the scene of a vicious crime. Dorothy Peck, a friend of John Liggett's, suffered horrendous injuries and was left for dead, but survived to identify Liggett as her assailant. The police were swiftly linking him with other brutal killings in the Dallas area. He was imprisoned in the county jail, but the police were not allowed to interrogate him. John had been held on remand for almost a year when his brother Malcolm insisted on meeting Lois in a park in Austin.
He was very secretive about this meeting, and he wanted to walk. He wouldn't talk to me in my car. And he told me at that time not to have any further contact with John, that it would be in my best interest not to. In fact, he said, if you care anything at all about your children or yourself, you will not see him or correspond with him anymore. And I think that Malcolm felt that if I talked to John, John would tell me something that either Malcolm or someone Malcolm knows didn't want John to tell me. And I really believed that. I was so frightened by this action that I moved to Lubbock, Texas. And a few weeks later, I had a phone call from a friend there who told me that John had been shot in the back and was dead.
On the morning of February the 14th, 1975, Liggett was being transferred with other prisoners from the courthouse in downtown Dallas to the nearby county jail. The police vehicle had entered the garage when Liggett, using a hidden key, slipped out of his handcuffs and made a bid for freedom. A single shot in the back, fired by a sheriff's deputy, killed him instantly.
I feel like Malcolm knew that there was something that was going to happen. I feel that he knew more than he was saying to me. And it frightened me, for myself and for my children.
But the mysteries do not end with Liggett's death. In 1992, Deborah, for the first time, met Leona, John's wife at the time he died. Although reluctant to talk, Leona recounted a visit to Restland to view Liggett's body prior to burial.
She came out from East Texas to Dallas, and she was shocked and surprised because to her, this was not John. It wasn't John there. She said that the person that was in the casket that she was shown had a mustache, and this to her was also an indication this was not John, and I too would have to think not, because John never, as long as I'd known him for the many, many years, could even grow a mustache. I did get the distinct impression that Leona was very nervous, even at that time in 1992, to speak with me about the details of John's death and her suspicions that it was not John that was buried there, and probably rightly so. I think I would be very nervous to know that as well, and I think I am.
John's brother Malcolm handled the funeral that took place 3 days after the shooting. John's former colleague Charles Smith was there.
There's no doubt the person that we handled the funeral for, the person that we embalmed, the person that I helped dress and we put in a casket and handled the funeral service for, that was John Melvin Liggett. That was a John Liggett that we knew for several years prior to this incident happening.
But the story does not end there. After his divorce from Lois, John worked in Las Vegas for 3 years as a dealer. He had close contacts there. Recently, Lois was on vacation in Vegas with her grandchildren when she had the most extraordinary experience.
We were in a casino, and I saw someone that looked exactly like John Liggett. And he turned around and looked at me and heard me call one of my grandchildren's names. And when I did, he looked at her, and he looked back toward one of the people that worked with him, turning his back to me, and said something to him about me because he pointed back of himself toward me. But we didn't stay around to find out if that was John or not. I was pretty shaken by it. I really felt like from the back of his head, and when he turned around and faced me, I thought it was John Liggett. So it wouldn't surprise me a bit in the world if he were in Vegas. In fact, that's the most logical place I can think of that he would be.
Lois and Deborah's suspicions about John Liggett's ties to the assassination are reinforced by a photograph that has emerged in recent times. It was taken at Jack Ruby's Dallas nightclub, the Carousel, prior to the assassination and Ruby's shooting of Oswald.
Obviously, one would recognize Jack Ruby. Immediately to his right is John Liggett's brother, Malcolm Liggett. His wife, Suzanne, the blonde, to his right. We met her several occasions that she was at our home. The last I recall seeing Malcolm Liggett was at my mother's residence in Dallas, and this was at the time that John was still in jail in Dallas. The woman with the dark hair and the black dress in the center of the photograph is Iris Campbell. Not at the time of this photograph, but years later, my mother met Iris when they were living in West Texas, out in Lubbock. My mother was a member of the Episcopal Church, St. Paul's, there in Lubbock, and Iris came in one day and had expressed an interest in becoming an Episcopalian and joining the church. And she and my mother became very dear friends, and later also became my daughter's godmother. For a few years there, she was in and out, in close contact with my mother, came and visited frequently, and then disappeared, basically just disappeared. And I've not seen Iris Campbell, and neither has my mother, for many, many years. She just kind of faded out. Prior to seeing this photograph, I was unaware of any connection between the people that I do know and Jack Ruby. And it does put them in context then as acquaintances of Jack Ruby's.
I really think that maybe John had something to do with government business. I really believe his death had something to do with the John F. Kennedy connection. What exactly, I don't know, but I believe it.
Much may still remain obscure, and many questions wait an answer. But as more and more courageous Americans speak out, the smoke begins to clear, revealing the hidden truth that lies behind the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. Carnival time in New Orleans, when the city explodes with color and sound and people go wild. But for one person, New Orleans holds a different kind of magic. Judith Very Baker first came here in April 1963, 7 months before Kennedy's assassination in Dallas. She fell deeply in love with a man she met here, who was to change her life forever. That man was Lee Harvey Oswald.
Lee Oswald was an innocent man who gave his life for his country, who was a loyal Marine to the very end, and he deserves better in history than the vile portrait of him that's been painted. This is a man who is a hero, and I stand as a witness to that, period.
Judith's story, told here for the first time, changes forever our understanding of Lee Harvey Oswald and his role in history. That story begins in Bradenton, Florida, where as a young schoolgirl, Judith excelled in science, as her sister Linda explains.
By the time she was in high school, she was extremely dedicated to her work. And when I say to her work, it was her scientific studies, her projects that she worked on. And she always had this interest in cancer research. She wanted to be the person who could cure cancer, and she was determined to do that.
Her exceptional abilities were soon drawing local and then national attention.
When I was in high school, I noticed that I was focusing on things that were of interest to the military. My work with cancer, my work with getting metal out of seawater and all that excited a great deal of interest. I gave lung cancer to mice faster than it ever been done before with all their big labs and everything else. They were astonished. And they even went to my school and checked everything out, and of course I had all the proof. All the doors opened from there. I found myself invited as soon as I could graduate. I was sent to Buffalo, New York, to the oldest and most prestigious, at that time, cancer research center in the United States, Roswell Park Memorial Institute for Cancer Research, under the auspices of Dr. Deal and Dr. Ochsner.
Dr. Alton Ochsner, one of the world's leading cancer specialists, was fiercely anti-communist. He was to play a crucial role in Judith's life. Without realizing it, she was being subtly drawn into clandestine research work. This became apparent in 1962, when she became a full-time student at the University of Florida in Gainesville.
I was getting specialized in deadly cancers. It was made clear to me by the time I entered the University of Florida, they didn't want people knowing that we were working on projects that might have to do with eventually competing with Russia on the matter of using cancer as a bioweapon.
She was very gullible. She didn't have people experience. She was always in a laboratory working. So yeah, she was very capable of being taken advantage of without ever knowing it until it was too late.
In the spring of 1963, Judith was invited to join Dr. Ochsner in New Orleans on a temporary assignment. It was an exciting offer for the young scientist. The Ochsner Clinic and its founder were world-renowned.
Dr. Alton Ochsner, who was famous as the first physician to link smoking and cancer, and who had many military and government connections, he said he needed me there and that he wanted me to work in the bone cancer lab with Dr. Mary Sherman. Dr. Mary Sherman was working on some cutting-edge research, and the blood sedimentation work I was doing they thought would be valuable. On top of that, he'd been telling me what to do for a couple of years now and was interested in everything I was doing. This man was virulently anti-Castro, and he knew about my anti-Castro feelings.
Judith arrived in New Orleans on April 20th, 1963, 2 weeks before she was to meet Ochsner. She was a naive 19-year-old alone for the first time in a big city. She was to be joined 10 days later by her fiancé, Robert Baker. While she awaited his arrival, Judith took a room at the YWCA, close to the downtown area. The following week, she went to the main post office to pick up a letter from her husband-to-be.
As I asked for the letter from Robert Baker and obtained it, when I reached for it, I dropped the newspaper, and this very clean-cut young gentleman standing behind me picked it up and handed it back. I looked at him, and he smiled, and he's young like I am, and he was so clean-cut and so polite that when he asked me if he could walk me home, I said yes. That was how I met Lee Harvey Oswald for the first time. I have to call it instant chemistry. I never felt such an attraction for anyone, either then or ever in my life since. It was love at first sight, and I know he felt the same way about me too.
New Orleans was Oswald's hometown, and overnight he became Judith's guide and protector. The first person he introduced her to was a man he called Dr. David Ferry, a close friend. They met in a local restaurant.
He was wearing an airline captain pilot's hat, and he had his pilot's jacket on and a ring, and here I'd been told he was Dr. David Ferry, but now I also realized he was Captain David Ferry, had been with Eastern Airlines. This is a man who probably could talk to you on any subject at length. He could discourse on anything, and he could speak knowledgeably to me about cancer research even. He was actually, he said, working on a project. He would like me to see it. He knew who Ochsner was. He not only knew Dr. Mary Sherman, she was his friend. So all of these things were of great interest to me. I wanted very much to know more about this strange man, Dr. David Ferry, who was also the captain.
Later that day, Oswald took Judith to David Ferry's apartment in this suburb of New Orleans. Unwittingly, she was being drawn into a deadly game.
David Ferry's apartment was the upper half of a white Spanish-style building, and we entered from the back. People who knew David Ferry would not enter from the front. So as we sat down, we're sitting down on an antique piece of furniture from his mother. He has nice chintz curtains, but the rest of it looks like 6 or 7 garage sales all slammed together. He had a book on nursing and surgical procedures, how to do operations. He had the DIFCO manual, and nobody has the DIFCO manual unless they're doing cancer research or other kinds of tissue culture and so on. We were there not only most of the day, but all night long that night. And I took reams of notes on what he was saying.
To Judith's amazement, Ferry began to talk about a secret government medical project against Castro, involving himself and Mary Sherman, overseen by Alton Ochsner.
I knew that Dr. Ochsner had been working on a variety of different projects, and that because of his association with anti-Castro people such as David Ferry, this seemed very possible to me that Dr. Ochsner and Dr. Sherman might be involved with David Ferry. And of course, he spoke knowledgeably of both people.
However, following a raucous party at Ferry's apartment, Judith began to have reservations about her exotic new friends and their wild claims.
I was already falling in love with Lee Oswald, but I didn't know him that well. So I was concerned, and I asked Lee to show me. I need to find out, really, is the government really involved in this? I might be being lied to. I hadn't even met Dr. Ochsner yet and wasn't supposed to for another few days.
To reassure Judith of his official status, Oswald took her downtown to meet another close associate, Guy Bannister, a former FBI man now operating as a private investigator.
There on the wall, there it was. This man was the head of the FBI in Chicago. He carried a beautiful big gun right there on his shoulder holster. He had all kinds of credentials, and he affirmed that Lee was working on an anti-Castro project. That was good enough for me.
Judith was even more impressed when Lee later took her to the 3rd floor of Bannister's building, where she saw assorted military equipment stored.
Lee told me that he was in New Orleans for several reasons. One of them was to make a training film, and that he was working with these anti-Castro insurgents to help teach some of these young Cubans how to use ammunition, how to, do their guns, how to fire, and all that. He was part of this, but he had several other projects he was also working on. He was a very busy man there.
Less than a week in New Orleans had turned Judith's life upside down. With the arrival of her fiancé, Robert Baker, she faced a difficult choice.
I knew I was falling in love with Lee Oswald, and I knew Lee was falling in love with me. And yet I had strong feelings for Robert Baker, whom I'd known for 10 months. Lee told me at that time that he had beaten his wife, Marina, and he was sorry, and we talked about that, and I told him that that was really disgusting to me. And I had wanted nothing to do with anyone who was violent. I believe if Lee had not told me that, I don't believe I would have married Robert Baker.
But she did. Robert had found lucrative employment in the Gulf of Mexico and had one day in which to marry Judith. Work came before romance.
On May 3rd, he kisses me, we have a wonderful tumble in bed, and then he's gone. And he'll be gone for weeks.
Left alone in New Orleans, the newlywed needed secure accommodation. Lee came to her rescue with a convenient rental property.
Lee Oswald moved me into 1032 Marengo Street on May 4th, 1963, and we spent most of the day getting me accommodated. He even brought 4 begonias to put in the windows. Nobody knows, they say, what Lee Oswald was doing on May 4th, but I do. The most important entrance to 1032 Marengo was here in the back, and next to this door in the back is a window and windowsill where we kept the key so that Lee could get in whenever he needed to. The owner of 1032 Marengo was a widow named Susie Hanover. She had the back half, we had the front half, and she was so kind as to warn me and Lee if someone was coming. She liked Lee very much and had known him for a long time, apparently from the time he had been a young person growing up here in New Orleans.
Shortly after moving in, Judith had a meeting with Alton Ochsner at this hospital, her first since arriving in New Orleans. She did not go alone.
Lee accompanied me there, and told me that he had to go in first to talk to Dr. Ochsner. This made me recognize that he had already had a prior association with Ochsner. When I went in, Dr. Ochsner began to explain to me, and I'd already been apprised a great deal more by Dr. David Ferry about the project that he had been working on for over a year. And this clearly had to do with working with these deadly cancer strains that he knew I was well adept at handling. The idea was to try and get Castro ill, very ill, and eliminated through what seemed a natural cause, in this case, cancer. The attractiveness of the plan that Dr. Ochsner and Dr. Sherman and David Ferry were working on is that up to now, attempts to kill Castro had to involve some kind of violence that could be traced to some country or individual. And that could lead to war. World War III, maybe, if Russia intervened. This was considered, in my mind, a noble experiment, a noble attempt to do away with Castro without anyone getting blamed or with only a few people being involved, because it was biomedical. At any rate, at the end of the summer, he promised me that I would skip 2 years of school and go directly into medical school at Tulane Medical School. Of course, how could I say no?
Having agreed to join the Kill Castro medical team, Judith and Lee were assigned cover jobs at the Riley Coffee Company in downtown New Orleans.
Rain or shine, Lee and I would get off the bus and we'd walk this way to go to Riley Coffee Company in the morning. And what we would do is go through these doors. He would go that direction to the right, to the shipping and packing and where the machinery was and the roasters. I would go to the left, up into the executive suites where I worked as a secretary for Mr. Monahan.
These payslips and this tax statement confirm Judith's employment at Riley's. However, her real work lay in David Ferry's apartment. Incredibly, this simple kitchen had been turned into a secret laboratory. It was here that Judith, often assisted by Lee, helped develop the deadly virus, ultimately intended for Castro.
It was my job to work with 50 to 60 mice at a time, and these mice had large tumors that had developed. They were being brought in from another nearby locale, some other place. Now, these animals had already been inoculated with cancer when they were weanling mice, very, very tiny, and in a matter of a week or so, the cancer that they had developed at this time, the lumps and the tumors were as large as these little mice, so to the point where they could hardly drag these huge tumors along. And we would actually have to kill these mice, cut out the tumors, weigh the tumors, see which ones were the heaviest, because those were the fastest growing. We were interested in the weight and how fast these tumors grew. We were after a vicious cancer, a galloping cancer. And all the tumor material that seemed to be the most vigorous was then placed in a blender and blended together so they could recycle and not lose that virus. And the other thing that we were doing was making tissue cell cultures from the most vigorous and deadly cancers.
Judith regularly took these materials and her reports from Ferry's lab to Dr. Mary Sherman's apartment in a smart part of town.
Down there is St. Charles Street, where the streetcar would just drop me off, and then I had a 1-minute walk down this little corridor here and went in here, crossed into where these people are entering, and went inside, and inside is a nice courtyard, and I entered Mary Sherman's apartment. And I usually drop things off. Sometimes I would stay there and read and wait for her to come. Dr. Mary Sherman was not a person who was anything but gracious and an honorable lady in every sense. I never felt like she was someone who had any vices at all. I felt these contacts were necessary so that there would be some way for her to report on my work and what I was doing as if I were some kind of student working under her anyway, so I could go into Tulane in the fall, which was still the plan.
Mary Sherman secretly carried out vital work on the bioweapon at another location. Oswald was the go-between.
The work that we were doing, without Lee Oswald, it couldn't have been accomplished. He was able to actually move materials over to the U.S. Public Health Center over near the Crippled Children's Hospital, where often Mary Sherman would meet him, and they were exchanging materials all the time. They were using a linear particle accelerator, atomic radiation, to change the genetic components in the virus that we were working with. I was never there myself personally, but I understood that what I was getting was altered genetically in certain ways.
Confined to her kitchen lab, Judith was to spend many hours in Ferry and Oswald's company. One day they introduced her to an old friend.
We had been talking about my dog Sparky the day before. Sparky was a bad little dog who went on my bed. They said they wanted to introduce me to another Sparky, also a dog who couldn't control himself. And this individual's name, they said, was Sparky Rubenstein. Only much, much later did I learn that this was Jack Ruby, and I never connected the two when Lee was murdered. He was very interested in what we were doing there in the lab, and David Ferry openly showed him what was going on, which surprised me. And then he turned his attention to Lee and mentioned some things that showed me that he had known him for quite a while, including a remark made to me. I've known him ever since he was a little boy, when he was at parties and things like that. That's the way he put it.
No official investigation into Kennedy's assassination has found any connection between Ruby and Oswald. In May 1963, Oswald moved into an apartment on Magazine Street, a short walk from Judith's. He was joined from Dallas by his pregnant wife, Marina, and their baby daughter, June.
From time to time, if he had an argument with Marina, he would simply go to my apartment, which was about 7 blocks away as the crow flies. As this was a very busy street, we could get on a bus at any time, and of course we did. We rode the bus, the magazine bus, to and from work at Riley, and so we saw each other daily. We really locked in with a lot of affection. We enjoyed each other's company. The attraction was incredible, and a lot of it was chemistry. A lot of it was just personality. Lee and I tried not to sleep together because of our marriage obligations. But the fact is it was a losing battle. And between Lee's disappointment with Marina and my disappointment with my husband, and the tremendous attraction we had for each other, we just couldn't bear it anymore. We found such great pleasure in just being together.
Why not?
Clay Shaw, a close confidant of Oxner's and a leading New Orleans businessman, helped the young lovers. Later, he was to go on trial for conspiring to kill Kennedy, only to be acquitted.
Clay Shaw felt sorry for Lee and me, so he set up so we could actually go to a few hotels. And at each time we went into separate rooms. But at those times we had all the room service, we had food, and we had privacy, and this is in the afternoons. So he was always home by night, but we couldn't help ourselves. Lee Oswald was a man who was attractive to me, not only physically, but also intellectually. We enjoyed our music, we enjoyed talking, and we enjoyed being in bed together with each other.
As the young lovers were drawn deeper into Alton Ochsner's project, they became increasingly aware of the powerful forces controlling it.
What Dr. Ochsner and Dr. Mary Sherman and David Ferry were doing was assembling various products that could be used by the CIA, perhaps by the Mafia, and they were involved with both, that could be used against Castro and against insurgents or mercenaries or groups that were communist that they felt were infiltrating Central and South America.
However, the cancer virus they intended for Castro was proving to be not potent enough. Young Judith came up with the answer.
I convinced Dr. Ochsner and others that the real thing we need to do is pull down Castro's immune system by using several ploys, and then when the cancer is introduced into his body, it would be found in his blood system. They'd put him in front of the X-ray again and again and again. He'd be injected again and again. Supposedly he'd be getting treatments to kill the cancer when actually his immune system is getting destroyed. That could be done. In other words, Castro could be eliminated by using the X-ray, and they'll think that it's the side effects from lung cancer. And that was my idea.
Judith and Lee felt intense pressure to succeed. They were horrified to learn that some of the sponsors of the Kill Castro program were also interested in getting rid of Kennedy because of his perceived failure to deal with the communist threat so close to America's shores.
We were aware of this through David Ferry, who had infiltrated groups who were planning or trying to kill Kennedy or to kill Castro. By focusing on Cuba, if Castro were dead, and taking over Cuba again, everybody would be satisfied. The military, the CIA, the mafia, and other elements, the anti-Castroites. Everybody would be happy if Castro were out of the picture. Otherwise, it seemed that these people really basically were focused on eliminating Kennedy, and then they could do as they pleased with Cuba, with another administration. And a lot of these people had a lot of power. It was a frightening thing for me to hear about all these things.
But for Agent Oswald, the Kill Castro project was only one of several undercover assignments that summer, as Judith learned.
First of all, he and Guy Bannister went out and worked with students trying to uncover radicals that were on campus. This is very important. They were getting ready to leave for the summer, and Guy Bannister was convinced that these students would be agitators during the summer for pro-civil rights events and so on. On the other hand, as soon as these students left, which was at the end of May when school got out, Lee was then free, of course, to try and kind of polish up his pro-Castro end of things, because he was supposed to be a pro-Castro person eventually, to be groomed enough and to be able to enter Cuba if they ever wanted him to go to Cuba.
This alleyway behind Riley's had often provided Oswald with the means of slipping away unobserved to pursue these intelligence assignments. But by mid-July, those days were drawing to an end.
They needed an excuse to fire Lee because he'd actually fulfilled all the anti-Castro things he'd done with Guy Bannister and so on, and he was moving into a new phase, and that was to promote his pro-Castro image. That was going to be on television.
Well, I would very definitely say that I am a Marxist, that is correct, but that does not mean, however, I'm a communist.
Pamphleteering, all kinds of things to make him look like a pro-Castro maniac, practically, and here he's working at Riley. This is a right-wing company. I mean, it would be a disaster. So, of course, they did not want Lee Oswald on the premises anymore.
Lee was fired on a pretext, and Judith soon followed because of her associations with him. But her hard work at the lab had paid off. The cancer virus required just one final test before it's dispatched to Cuba.
It was made clear to me, and I felt very badly about it, that human volunteers, so-called, would have to be relied upon to test the materials. When this was made, when I realized that this was happening, I had some ethical objections.
The plan was to bring prisoners to this Louisiana mental hospital from the Angola penitentiary 30 miles away. Here, they would be injected with the cancer virus created to kill Castro, to prove its effectiveness.
Well, I did something I had been told not to do. I wrote a note to Dr. Ochsner, and I signed it with my initials, J.A., and in it I protested the use of human beings at this stage in the project, under the grounds that these were unwitting volunteers. They were not aware that they were going to be injected with live cancer cells, and the goal was to kill them with it. And of course, they weren't going to be volunteering for that. So I did object, and Ochsner called me on the phone, and he was furious and said I never should have written anything that was linked to me by any kind of paper or handwriting or anything. If I had any objections, I should have told him in person. And he said at that time that both Lee and I were expendable. And then he slammed the phone down. By expendable, he meant, it was very clear to me and Lee both, that they could get rid of us at any time if we were going to cause problems, because this was a project that was much, much bigger than any little Lee Oswald or any little Judy Baker.
So, in late August, Oswald and Ferry arrived in the small town of Clinton, 130 miles from New Orleans, in a black Cadillac driven by Clay Shaw. Here they met a hospital orderly and awaited phone instructions on where to join the prison convoy, en route from Angola, bringing the volunteers to the nearby mental hospital at Jackson.
It was necessary for David Ferry to make the initial injections. There's a doctor up there who would be taking it on, but he had to be shown how to handle the materials. That was the first thing, and David knew how to do injections. Secondly, Lee had to come along because he had learned all these special techniques to handle the materials. He'd learned them in the lab working with me. And so if the experiment was successful, he was selected as the ideal person to take these materials down to Mexico City, where they would be handed over to a contact, a medical student or a medical technician. And those materials would then be taken over to Cuba and handed over in Cuba to a member of Castro's medical team who could be trusted. So that's why Lee Oswald had to be there. Lee Oswald, the orderly, and Clay Shaw, and of course David Ferry entered into Jackson Mental Hospital behind the vehicle that was transporting these prisoners who were going to be injected. In they all went at the same time. The orderly that was with them that they had picked up outside of Clinton showed them where to go inside, and at that time those prisoners received the injections that were necessary to begin this terrible round of injections and x-ray, injections and x-ray that they hoped would actually kill these people.
Judith's ethical objections to the tests at Jackson had made an enemy of Alton Ochsner. But she was required for one final task. They needed to know if the cancer virus had taken.
This test had to be done within 72 hours, and on August 31st, 1963, Lee Oswald drove me up to Jackson. I was wearing my little white outfit, so I looked like a nurse type. I was taken by the orderly up through a freight elevator and then into this area. This person I was taken to see, who was one of the prisoners who had been injected, was in a bed by himself, and I noticed at once that he was thrashing about and he didn't even know where he was. He was quite ill already. This is only within 72 hours of being injected with this material and having been subjected to these high doses of x-ray. And I did finish my reports. I realized that the method, we had hit 100% here with this gentleman at least, and that he was responding as expected, and apparently the method was going to work.
But Alton Ochsner's anger at Judith was unabated, and he reneged on his promise of a place for her at Tulane Medical School. She now had no alternative but to leave New Orleans and Lee and return to Gainesville with her husband. But the young lovers were determined that their affair would not die. They met for the last time at their favorite hotel.
It was a time of grief and a time of great joy too, because just being with each other in privacy, and we were able to put some of our dreams out there, lay them on the table and say, how can we meet? How can we get together again? How are we going to handle this? This was not goodbye, this was au revoir. We wanted very much to meet again, not only meet again, but to marry. And we were adamant in these hopes of ours. Neither of us wanted to stay the long term with the mate that we presently had. Both of us felt quite neglected by them. Lee told me about a city called Merida that was down in the Yucatan Peninsula that had CIA contacts located there, and that we would find a way to meet in Merida and get married there. And it was the last time I saw him in the flesh, except for a brief glance at him the next day when we pulled out of town, heading toward Fort Walton Beach, Robert's parents' home. And Lee is standing there on the corner. He's dressed in flip-flops and a pair of plain pants and a white t-shirt, and he's reading a newspaper. And he lowers the newspaper, and I'm looking into his eyes as the car turns a corner, and it's the last time I saw him face to face.
At Jackson, within a month of Judith's departure, the first prisoner injected with cancer died. She later learned Oswald traveled to Mexico City in late September to hand over the deadly materials intended for Castro. But his trip was a catastrophe. The drop for the flasks containing the serum was a souvenir shop, but no one showed. Even his main CIA contact, a mysterious Mr. B, had suddenly left for Washington.
He began to do everything he said he possibly could think of that might make him get a chance to meet someone who would be able to take the material from him. And he said at the last, if that didn't work, he even tried to figure out ways himself to get into Cuba because he felt he had enough credentials he might be able to pull it off.
Frantic efforts in Mexico City to secure a Cuban transit visa failed, and a disillusioned Oswald returned to the USA in early October. In Dallas, his handlers told him that Hurricane Flora had brought chaos to Cuba, and the mission to murder Castro had been aborted. He was given new orders.
He would be getting a job, just like he had at Riley. It was all set up in advance. at this particular building known today as the Texas School Book Depository building.
In the weeks before the assassination, Lee was still able to confide in Judith, thanks to David Ferry.
He did manage to set up through the mafia a special phone line using their racing telephone lines that they had between Miami and Dallas. And that was perfectly free. We didn't have to spend a nickel. During the 14 or 15 telephone calls that Lee and I exchanged, most of them to me, these calls lasting about an hour to an hour and 45 minutes, the tone of the conversations as time wore on got more and more desperate in a way. Lee was penetrating a ring that he had gotten introduced into by David Ferry and Clay Shaw, and Lee put on the robes of one who was interested in sincerely assassinating the president, and this was not ever the case in reality. It was pretty well known to me by just a little bit before the assassination that Dealey Plaza and the airport and the Trade Mart were the three sites that they were going to try and kill Kennedy. If they didn't get him at one, it'd be at one of the others. He didn't know that he might be at Dealey Plaza itself. He even told me the second last phone call we had that they might call him and ask him to go somewhere else at lunchtime or something. And the they I'm talking about became more and more indistinct to him because every time he met one or two of them, it was somebody he didn't know.
Kennedy's arrival in Dallas was now only 5 days away.
When Lee called me on Sunday, November 17th, this was a very harrowing call for me. I'm talking to a man who says, don't feel sorry for me. You've got to understand that this is fulfilling a dream. I might be able to save the president. And he said, that's worth dying for. He said, I'm not scared to die so much. I'm just scared about leaving my kids behind and they'll think maybe I did it because they're going to try to blame me. And he's talking this way on Sunday. He had the idea that he never probably would have lived a long time because I said, you know, it's like an oak tree. You're just getting started in your life. And he said, no. He said, I'm like a lily. He said, that's beautiful too. Okay. Anyway, he said, just please don't feel sorry for me. I might have a chance to save the president. And that was so important to him in every way.
On Wednesday, November 20th, 1963, Judith, frantic with worry, called Lee at his workplace, the Texas School Book Depository. He returned her call that evening from a payphone less than 38 hours before Kennedy's assassination.
Our last conversation that lasted over an hour and a half, Lee was trying to assure me that he was not alone and that there was at least one other person, perhaps two, that were involved with him in this matter who were trying to save the president. It's like one group is trying to kill and the other group is going to try to abort. But he made clear to me there wasn't any way that he could actually remove himself from the situation into which he had penetrated. He almost rejoiced that he had been able to penetrate it. It was something that fulfilled him in a way because it meant that he had fulfilled the function that he had always wanted to be, and that is somebody who might be able to make a tremendous difference if he could succeed somehow in saving the president. On the other hand, if he had removed himself, his wife, his little girl, his little baby, me, the people he loved, we would have been slaughtered. We would have been eliminated. And of course, he would have died anyway. He was in too deep. He couldn't withdraw. It was too late. And then he said, if I stay, there'll be one less bullet fired at Kennedy. And my heart just turned over because I thought that was such a courageous thing to say. And then he said, you know, look at all the people who have kids. He said, you're smart and you love children. He says, please have children for me. Have babies. Please have babies for me. So I had 5. I had 5 babies. And he said that, I can't go on right now. In the final minutes of our call, he gave me some of the concerns he had. The most he had been able to find out that there was a connection between the assassination and persons whose names were Billy Solestes and Bobby Baker. Not that they were directly involved, but because of them. He said never to forget their names, and that this was a big event going on at that time in Dallas about them.
Bobby Baker was a corrupt business associate of Vice President Lyndon Johnson. So was Billy Solestes. Investigations into their financial misdealings were threatening to put Johnson behind bars.
And then he said, you know how we've tried and worried about who in the world my handler was. Mr. B, Mr. Bishop or Benson or whatever, Benton. He said, I think it's David Atlee Phillips. He said, and I don't want you to forget it. He said, you've got to remember that name.
Phillips was a high-ranking CIA official in Mexico City in charge of covert action at the time of Oswald's visit there. His connections to the assassination have long been suspected.
And then he told me goodbye. And we were both crying. And I told him I'd never forget it as long as he lived. And he said that might be only until tomorrow. He'd crack jokes right to the end. And of course I meant it as long as I lived. So that's the way it was. And I wondered how I'm going to keep my mouth shut, and I knew if I said a word, it could be so dangerous for him. And I just prayed to God he'd make it. And then he said, would you pray for me? And here he's an atheist, and I didn't believe in God anymore either. So I said an Our Father with him. And he said, I love you, Judufki. He hung up. That's all. That's it.
Less than 90 minutes after the assassination, Lee Harvey Oswald was arrested in the Oak Cliff district of Dallas for the murder of a policeman, J.D. Tippit. 12 hours later, he was charged with the murder of President Kennedy. That evening, Judith in Gainesville received a frantic call from David Ferry in New Orleans.
Dave said to me, you have to keep your mouth shut and your head down. He said, I know you're an emotional person. He said, I'm an emotional person. He started really losing it a little bit. And he said, everything's gone wrong. I'm really concerned that, maybe things won't go right, but you've just got to hold on to the hope that we're going to get him out of there. And he said, and I swear to you, I think he said, I swear on a stack of Bibles, or I swear on my life, I am going now. I'm going to go all the way to Houston. I'm going to drive all the way there, go to that little airport at Alief, pick him up, and we'll go over to Hull Field. He'll get on the plane there, and he said, my boys will drive my car back to New Orleans, and I'll fly him to Laredo. Even he said, even if Lee didn't make it to Alief, even so, he'd be able to find out what was really going to happen to Lee because he had so many contacts. And just trust him and hang on and keep my mouth shut. And then he slammed the phone down.
On the morning of Sunday, November 24th, Oswald was to be moved from the Dallas City Jail, where he had been kept since his arrest, to the greater security of the county jail. The event was televised across the nation. In Florida, Judith was watching.
As I watched, and I'm thinking, they're transferring him. I knew he hadn't made it to the airport. He's been accused of killing the president. And I'd seen over and over again some of the press conferences and things, and I saw how much weight Lee had lost, and how thin he'd gotten. I saw the bruise on his eye and the cut on him, and I knew who knows how they're punching him, and the whole thing was, to me, I could see he was just being mauled around, and I knew he wasn't being treated right. So I was feeling horrible. And then I saw him come out, and he's got a nice black sweater on, and he's been shaved, and he looks nice. And my heart turned. I thought, oh, at last they're going to treat him better. And then they shot him.
He's been shot. He's been shot. Lee Oswald has been shot. There's a man with a gun. Absolute panic.
I think I don't know what happened to me. I don't remember anything for literally for hours after he was shot, and I was trying to see what happened, and my friend, I think, started to scream. I think I was crying, and I knew he was dead. For the first time and only time in my life, I wanted to kill myself. I didn't want to live anymore.
Almost 2 weeks after Lee's murder, Ferry called Judith from New Orleans for the last time, warning her she would die if she ever revealed what she knew.
He reminded me that the good friend of Godfather of New Orleans, who was Carlos Marcello, that good friend Santos Traficante, was watching to see how I was behaving and that I'm to keep my mouth shut. And he also told me I could no longer expect to shine in any area. I'm not to have any more nice little news clippings or make straight A's or any of that, because I had to be a vanilla girl and be a nobody and keep my head down and make no waves if I wanted to stay alive. He abruptly ended the call, told me he could never contact me again. He told me that I was never to speak about any of this to anybody again for all our own goods. And I never spoke to anybody about anything because I didn't want to die. No more science work, no more trying to help anybody, no more trying to cure cancer. Everything had gone wrong, everything. That's it.
Judith kept her secret for 40 years, but with her children grown up, she finally decided to break her silence before it was too late.
It's been a huge embarrassment to my family, to my children, a shock to them. I've always raised them to be very moral, and here their mother is saying that she was the mistress of an alleged assassin of the President of the United States. I want to make it clear that I'm making this statement at cost to me personally and to my family, but that it is the right thing to do because Lee Oswald is an innocent man, and my only and sole desire is to see his name cleared.
Did you kill the president?
No, I've not been charged with that. In fact, nobody has said that to me yet.
Oswald, did you shoot the president?
I didn't shoot anybody, sir. I haven't been told what I'm here for.
Do you have a lawyer?
No, sir, I don't. I do request for someone to come forward to give me a legal assistance.
Hello, I'm Steve Gillen, historian for the History Channel. The tragic death of President John F. Kennedy 40 years ago is one of the greatest mysteries in American history. In other programs, we have presented numerous theories about the people and events surrounding the assassination. Many of those scenarios, including a mafia cover-up, CIA involvement, and a possible Cuban connection, have been presented in our series, The Men Who Killed Kennedy. This episode, The Guilty Men, examines yet another theory, that President Lyndon Johnson was involved.
I know as attorney for Lyndon Johnson that he murdered John Kennedy. He murdered John Kennedy to become president and to avoid prison, and there is no doubt in my mind.
You can't kill the President of the United States unless the next president, the head of the FBI, and the head of the Secret Service are in on the cover-up.
I'd like the entire world to know how I personally feel is the fact Lyndon Johnson knew about the assassination and was a part of it.
Deep in the heart of Texas lie buried some of the darkest and most well-kept secrets that tell us who killed John F. Kennedy in Dallas on November 22, 1963, and why. Those forces of darkness revolved around one of that state's most famous political sons, Lyndon Baines Johnson. Born in 1908, he grew up in a comfortable middle-class home in Johnson City. At an early age, Lyndon showed a keen interest in politics. From the beginning, he was driven by a determination to win, whatever the cost.
In a word, he was ruthless. There wasn't anything he wouldn't do to get what he wanted, regardless of what it was. And probably the best example would be in 1948 when he was running for the Senate. And he was running against a man named Coke Stevenson. And the election was very, very close, a very small number of votes, which forced a recount. And once they did the recount, they found out a 201 vote error in a little place called Alice, Texas. And eventually they found out that the 201 votes had been added. 1 for Stevenson, 200 for LBJ. As a result, he won by 87 votes, and he was nicknamed Landslide Lyndon.
But the real name, the name used in the backwards that didn't appear in the newspapers, was Lion Lyndon. And that stuck with him the rest of his life.
That rigged ballot became the template for a political career based on bribery and corruption. The full extent of Johnson's criminal activity only began to unravel 11 years after his death. In 1984, at this courthouse in Franklin, Texas, a former Johnson business associate, Billy Celestes, appeared before a grand jury.
According to Billy Celestes, there were 8 murders perpetrated on the part of Lyndon Johnson. The first name was a man named Douglas Kinzer. That was followed by a number of men involved in Estes businesses who were corrupt, and they were all killed with carbon monoxide. Josepha Johnson's name is listed on this Justice Department document. That's Lyndon Johnson's sister. So Estes is accusing the Vice President of the United States of murdering his own sister. And the 8th name listed is the President of the United States, John F. Kennedy. And then there is a promise of knowing more. And if Billy Celestes is telling the truth, and there is every reason to believe he is, it gives you an idea of the depth of the corruption and the ruthlessness of Lyndon Johnson.
According to Estes' written testimony, that murderous cycle began in 1951 in Austin, Texas, at this downtown golf course known as Butler's Pitch and Putt. The killer was a Johnson henchman called Malcolm Wallace.
Malcolm Wallace was born and raised in Texas. He was Texas bred, Texas educated, a very intelligent man. And when he graduated from the University of Texas, he was evidently recruited by Lyndon Johnson, and he was given a job at the Federal Department of Agriculture.
John Douglas Kinzer, the golf pro at Butler's Pitch and Putt, was having an affair with Wallace's wife and with Lyndon Johnson's sister.
Lyndon Johnson's sister, Josepha, was an alcoholic. She was a drug user. She was sexually promiscuous. She had loose lips. And who knows what she might tell Kinzer or others about Lyndon Johnson's political shenanigans.
Malcolm Wallace walked into the Pitch and Putt golf course in Austin, Texas, and shot to death in cold blood John Douglas Kinzer.
Kinzer died here for his indiscretions. Wallace was soon arrested and went on trial in Austin 3 months later.
First-degree murder, open and shut case. He gets a lawyer, known as a Lyndon Johnson lawyer. So Lyndon Johnson is going to do his best to get his friend out of hot water.
During that trial, Lyndon Johnson took a room at a local hotel, and the 10 days that trial was going, constantly sent runners from the hotel to the courthouse to bring him word of what was going on during the trial. So he followed the pulse of the trial very, very carefully.
Malcolm Wallace is found guilty of first-degree murder, but through influence of Lyndon Johnson, Malcolm Wallace receives a 5-year suspended sentence. Lyndon Johnson was able to get his man out of first-degree murder.
Much of the control Johnson exercised was acquired through an early alliance with a fellow Texan. Edward Clark gained unrivaled power in the late 1930s with a series of high positions in the state government. He became Johnson's lawyer and a formidable ally throughout his career.
The power Edward Clark exercised covered almost every avenue of government power in the state of Texas. He would make sure that important appointments were covered by his men. The judge's control was through their vote. I mean, he had their decision in the palm of his hand. And this was, of course, important because Austin was the capital of the state. And anything that happened legally went through Austin, and that meant it went through Clark. He was known as the secret boss of Texas. He could, and did, arrange for people to be killed. He arranged for money to be laundered. He had that control.
This building in downtown Austin became the headquarters of Edward Clark's all-powerful law firm. Barr McClellan was recruited as a young lawyer in 1966, 3 years after the assassination, unaware of the dark secrets hidden within. Soon after joining, in an after-hours conversation with John Coates, one of the firm's attorneys, Barr was made privy to an astonishing piece of information.
Coates and I started talking, and in the course of it, John told me, if the truth be told, Clark arranged the assassination of Kennedy. It was a kind of statement that you can't easily forget, even though I personally chose not to believe it at the time. It stuck with me. Attorneys know they're acting behind a privilege. They can say things to each other. And this talk would go on at after-hours drinks, at Christmas parties, just traveling on the road. And it was like Johnson had to get Kennedy out of the way. I worked closely with Don Thomas, and Thomas was the business attorney to the president and was the second man in the law firm. Thomas and I did a number of cases together, and we traveled the state because he did not fly. We'd been to Dallas one day shortly after I became partner, and it was driving back, and just out of the blue, it seems now, looking back, that Thomas said, "I am the only living man who knows what happened in Box 13. And we know what that meant. That was the stolen 1948 election. I didn't say anything. Sometimes it's best just to listen. And then he looked away and added, but Clark took care of things in Dallas. At that point, what I'd been hearing in the law firm, what John Coates had first told me, I knew was true, because this came from a man that was Johnson's business attorney, one of Johnson's most trusted confidants, a man who worked very closely with Johnson during his maturing years, his growing up years, so to speak, and as president. And when I heard that, there was no question but that Clark had been behind the assassination, and he'd done it for Johnson. I know beyond a reasonable doubt that Johnson murdered Kennedy. He acted through Clark. He saw that it was done, and he did it out of a corruption of power that is unequaled in our history.
You've been watching The Men Who Killed Kennedy, The Guilty Men, a program which presents just one of the many theories about the assassination of John F. Kennedy.
After becoming a senator in 1948, Johnson developed an unrivaled power base in Washington, using his forceful personality, political skills, and corruption. He established himself as one of the most influential men in the nation, but as vice president to Kennedy, he lost much of that authority. By 1961, his past was catching up with him. In Texas, Henry Marshall, a local agricultural official, had begun investigating one of Johnson's illegal sources of funding. Working out of these offices in Bryan, Texas, Marshall had become aware of Billy Solesti's misappropriation of federal cotton allotment funds. Attempts to buy off Marshall had failed, and his investigations were beginning to threaten the vice president himself.
Billy Solestes became worried, Lyndon Johnson became worried, and some of them got together and decided, what are we going to do with Henry Marshall? So on one particular day, according to Billy Celestes, Cliff Carter, an aide to Lyndon Johnson, the Vice President of the United States, and Malcolm Wallace got together. And finally, Lyndon made the statement, get rid of him.
On June the 3rd, 1961, Henry Marshall failed to return home. An extensive search was made of the family farm near Franklin, Texas. His only son, Don, was 11 years old at the time and remembers that day well.
My uncle found him on the second attempt when he went out to the place. He was in a very remote location, probably about 3/4 of a mile off the road. My mother had this stone placed here in order to mark the spot. The truck had blood around the sides of it. The side on the passenger side had a dent in the fender behind the passenger door, and that's apparently where my father's head was knocked into the side of the truck, and he had his eye damaged at that point. There were a number of yopon bushes that had been broken, and the gun was laying beside the body, and pretty much nothing else could be seen except signs of a struggle.
Local officials immediately ruled it a suicide, despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
He had been shot 5 times with a bolt-action rifle. He had enough carbon monoxide in his lungs to cause him to pass out at the time he died. There was no effort made to collect any evidence or preserve the crime scene. They had pretty much determined in their minds that this was going to be a suicide. When Billy Celestes testified before the grand jury in Franklin, he implicated Cliff Carter and Malcolm Wallace as the people that were most involved in my father's murder. Wallace being the trigger man and Cliff Carter being the one who arranged for the murder. I'm firmly convinced that Malcolm Wallace was the killer of my father. Who that would have aided, probably political power behind everything. Johnson would have been aided more than anyone else.
The grand jury concluded Henry Marshall in 1961 was murdered, which means in simple language that the grand jury believed Billy Celestes when he told them that Lyndon Johnson had ordered Malcolm Wallace to kill Henry Marshall.
But Johnson's dark dealings were not confined to Texas. In late summer 1963, one of his long-term partners in crime was about to be exposed for corruption by a Senate investigation.
Bobby Baker was the secretary to the Senate majority. Basically, he was the secretary for the Senate, and he was one of Lyndon Johnson's closest associates. And everything that Lyndon Johnson wanted to perpetrate, he had Bobby's help. Essentially, if somebody wanted to get a military contract and they wanted influence of Lyndon Johnson to help them, they had to pay off Bobby Baker, who would then pay off Lyndon Johnson. It's the world of bribes. Bobby Baker was involved in a call girl service. He was involved in real estate scams. He was involved in dealings with organized crime. He was in dealings with oil men, particularly Clint Murchison, an oil millionaire from Texas. So as a result of all this, Bobby Baker was in big trouble. And with a little bit of inspiration on the part of the Kennedys, if they could get Bobby Baker to talk, Lyndon was all done. Lyndon Baines Johnson, if Robert Kennedy had his way, would not only not be on the 1964 ticket as the vice presidential candidate, but he would go to jail for the corruption that he was involved with.
Although Johnson faced political extinction at the hands of the Kennedys, he had powerful allies with their own agendas that threatened the president, as researcher Gregory Burnham explains.
And people would think that he had no enemies. He was so popular, he smiled, he appeared happy. Everyone loved him worldwide. But what people don't seem to understand is behind the scenes, he was making changes, and he was making them decisively, and he was taking some very, very daring steps. He was committed to pull out of Vietnam. By October, he had signed a document, an SAM 263, to that effect. 1,000 troops home by Christmas, and all personnel out of Vietnam by 1965. But that wasn't very good for the military-industrial complex. His abolishing the Central Intelligence Agency, pulling their teeth, holding them to task, back to why they were originally created by Truman. Their original mandate by law is only to coordinate intelligence, not to create the Bay of Pigs. NSAM 55 told the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff that the CIA no longer can do that, and any military operation has to come directly from them to the president, period. That kind of a document really causes problems.
But Texas was home to Kennedy's most dangerous opponents.
Oil millionaires and billionaires in Texas were petrified of one major factor that John F. Kennedy was considering, cutting the oil depletion allowance. And there was no way they were going to allow that. Essentially, they would save billions of dollars if it stays as it is. It was called a 27.5% oil depletion allowance. John Kennedy thought it was too liberal. One of the key men in this case is Clint Murchison. Clint Murchison is an oil millionaire, owned 500 companies, but he was primarily an oil millionaire. He also controlled Texas, controlled Johnson. His major means of operating and controlling people and influencing people was a little hotel called the Hotel Del Charro in La Jolla, California. It cost $100 a day in the 50s. And at that hotel, he would invite all these powerful, influential people. Richard Nixon would come there. Key lieutenants of Carlos Marcello, the head of the mafia in New Orleans, used to vacation there. J. Edgar Hoover, the head of the FBI, used to vacation there, free. Every summer for 10 summers, free.
Another Johnson man with close ties to Murchison was a wealthy Texan called D.H. Byrd.
D.H. Byrd was an underboss for Murchison. He was a Del Charro regular. He owned the Texas School Book Depository. He also founded the Civil Air Patrol, which was a kind of military organization, and Lee Harvey Oswald was a member of the Civil Air Patrol. Another associate of Murchison at the time is Bobby Baker. Bobby Baker's in trouble with the scandals, and he was in all kinds of business deals with Murchison, and many of them were illegal. So Murchison was concerned that Baker and that corruption would lead to his door. And maybe not only would Baker go to jail and Lyndon go to jail, but maybe Murchison would go to jail.
As the forces hostile to Kennedy grew in strength and number, they began to think the unthinkable: assassination. Finally, a new imperative forced their hand.
Lyndon Johnson was in big trouble. The Bobby Baker scandal and the Billy Celeste scandal could destroy Lyndon Johnson's career. Lyndon Johnson would go to jail, and he was their man. He represented all these right-wing forces. There was an urgency to kill President Kennedy. They had to save Lyndon Johnson. The governor of Texas, first of all, is Lyndon Johnson's best friend in history. They went back decades together. In the 1948 vote scandal, John Connally was every much a part of that cover-up that took place. He was his campaign manager. It is, without question, John Connally who entices John F. Kennedy to Texas. Once they get him there, then they're in control of everything. Motorcade routes, the evidence, the Dallas police, everything. It's their land, it's their territory. Lyndon Johnson and his Texas cronies suckered President Kennedy to Texas.
The late Madeleine Brown gained a unique insight into Johnson's role in Kennedy's assassination. She first met LBJ in 1948 at the Adolphus Hotel in downtown Dallas, when he was celebrating his election to the Senate following the infamous Box 13 scandal.
I went, I was very young, and it was wonderful. Our relationship developed immediately. Lyndon gave another campaign party in Austin. It was 3 weeks after I met him at the Adolphus, and it was scheduled at the Driscoll Hotel. And oh, it was so great to see him. I mean, for 3 weeks I had thought about him and how wonderful it was. We were dancing that night, and he says, I'll see you upstairs. And he put a key in my hand. I still have that key. It was exciting. I felt naughty, but I felt good. I fell deeply in love with him. Yes, I did. I was just the other woman in his life, and my emotions are still the same for him as they were when I met him as a very young girl, but I'll always love him. He was the father of my son, Stephen.
That intimate relationship with Johnson continued for many years. Through him, she became familiar with the closed world of power politics in Texas. On the eve of Kennedy's assassination, she attended a party at this house in North Dallas, the family home of oil billionaire Clint Murchison Sr. There was an extraordinary guest list that night.
We had H.L. Hunt, Murchison, Lyndon Johnson made an appearance. We had Hoover, we had Richard Nixon. They were the most influential people there. But I was under the impression that since J. Edgar Hoover was there, that it was to honor Hoover rather than anything else. When Lyndon came in, no one was expecting him. So when Lyndon arrived at Clint Murchison's, they all went into a conference room, and you could just feel the atmosphere. And when Lyndon came out, I was, of course, happy to see him. I did not know that he was going to be there. And he whispered in my ear at that time, "Those blankety-blank Kennedys will never embarrass me again. That's no threat, that's a promise." So he departed. The party rapidly broke up after Lyndon departed.
A seamstress and companion, May Newman, provides confirmation that this party took place at the Murchison family home on the eve of the assassination. She lived and worked in another Murchison house in Dallas for Virginia, Clint Sr.'s second wife. She speaks here for the first time.
I started working for Virginia Murchison in 1962 until her death in 1997, approximately 36 years. I remember well the night before the assassination. I worked with a man called Jewel Pfeiffer, black man, which was Virginia Murchison's chauffeur. He got a call from her stepson, John, at the big house. They were having a big party for a very special guest that was coming from Washington to go to the party by the name of Bulldog, which I found out later was J. Edgar Hoover. And he said he was very excited about doing this, going on this trip out to the airport to take this special guest to a very special party, big party. And I asked him when he came back if he got a good tip, and he said no, and he was very, very upset. He had to go back that night to take J. Edgar Hoover to the airport to go back to Washington. And he still didn't get a tip.
Further verification of Hoover's presence in Dallas on the eve of the assassination came from a friend of May's who worked at the Murchison family home.
Beulah May Holman, she was the cook at John and Lupe's house, and she wanted me to go help her that night, which I didn't, but I knew she told me she was cooking quail, and I wanted the recipe, so she gave it to me. She said it was a very important guest by the name of J. Edgar Hoover that was coming in, and I should go out and help her so I could get to meet him. If it was a film star, I probably would have gone, but I didn't know who he was. No, not at that time.
Early the next morning, only a few hours before the assassination, Madeline received a phone call from Johnson, who was back in Fort Worth with Kennedy.
Lyndon called me from the Texas hotel, and he was still irate. I said, "Lyndon, about last night," and he went to cursing. He used foul language all the time, and he said, "Those Kennedys," he repeated, "they will never embarrass me again. That's no threat, that's a promise." And I'd like the entire world to know how I personally feel is the fact Lyndon Johnson knew about the assassination and was a part of it.
Dallas was to become forever linked with the murder of the president. But the rich and powerful men who had met in secret the night before had everything to gain from his death. LBJ was fearful of a long prison sentence, J. Edgar Hoover of losing his job, and the oil men of losing millions of dollars. When the shots rang out on Elm Street the next day, those problems were solved. The shock of Kennedy's assassination and its brutality reverberated around the world, but not everyone was grieving.
The mood in the Murchison family home was very joyous and happy for a whole week after, like champagne and caviar flew every day of the week. But I was the only one in that household at the time that felt any grief for his assassination.
After the president's murder, Hoover had absolute control of the cover-up. All the physical evidence relating to the crime was swiftly removed to Washington. From the beginning, Oswald was promoted as the lone nut assassin, but in LBJ's home state, tongues were wagging.
I met Lyndon on New Year's Eve at the Driscoll Hotel in Austin, and the people in Dallas, I mean, everyone was talking about Lyndon Johnson was the cause of the assassination, and it made my heart very heavy. I just couldn't believe that he could be a part of something so bad. So I confronted Lyndon. I said, Lyndon, you've got to tell me, were you part of the assassination? And of course he had a high temper fit, hit the wall, and he was very irate and angry. And he said, no, I was not, but the oil people, or he called them the fat cats of Texas that I knew, and the intelligence was the cause of the assassination. I am sure Lyndon did not make the plans per se, but he had the key people that he could call to actually do it.
If the head of the FBI and the head of the Secret Service and key lieutenants of those two figures are involved in covering up, plus the President of the United States and all his cronies, you don't need a massive conspiracy to get away with this.
After the assassination, Cliff Carter, Johnson's aide, made repeated calls from the White House to the district attorney in Dallas, Henry Wade. He was instructed to look no further than Oswald for the guilty man. There was no conspiracy. A similar call was made to the Attorney General of Texas, Waggoner Carr.
Then we have Lyndon Johnson himself calling the chief of homicide, Will Fritz, who's really doing the dirt work as far as interrogating Oswald and trying to get to the bottom of this case. He calls him and tells him, you have your man. You have your man. Let it go at that. Lyndon Johnson is trying to control what is going on with the investigation of the assassination of President Kennedy from Washington, D.C., with crucial figures in the case.
The late Dr. Charles Crenshaw experienced the new president's controlling hand. He was in the operating theater at Parkland Hospital with his colleagues, working to save Oswald's life after Jack Ruby had shot him. He was urgently called to the phone in an adjoining office.
I picked up the phone, and it was there I heard this voice like thunder that stated, "This is the president, Lyndon B. Johnson." And he asked, "How is the accused assassin doing?" I was so startled. The thing that I could say was, he's holding his own. He's lost a large amount of blood. He said, "Would you take a message to the chief operating surgeon?" It was more of an order than a question. So I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "There is a man in the room. I would like for him to take a deathbed confession." And all of a sudden, the phone went off. I returned to the operating room. I tapped Dr. Shires on the shoulder. He looked at me like, "What are you talking about?" Everyone was working feverishly in the abdomen trying to correct the wounds there. I said, "Guess who I've been talking to?" I said, "The President of the United States called and wants that man over there to take a deathbed confession." And Shires looked at me like I was crazy, and we both realized that there was no way Lee Harvey Oswald, had he survived, would have been able to give any testimony until 2 or 3 days after the procedure. But still in all, the President had called and I did relay the message.
When Dr. Crenshaw published his story in 1992, he suffered an avalanche of criticism. It was argued that Johnson made no such call. Crenshaw's critics were proved wrong by a former chief switchboard operator at Parkland Hospital, Phyllis Bartlett.
The call came in and said, hold the line for the President. And for a second, I couldn't, you know, I was still thinking Kennedy, and I was kind of taken back for a minute, and then in a few seconds, it was just a matter of a second, he came on in a loud voice. He said, "This is Lyndon Johnson. Connect me to the accused assassins, doctor." It sounded the same as it had been on newscasts when I would hear him speak. I knew I had put a call to the operating room, so I contacted Dr. Crenshaw and I told him, that I knew he did get the call and that I was sorry that the people had, in the newspaper and on the TVs, had tried to discredit him. And that was when I spoke out.
From the moment he became president, Johnson had authority over every aspect of the cover-up of Kennedy's murder. He was unassailable.
Johnson has the power to contain the investigation, both nationally and locally, on the ground in Texas. More so than if it had happened, let's say, in Oregon or Wisconsin. Texas. He's got the power to give the CIA what it wants as president, as opposed to Kennedy, who they feared. He's got the power to take the National Security Action Memorandum that Kennedy had signed in November 1963, tear it up, reverse it, and create a war where 3 million soldiers wound up going to Vietnam instead of 16,000 being brought home by JFK. He can make J. Edgar Hoover director of the FBI for life. He's the man in the middle. The only person that can answer all of the questions of who's at risk, who's going to gain the most, who wins in this deal, there's only one answer to that question, and that's Lyndon Johnson. And his ticket out was Elm Street.
One of the most compelling pieces of evidence linking Johnson with the assassination is through his henchman Malcolm Wallace, the convicted killer of Douglas Kinzer. In the hours following the assassination, on the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository building by the southeast corner window, the Dallas police discovered an unidentified fingerprint.
The fingerprint is the ultimate part of the Mac Wallace story. The FBI fingerprinted every Texas School Book Depository employee, including the women employees who worked downstairs, never handled the boxes. They fingerprinted every Dallas officer that was in the sniper's nest so that they could remove those fingerprints from consideration. At the end of the day, you have one fingerprint remaining. It sits in the National Archives for 35 years, until 1998. An investigator takes it to a highly qualified, certified latent print examiner, a CLPE, along with a redacted fingerprint card from Mac Wallace from the 1951 murder of John Douglas Kinzer. And he said, here's a print card. Do you see anything?
Nathan Darby is one of the most experienced fingerprint experts in the United States, with 35 years service in the U.S. military and the City of Austin Police Department.
I didn't know where it came from, and a week or 10 days later, I called the party that had brought it over and said, well, it's a match. The finger that made the ink print also made the latent, and we called that a match or identified. And there was no question about it. They matched.
3 years later, Nathan Darby readdressed the same evidence and reconfirmed his original findings.
When he was done, he had a 34-point match. And when you mention that in criminal circles to an investigator, how confident would you feel with a 34-point match? Oh, that's a slam dunk. It can't miss. It doesn't get any better than that. You give me a 34-point match on any case in the United States, I'll take it to court and win.
The inked and the latent prints are made by the same finger. And the other evidence that I've been presented with was Malcolm Wallace's left little finger, without a reasonable doubt.
Now, the fingerprint in question came from a cardboard box in the sniper's nest in Texas School Book Depository. Fingerprints do not last long on cardboard. So it's fair to say that either Malcolm Wallace was wandering around there for no purpose, or he was in that sniper's nest on November 22nd. That evidence, that fingerprint evidence, along with Malcolm Wallace's sordid resume, was sent to every imaginable agency or individual that could have an interest in what happened to John Kennedy. The only people that took notice of it were the Dallas police, because it's still an open homicide on their blotter. And they took serious notice of it. And then they were told, forward it up the line, because Dallas no longer has any evidence. It's all in federal hands, even though it's an unsolved homicide. They forwarded it up the line. And it took 18 months for the FBI to say verbally, no, it's not a match. And the single most important fingerprint found in the last 35 years was buried.
I don't know why they couldn't say that the thing didn't match. It did match. There's no question about it. My experience, I've just had too much experience. I know what I'm talking about. I'm positive. There's no question about it. My dying declaration, if I was to drop dead right now, they match.
It's still the big lie. It's unknown. It's unidentified. No, it's identified. It's Malcolm Wallace, and he's linked to Estes, Carter, and Lyndon B. Johnson directly.
According to the official record, Malcolm Wallace died in a single car accident on this lonely stretch of Texas highway on the night of January 7th, 1971. There were no witnesses. His body was taken to a local hospital where he was pronounced dead. He was buried here close to other family members. 8 months later, another key member of LBJ's inner circle, presidential aide Cliff Carter, died unexpectedly. But shortly before his death, he met with Billy Solestes.
They discuss all these murders that Cliff Carter is knowledgeable about. Now, Billy knows about some of them, but Cliff knows about more, and he fills him in on all the details. Malcolm Wallace being a central figure in most of these murders. And there were over 17 murders that Carter tells Estes about. And he actually tells Estes that he fears for his own life. And within 2 days' time, he's dead.
Johnson's attorney, Edward Clark, was one person who prospered. But when LBJ was brought low by the Vietnam War and decided not to run for a second term, Clark felt shortchanged for his role in the assassination, according to his legal partner, Barr McClellan.
He expected $8 million spread over 8 years, over the 2 terms Johnson was to serve. When those terms were cut short by Johnson's sudden and unexpected resignation, Clark was $4 million short. He was not a man to be denied. When he had done a service, he was going to be paid. Planning ahead, he went to Big Oil and Big D, went to Clint Murchison to say, look, I've done y'all a great service. I deserve more. I'm going to get it. Murchison agreed with him and suggested he file for a well in the middle of the great East Texas oil field. He called me in as his personal attorney to make the first bid for getting that money, and he was not successful in getting $4 million, but he got his $2 million. So when all was said and done, Clark realized $6 million for the assassination of John Kennedy.
Barr McClellan believes documentary proof of these dark deeds lies in the Johnson-Clark legal records. For many years, they were kept in a high-security area above the Clark offices, known as the penthouse.
Any of us attorneys could get into the general area, but the secret area, the Johnson area, was locked off, accessible to no one. I have a strong belief that there are substantial records somewhere that show this conspiracy and its both evolution, its execution, and its cover-up. But I don't know where they'd be. We need to see them.
Johnson was ultimately consumed by the high office he had so unscrupulously striven for. A broken man, he retreated to his Texas ranch, where his lawyers were to secretly summon a psychiatrist to deal with his deepening depression.
An immediate concern at the law firm was that he would say too much. $1 million was available to the psychiatrist to keep anything from coming out. The one reason for all these protections was the greatest demon that was dogging Johnson at the time, and that was the assassination of John Kennedy and the role he played in it. We had to keep it covered up, and for sure we had to keep the psychiatrist muzzled, and we did. But if any one set of records needs to be produced, the psychiatric records should be disclosed to the American public, because they will, I am confident, disclose his role in the assassination.
Only 4 years after leaving office, Johnson died. But there are those living who are still afraid to come forward to tell what they know about the guilty men.
People are afraid of him dead. He's been dead since 1973, and his shadow still casts fear in this country, especially in Texas.
Undaunted, across the nation, the questioning voice of the American people will not be silenced. An overwhelming majority refuse to accept their government's version of what happened in Dallas on November the 22nd, 1963.
There's no statute of limitations on murder. If they're still continuing to cover it up in 20 more years, that's obstruction of justice. It's a conspiracy. The men who killed Kennedy don't end with the people who pulled triggers. It should be important to all of us that we get to the bottom of this.
Just as John Kennedy's car took an incredible turn when it went onto Elm Street, 300 feet later, our form of government, our way of life, our way of respecting our government, our way of being respected by our government, took that same kind of bizarre wide turn, and we haven't gotten back on the straight and narrow yet.
The Kennedy assassination was the end of faith in government. And so it's up to the little man to fight the odds. Davy Crockett, Sisyphus pushing his rock. Someone has to keep fighting the odds. And even though you know the chances are that you're never going to get a resolution to what you're fighting for, you have to fight for it anyway. Just the principle of justice, just the principles of American democracy. Don't give up. Keep fighting.
This episode has presented one viewpoint. We have also presented many other theories in numerous programs. For the History Channel, I'm Steve Gillen.